In the library, a lone figure sits among the shelves with books scattered around him. It is clear that the person sitting on the floor is very interested in books. The guy who found himself in the library had read more than 3,000 books. That is, he had read all the books in the library after he entered the Temple of the Holy Mountain. He wanted to find the books he hadn't read yet, but it was unlikely that any book had been left out. Soon, the young man found a container containing wine, and he wondered why it was there. With a quick movement of his hand, he turned the container over and drank the contents of the glass. The wine tasted quite exquisite, so it seemed to be expensive. Suddenly, the young man plunged into a strange state of euphoria, which was followed by a state of shock. The young man could not understand what was happening to him. A blob of energy appeared in his hands that looked like fire. He felt an incredible power filling him from the inside. It seemed to him that he had become omnipotent and could move even mountains. Incredible metamorphoses began to happen to the young man. His whole body seemed to be on fire, and he could not do anything about it. Suddenly, his eyes went dark. Everything disappeared. Only puffs of smoke and small lights flying around were visible. The thought came to the young man's mind that he had died of wine. After a while, he realized that he had been reborn and was in a completely different body. He felt strange in his new body. He could not understand what to do with this body. Everything around him was unusual. The hero in the new body found himself among the mountains in the eternal snow. It was cold and lonely. In the snow and cold, a little lonely girl sits and gently holds a baby in her arms. She tells the baby that they are together forever. The baby in diapers is crying a lot because it is snowing and cold outside. The girl bends down to the baby and starts to talk to him so that he doesn't cry. It turned out that the girl's name was Lin Sheng and the baby's name was Lin Feng. Time passed, and Lin Shen and Lin Feng grew up. They came to the elder to find out why Lin Feng could not practice martial arts. The elder replied that Lin Feng's body was too weak, so he could not be a real warrior. This is the fate that befell Lin Feng. Lin Sheng wants to give a pill to his brother to make him stronger and more enduring. The boy does not take the pill from his sister. Lin Feng realizes that the pill will not help him regain his strength, and his mood deteriorates greatly. Tears appear in the boy's eyes, and his sister falls into despair. She doesn't know how to comfort her brother. Adult Lin Feng gets into a fight with local boys because they insult his sister. He stands up for Lin Sheng so that the boys are no longer tempted to pick on her. The young man confidently defends his sister, although he realizes that he has little strength. Lin Shen tries to stop her brother. She doesn't want him to get into a fight and ruin his reputation. Lin Feng's eyes lit up, and some energy appeared in his arms and legs. He did not understand what was happening to his body. Then his body lost all the energy he had felt in him until now. Suddenly, Lin Feng began to fall without hitting any of the guys present. His body became weak and he couldn't do anything about it. Lin Shen ran to her brother, who had fallen to the ground. The young man couldn't stand up for his sister. Lin Sheng was very scared for her brother, and tears came to her eyes. She saw that Lin Feng had lost consciousness, so she was afraid that he would die. After Lin Feng fainted, his sister did not leave his side for a minute. Lin Feng's body was weakened after the fight on the street. Soon, the young man regained consciousness and immediately fell into a depressed state. He felt bad that his body was too weak to practice martial arts. Lin Feng was in terrible despair. Tears were rolling down his cheeks and he could not stop them. He was dissatisfied with his body, which was too weak and did not allow Lin Feng to practice martial arts. The young man's sister was very happy when her brother regained consciousness, although she had tears in her eyes. She was happy that he had not left her alone in this world. Lin Sheng tenderly took her brother's face in her hands and could not stop admiring it. Lin Feng and Lin Sheng cried together in despair. Lin Sheng could clearly see that her brother was in a bad mood, so she thought of ways to help him and how to support him in such a difficult time. She was happy that her brother had regained consciousness and could not contain her emotions. Lin Feng realized that his physical condition had shocked his sister. He forced a smile, even though he didn't feel like smiling at all. He really wanted to support his sister. Lin Feng gradually returned to his normal state. When he saw the tears on his sister's face, he really wanted to take revenge at any cost on those 3 boys who insulted her. Martial arts have their origins in the depths of the ages. There are different stages of development in martial arts, which everyone who wants to be a professional must go through. First, you have to become a beginner, and only then you can rise higher and become a master of spirits, an emperor, a sage, and an honorary master. But the highest achievement is to become a heavenly ancestor. This status allows you to get extraordinary power that can do the impossible. Everyone bows their heads before such masters of martial arts. Becoming a martial artist is the biggest dream of all people on the continent. And to get a certain fighting title is already a dream for many people. Lin Feng dreamed of becoming a martial arts emperor. In his dreams, he saw himself as an already titled fighter. He imagined how he stood and bathed in the rays of glory in the great arena, and this dream did not give him peace. He saw the temple of the holy mountain in his dreams. It was all as if in reality, but it was only his fantasy. Lin Feng and Lin Shen are in a small house among the mountains. Lin Shen asks her brother if he is hungry since she has prepared food. The girl carefully sat Lin Feng at the table and offered him something to eat. Lin Feng sat at the table with a surprised face. Lin Feng asked his sister if she had left any food for herself. But the sister did not answer this question because she was more worried about her brother than about herself. The boy angrily refused the food offered to him by his sister. He reminded that his body is still recovering, so he should not overeat. Ling Shen meekly took the bowl of food from her brother's hands. The young man understood that his sister was not full at all. She wanted to feed only him. Ling Shen was upset when her brother refused her dish. After a few minutes, the girl took out a pill from a small bottle and gave it to her brother to take. The young man took the pill in his hands and looked at it in surprise for a few seconds. It was a pill of spiritual energy. Ling Feng did not understand where his sister could get this pill, as it was very difficult to obtain. The girl explained to her brother that this pill was given to her at Lingwu Academy for certain achievements. Lin Feng looked at the girl with surprised eyes. He did not understand for what achievements his sister could receive this pill as a gift. He began to ask his sister about this strange gift. Holding the spirit power pill in his hands, the boy pondered the situation with wide eyes. He decided that his sister had suffered greatly in order to obtain this pill. After much thought, Lin Feng put the pill in his mouth and swallowed it. After Lin Feng took the pill, his self-esteem and mood improved. His eyes lit up with the fire of confidence. He decided that this pill would change his fate and his abilities would become much better. Dawn came to the mountains and brought new inspiration to life. Lin Feng was determined to relearn how to walk. He moved around the room and tried to reposition his legs to give them more strength. His feet moved on the floor at a different pace, and the boy thought that everything was working out for him. Appeared on Lin Feng's face. Thoughts swirled in his head that his body needed serious training and no difficulties should stop him. The young man went outside and started to walk 10 meters. His legs didn't obey him for some reason, but he knew that he had to force himself again and again. The boy made his legs go without stopping. He moved further and further away from the house in an unknown direction. He didn't care where he was going because his goal was clear: to train his legs. The sun turned red and began to descend towards the mountains. The evening was approaching. Lin Feng saw that the sun was setting and therefore had to go back. Approaching the hut, Lin Feng mentally criticized himself. He was very unhappy with his training because he thought he could go further. Unfortunately, he didn't manage to outdo himself today. Lin Feng's sister was already standing at the door of the house, looking at her brother with an excited expression. She was holding several fish in her hands. She asked her brother where he was and why he left the house. The boy reassured his sister, answering that he went for a walk. Lin Feng was worried about his sister's appearance as her clothes were wet. Ling Shen happily told her brother that she got the fish and now they will have a delicious dinner. Lin Feng was also happy that he was enjoying a delicious meal today. All around is night and silence. Darkness descended on the mountains and enveloped everything around. Ling Feng and Ling Shen are sitting near the house. They lit a fire and fried the fish. after which they ate it with appetite. After a month of training, Lin Feng could already move and walk better. His muscles already had more strength and endurance, as he could lift even a huge stone. Lin Feng finished his training and threw the stone on the ground. The young man was very pleased with himself, so he couldn't even hold back and shouted with joy. At last, he had accomplished what he had set himself the goal of, and it could not but please him. Lin Feng felt an immense power within him. He was able to exceed his limit and therefore felt like a hero. Suddenly, something began to happen to Lin Feng. His eyes became round. Then, an unknown energy permeated his entire body. Lin Feng was unable to move or think because this energy had completely subdued his body. Lin Feng fell to the ground from the impact of this energy flow. It seemed to him that he was dying again and that no one and nothing would save him. Lin Feng opened his eyes and saw that he was in an unfamiliar place. He was floating in some strange yellow liquid. The young man could not understand how he got here and what kind of place it was. The boy raised his body and looked at his hand, which had the remains of the yellow liquid on it. He looked at her for a long time and tried to guess what it was. Lin Feng stood up and began to look around. He had the thought that he was out of reality. Feng's eyes were filled with terror. He couldn't figure out where he was. Lin Feng shook his head to refresh his memories and thoughts, but it didn't help. The guy desperately wanted to come to some kind of conclusion, but he couldn't. The boy's eyes were shocked. He got the idea that the yellow liquid was wine, but he couldn't die a second time from wine. Lin Feng stared angrily at the yellow liquid and tried to solve this puzzle. Finally, he remembered that he had once read about a special liquid, a golden liquid that had extraordinary power and could even split the heavens. This liquid is capable of killing even a sage with its power. It became clear that it was this golden wine that Lin Feng drank for the first time in the library. It was this wine that helped him move into another body. The young man still could not understand exactly how this wine worked, so he was very emotional. Lin Feng stood knee-deep in the golden liquid and kept wondering. It was difficult for him to understand why he remained alive. Suddenly, the wind rose and created a giant wave that began to cover Lin Feng. This wave was so high that it could easily destroy a person. Lin Feng was frightened by this element. He did not know where to run and how to escape from the huge wave of golden wine. Lin Feng opened his eyes and saw the house where he lived with his sister in the mountains. He went back to his normal life. Lin Feng's eyes stared at the picture before him. Lin Feng regained consciousness and could not believe his eyes that he was home again. He was very surprised that he came back to life. The young man's eyes eagerly searched his hands to make sure that he was not dead. Lin Feng noticed that an extraordinary energy appeared in his body that looked like multicolored roots. She penetrated his entire body, which could not but please the boy. The boy felt the powerful power he received from the golden liquid. Now he has become even stronger than he was in his previous life. His body was now strong and durable. The guy felt an unpleasant smell from his body, so he had to urgently take a shower to wash off everything unnecessary. Lin Feng went to the river to refresh and wash his body. Having refreshed his body, the young man felt a mad rush of strength and confidence. His eyes lit up with fire and cheerfulness. He had a feeling that soon his life would improve. Standing on the bank of the river, the young man noticed a stone not far from him. He decided that this stone was great for training, so he should take it and test his strength. Lin Feng picked up a few stones, placed them on his back and climbed up with them. The boy really wanted to test his strength to understand exactly how the golden liquid affected him. Lin Feng was able to lift 9 stones at once. The boy had incredible strength. The guy strained his muscles as much as possible. He really wanted to lift at least 35 kilograms, although there were definitely more than 35 kilograms in these stones. The young man managed to do what he could not do before. It was an incredible achievement for him. Now he understood what powers and possibilities he had. Lin Feng threw away all the stones and freed himself from the heavy burden. Now he could not only lift stones, but also break them in flight with his bare hands. He smashed them with incredible ease. Lin Feng was satisfied with himself and couldn't help but rejoice in his new opportunities. He did not believe that with the help of water, He had reached the state of a bronze body. The boy remembered the boys who had recently insulted his sister and humiliated him. Given his current strength, he could easily deal with them. Night has come in the yard. The sun has long gone below the horizon. Lin Feng was standing outside waiting for his sister, who for some reason was not at home. The boy had already started to worry about the girl as it was dark outside. Suddenly, Lin Feng heard his sister's voice coming from the house. The guy understood that something unpleasant had happened to her and she urgently needed help. Lin Feng hurried to the house to see his sister. Lin Feng ran into the house, banging on the door hard, and began to look for his sister with his eyes. The young man was frightened and wanted to quickly understand where Lin Shen was and what happened to her. Sister Elfana was lying on the bed with her arms around her body. She looked sick and weak. Her eyes were closed and her body was motionless. Lin Feng instantly jumped to his sister, grabbed her motionless body and lifted her up from the bed. The young man tried to bring the girl to her senses, but she opened her eyes for a long time. Lin Feng was very scared because he was thinking, "Who has already lost his sister?" Lin Shen opened her eyes shortly, but her gaze was hazy. The girl looked sickly and weak. Lin Shen told her brother that he should live even when she is gone. Lin Feng placed his palm on the girl's forehead to check the temperature. Her forehead was hot, but her body was cold. The girl lay motionless. Only her hand was raised and squeezed by Lin Feng's palms. A thought about his sister's condition entered Lin Feng's mind. He thought that her soul was frozen, and now the cold qi could push the qi energy out of Lin Shen's body. And this is very dangerous, because the girl can die. The boy realized that Lin Shen had become ill because of him. She had worked hard to get a spirit energy pill for him, but she had wasted a lot of her own strength and completely let her own body down. Lin Shen's face was sad. Tears gradually appeared in his eyes. Lin Feng picked up a rope and began tying it around his waist to lift his sister from the bed on his back. The boy lifted his sister on his back. He promised himself that he would definitely cure her. It was a dark night outside. Lin Feng carried his sister towards Lingwei Mountain to find the healing pill there. He needed to help his sister regain her strength as soon as possible. Lin Feng walked up to the gate on Lingwei Mountain and knocked on it. The people on the other side of the gate were very angry when they heard the knocking. They were unhappy that someone had decided to disturb them at night, but they still asked who had come to them. Lin Feng replied that he came with a sister who needed urgent help. The blonde-haired youth was very surprised that Lin Feng was still alive, even though he had lost a lot of his strength. He had an extremely displeased grimace on his face. The other youths saw that Lin Feng was carrying Lin Shen on his back, who was in a very bad condition. They decided that she was already dying and began to comfort Lin Feng. They promised to help his sister. The young man took Lin Shen off his back and leaned against the wall, so that she does not fall. Lin Shen was still in a bad state and wouldn't even open her eyes. Lin Feng stated that he came to this mountain to get medicine for his sister, and no one could stop him. He vowed to destroy anyone who stood in his way. The boys immediately reacted aggressively to Lin Feng's words. They warned him that in that case, they might kill him. They hoped that Lin Feng would get scared and not approach them. Lin Feng moved from the gate towards the young people who were already preparing to fight the boy. His gait was confident and even relaxed. Lin Feng walked towards his goal regardless. The blonde-haired boy took a fighting stance and was ready to show Lin Feng his fighting skills. His face was self-confident. The other two boys, standing behind the fair-haired youth, also had a self-assured look. He was sure that Yu Feng would be able to defeat Lin Feng with one blow. Lin Shen regained consciousness, opened her eyes, and began to plead for the boys to stop. She did not want her brother to get into any unpleasant situation again. Lin Feng and Yu Feng were already ready to attack each other. They accelerated to begin their duel. Lin Feng gained speed and began to approach Yu Feng to deliver the first blow. Yu Feng was blinded by the energy emanating from Lin Feng's body. Lin Feng gathered his strength and charged at his enemy, an aggressive grimace on his face as he was ready to destroy his opponent. The energy in his body increased, so he was confident in his abilities. Lin Feng delivered the first powerful blow. Crazy energy was released during this strike. The battle between Yu Feng and Lin Feng began. Incredible energy was released during their collision. Lin Feng began to strike very hard, so his opponent was frightened by this development. Yu Feng couldn't imagine that this boy would be so strong. Feng's hand very hard, causing it to turn red. Yu Feng clutched his hand as the pain was very strong. Yu Feng's friends were shocked by this turn of events. They couldn't believe that some unknown boy could defeat Yu Feng so easily. Feng's friends couldn't stand by and watch how easily an unknown boy defeated their friend who had an incredible amount of merit in martial arts. They rushed into battle themselves, without hesitating for a second. At this time, Lin Shen was sitting by the wall where her brother had left her and was watching the fight. She wanted to stop it all, but she couldn't. Lin Feng was ready to fight the two boys. He knew that he had a huge reserve of strength and he could give a fight to anyone. He had such strength that it even allowed him to kill with just one blow. A fight broke out between Lin Feng and Yu Feng's friend, who ran and pounced on the boy. Lin Feng was focused and calm. He easily began to strike the opponent. An incredible amount of energy began to be released during this fight. Everything around glowed with energy clots. Yu Feng's friend was defeated after a couple of minutes. His body flew up from the impact. Lin Feng delivered a strong blow to the opponent's shoulder, after which he was unable to continue the fight. He grabbed his shoulder and screamed at the top of his lungs. A second later, Lin Feng was attacked by a third boy who wanted to avenge his two friends. Before Lin Feng could turn his head and see him, he was already in flight. Lin Feng was not confused and began to fight back against this young man as well. In an instant, Lin Feng delivered a powerful blow to the opponent which caused tears to flow from the pain. The boys that Lin Feng was able to defeat sat on the ground and looked at the one who had humiliated them so terribly with surprised eyes. They were shocked by Lin Feng's abilities. He was now so strong that he could fight several masters. Ling Shen looked at her brother with pained eyes and could not guess how he could become such a strong master. Lin Feng walked over to the two boys he had defeated in the battles and lifted them off the ground, holding onto their clothes. They were frightened and their appearance was miserable. Lin Feng carried the two battered masters to Yu Feng, who was sitting on the ground holding his crippled arm. Yu Feng looked at Lin Feng with fear in his eyes, not understanding his intentions. Lin Feng let go of Yu Feng's two friends and they fell down next to Yu Feng. Their mouths were struck with sound. The young man stood and wondered where the children of these three boys, whom he had just beaten, had gone. Lin Feng went down to the boys lying on the ground and began to search their pockets for medicine. After a couple of seconds, the boy found a bottle of pills in his pocket. He was very happy with this find, so a faint smile appeared on his face. Lin Shen opened the bottle and saw that it contained blood-hardening pills. In this situation, such a pill was a wonderful find for his sister. The boy took the pills and hurried to his sister. He picked her up by the shoulders and put the pill in her mouth. The girl was completely exhausted and weakly reacted to Lin Feng's words. After some time, Lin Shen began to feel better and immediately informed her brother about it. The blood-hardening pill worked quickly and made Lin Shen feel better. Lin Feng understood that this pill would not be enough to treat his sister, so he had to go in search of firegrass and firefruit. But he felt much happier because his sister felt better. Lin Feng chased away the three boys he had defeated in combat. Yu Feng and his friends quickly got up and rushed out the gate, not expecting Lin Feng's repeated shout. Lin Feng stood holding his sister's shoulders. She was still weak, although her condition had already improved. The guy offered her a ride home, and she immediately agreed. Lin Feng made his way to the training valley of the Yuan Lung Institute Wu, which is in the desert. Lin Feng thought that this area was very dangerous, but it was not. The boy came here to find fire herb to cure his sister, and he was lucky to find her near the tree. Suddenly, the young man heard a strange sound approaching him. Lin Feng turned his head in the direction the sound was coming from. A huge beast with blue eyes and dark spots on its body approached the boy. Lin Feng stood still and could not move in surprise. Lin Feng decided to engage in battle with the beast, so he jumped high into the air. He did not hesitate for a second and was sure that he would be able to kill the animal and bring its skin to his sister as a gift. Lin Feng began to focus all his energy in his hands, concentrating on the opponent. The youth and the leopard approached each other and met in battle. Lin Feng began to beat the blue leopard with all his might, which roared terribly in pain. Strong blows rained down on the animal one after another. Lin Feng firmly grasped the leopard's tail with his hands to bring it under control. The boy picked up the animal by its tail and began to spin it above him, aiming to completely throw the leopard off balance. Lin Feng jumped in the air to gather even more strength and defeat the beast. Holding the leopard by its tail, Lin Feng slammed it to the ground with incredible force. The terrible sound of the impact spread throughout the neighborhood. After hitting the ground, the leopard lay motionless, and the ground beneath him was split into small pieces. Lin Feng stood beside the beast and stared at its dead carcass without looking away. Lin Feng picked up the killed animal and placed it on his shoulder to carry home. The boy did not forget about the fiery fruits, which had to be found for the treatment of his sister. The boy reached the middle of the forest with a leopard on his shoulder, but he never found the fire fruits. Suddenly, the young man saw a giant tree on which red fruits grew. The boy thought that these were exactly the fiery fruits that he had been looking for so long. Lin Feng was very happy when he saw this tree. He could not leave the forest without fire fruits. Lin Feng placed the leopard's body on the ground, and he himself began to examine the tree with fiery fruits. The boy went to the tree and plucked one fruit to get a better look at it. These were indeed fire fruits, so Lin Feng was very happy to find them for his sister. The boy plucked the fiery fruit and went to the other side of the tree. Lin Feng suddenly saw a huge animal with golden fur in front of him. This animal was so scary in appearance that Ling Shen was really scared. Feng's face became confused as he understood that this lion's strength was extraordinary. This beast is difficult to recover and tame. The golden lion came very close to Lin Feng, opened its mouth and roared terrifyingly, showing all its might. Lin Feng was stunned by this terrifying roar, so he had to cover his head. The boy thought that the lion is not to be feared and can even be made an ally if you find the right approach to it. The boy decided to calm down and began to concentrate his energy in his hands to fight the lion. Lin Feng straightened his back, collected his thoughts, took a fighting stance, and prepared to face the golden lion. Lin Feng walked towards the lion with a confident expression on his face. Around Lin Feng's body was a large energy field that helped him win all battles. The boy had no doubt that this lion would be tamed by him today. The lion jumped onto Lin Feng and opened its mouth wide, intending to swallow the boy. But Lin Feng stood still, as if he was not afraid of the terrible beast and its claws. Lin Feng tensed his fist, looked the beast in the eyes, and swung to strike. A second later, Lin Feng delivered the first blow to the lion's head. This blow was very powerful because the young man used maximum energy for it. The golden lion could not withstand the blow of the young man and fell to the ground with a lump. In a moment, the lion rose from the ground and repositioned itself for a second attack on Lin Feng. The young man was ready to fight further and took a fighting position opposite the lion. Lin Feng looked into the beast's eyes and tried to show the lion with his looks that he could not defeat him because his strength was unequal. Lin Feng teased the beast with his behavior. The golden lion sped up and leapt towards the boy again, wanting to finish him off immediately. The beast's eyes glistened and it attacked Lin Feng in agony. Lin Feng spread his arms and began to restrain the lion, trying to strike back. A moment later, the boy punched the golden lion with all his might, releasing a huge lump of his energy. Ling Shen struck and pushed the lion away from him with his hands, preventing him from hitting himself. The golden lion was unable to resist Lin Feng's powerful punch and fell to the ground, closing its eyes and roaring loudly to the entire forest. The earth cracked and even buckled under the weight of the lion's body. Lin Feng silently stood next to the golden lion's body and watched its behavior. The boy tried to understand the condition of the animal and whether it should be killed. The boy decided that it was necessary to deliver additional blows in order to finally win and jumped on the lion. Lin Feng grabbed the lion by the mane and began to beat him with all his might. The sounds of blows and growls could be heard throughout the neighborhood. Lin Feng pressed his foot on the head of the lion, which was still trying to resist, and forced it to appear alive. The young man did not want to kill such a powerful beast, but wanted to conquer it. The golden lion continued to roar and did not want to obey the boy. Lin Feng continued to press down on the lion's head to cause him pain. Lin Feng looked at the beast carefully and tried to force it to obey with words, but it was unsuccessful. Eventually, Lin Feng figured out how to placate the lion and make it obedient. The young man promised to give him meat if the lion would obey him and obey him as a master. The golden lion's eyes lit up at Lin Feng's suggestion. The huge golden lion became a small and gentle beast. The little lion cub agreed to anything for the sake of meat, so the idea worked. Lin Feng relaxed his pressure on the lion's head as he saw the animal's positive reaction to his words. Lin Feng noticed that the beast's eyes had softened, signifying that it was willing to submit. Lin Feng grasped his mane with his hand and warned the lion against misbehaving, because then he would have to be killed. The lion looked intently into the young man's eyes, catching his every word. The golden lion let Lin Feng know with a meek look that he understood everything and would behave as he was told. Lin Feng let go of his mane and became more gentle with the golden lion. Now the lion became part of Lin Feng's family and therefore had to protect his home and sister from bad people. The lion submissively looked at his master and agreed with all his words. Lin Feng picked up the leopard carcass from the ground and placed it on his back. The little golden lion looked fearfully at Lin Feng, who in a stern voice ordered not to touch the leopard because it was meant for Ling Shen. Lin Feng walked towards the house with the leopard on his back, and the little lion followed him. Lin Feng lit a fire near the house to cook food on it. The fire was burning weakly, so Lin Feng had to blow on it to get it burning. The young man wanted to prepare a delicious dinner for his sister. Ling Shen was lying on the bed and fast asleep. The disease had not yet left her, so she did not have the strength to walk. After some time, Lin Shen woke up, feeling better. She put her palm to her forehead and felt that the temperature was gone, but the girl did not understand what made her feel better. Lin Shen turned her head towards the door and saw a large golden lion sitting near her bed. Fear appeared on the girl's face. A huge golden lion approached Ling Shen's bed, but the girl sat motionless. The lion had no bad intentions, he just wanted to lick her cheek affectionately. Lin Feng was sitting by the fire, cooking soup in a cauldron and tasting it from time to time, but suddenly he heard his sister's terrible scream. Ah! Out of surprise, the boy choked on the soup. Lin Feng rushed to the house to find out what was going on there. He opened the door and saw a golden lion sitting next to Ling Shen's bed, wanting to lick the girl's face. Ling Shen was frightened. Her eyes filled with terror, and very round, she covered herself with a blanket to protect herself. Lin Shen asked her brother what the lion was doing in their house. Lin Feng tried to calm his sister down. The boy explained that he brought this beast himself, and now he will protect the house and his sister. Lin Feng looked at the lion that was in its original form and asked him why he had become big again. Lin Feng was displeased that the lion had frightened Ling Shen with its gigantic size and promised to punish him. A second later, the lion began to transform right before Lin Shen's eyes. In a moment, the huge golden lion became a cute little lion cub again. Lin Feng took the little lion in his hand and lifted him up, showing his sister his new size. The young man said that the lion's name is Goldie and you should not be afraid of him. The young man brought the lion to his sister. The girl reached out and stroked the animal. Ling Shen was struck by the beauty of the little lion and the color of its fur. Ling Shen smelled some kind of food, but the aroma was burnt. The girl immediately informed her brother about it. Lin Feng remembered his soup that he had left on the fire in the courtyard and was horrified. The boy was afraid to even think about what had happened to his dish. Lin Feng jumped out of the house in an instant, leaving his sister alone with the little lion. The boy still hoped to save his soup. The young man was able to save his soup. He praised it and brought it to his sister to taste. The boy told his sister that this soup was made from a blue tiger. Lin Shen, Lin Feng, and the little golden lion sat down at the table. The girl was in a good mood because many positive events happened that day. The girl took a spoon, scooped up a little soup, and brought it to her mouth. The little golden lion was left with bones, which were placed for him on the floor below. But the lion cub was not satisfied because he was promised meat. Suddenly, shouts started coming from the street, and Lin Feng went out to see who dared to come to his house and shout brazenly. When Lin Feng walked out the door, he saw 4 boys standing in front of his house. In them, he recognized 3 young men whom he had recently beaten. The 4th young man was a stranger, but Lin Feng understood that this young man was brought by these 3 to seek revenge. Lin Feng stood with an unapproachable expression on his face. He was struck by the impudence of these young men who had received good treatment last time but would not calm down in any way. 3 insulted and beaten young men threatened Lin Feng. They promised that their elder brother Foshan, a 6th-level master, would punish him for insulting them. Lin Feng was a little worried because he had yet to deal with level 6 masters. An excited Lin Shen came out of the house, wrapped in a blanket. She saw Foshan and asked what he was doing here. Foshan took out his sword and held it up, showing his intentions. Foshan pointed his sword at Lin Feng and shouted that he would avenge his brothers who Lin Feng dared to insult. Foshan's face was embittered and uncompromising. He wanted to fulfill his promise without hesitation. Foshan stood in a fighting stance and waited for the reaction of Lin Feng, who was still standing motionless at the threshold of his house. Lin Feng was standing in the doorway of the house with his hands folded, and Lin Shen was standing next to him with a frightened expression on his face. Foshan pointed his sword at Lin Feng, threatening him with death. Lin Feng's eyes lit up with the desire to test Foshan's skill level. Lin Feng remembered that he had a golden lion named Goldie, so he decided to call him for help. The young man gave the command, "Forward," and Goldie rushed headlong towards Foshan. Goldie jumped in the air and began to approach Foshan, who did not expect to see such a beast. Foshan was frightened when he saw a real lion and did not know how to defeat it. Goldie hit Foshan with such force that the sword flew out of the young man's hands, and he himself lost his balance and began to fall. Foshan fell to his knees and grabbed the shoulder that Goldie hit. The golden lion flew further towards the 3 brothers of Foshan. Foshan brothers stood with their faces full of terror, their mouths open and their eyes round. They did not expect to see a golden lion and did not understand where it came from. Lin Feng was satisfied with Goldie's work. The boys stood aside and shouted that now everyone will die. The 3 boys stood and begged the golden lion not to touch and kill them. They were so terrified that they tried to hide behind each other. While Foshan was on his knees trying to recover from the lion's blows, Goldie attacked the Foshan brothers and chased them away from Lin Feng and Lin Shen's house. The boys ran away, forgetting even about their older brother. Foshan recovered a little from the blow and called Goldie a monster. Foshan's words. Goldie turned his head, looked at him, growled at the boy with satisfaction, and with his shining eyes struck another blow, launching a stream of energy. Foshan screamed at Goldie's energy punch, clutching his sword with his legs. After the second blow, Foshan realized that there was no point in competing with the golden lion, so he asked for his forgiveness. Goldie decided that it was necessary to deliver a decisive blow to Foshan so that he would no longer be tempted to challenge someone to a fight. The golden lion jumped into the air and hit Foshan with its paw. This fight was watched by Lin Shen, who was very worried about all the participants in the fight. The girl could not stand this sight and called Goldie to her. The golden lion returned to his masters and sat on the threshold beside them. Lin Feng, with a menacing expression, shouted at Foshan to never do that again, otherwise things would end badly. Foshan fled without thinking for a long time. Lin Feng, Lin Xin, and Goldie were standing in the doorway looking after him. Lin Feng was satisfied with Goldie's work, so he patted him on the head and promised to give him a big piece of meat. Goldie was happy. He was already mentally savoring the meat. The evening has already come in the yard. Nature has plunged into silence. Lin Feng was engaged in cultivation at night, absorbing energy. The young man sat in the lotus position and began to absorb the qi of the earth and heaven to improve his strength. This process happened quickly, so the boy hoped that he had reached the first level. It was already morning outside, and Lin Feng was still sitting and absorbing energy, not noticing anything around him. After meditation, the young man noticed that his energy increased, and now he needs to test his abilities in practice. Lin Feng went outside and began to practice fighting techniques to test how much stronger he had become. After a long training and practice, the boy realized that his power had reached the third level. Lin Feng was happy and joyful because he did not expect such results. The door of the house opened, and Lin Shen and Goldie were standing on the threshold, wiping their eyes because they had just woken up. The sister asked Lin Feng why he woke up so early and started training. The boy, with a happy expression on his face, said that now he is so strong that he can pass the exam at Lin Academy. Lin Feng's hand was clenched into a fist, as if all his strength was concentrated in it, and he was afraid of losing it. The academy is located high in the mountains and annually organizes exams that you can pass quite easily and become a student of the academy. The exam is held on Linwei Mountain, where you have to climb different steps. The reward you will receive depends on the number of degrees. To become a student of the Lunar Academy, you need to climb 5 levels. If you reach the top of Linwei Mountain, you can become a disciple of a secret group. In a secret study group, students can practice techniques that are over 1,000 years old. The 3 guys talk about combat levels and the possibility of improving them. During the conversation, the guys actively discuss who is stronger among them. Each of the boys tries to compliment the other, claiming that he has more power. The boys from the other group claim that their brother Li Mo is the strongest because no one can match his strength. The fair-haired boy suggests that Li Mo hold a competition on Mount Lin to determine the strongest among them. Li Mo looked down at the blonde boy and asked him not to touch him as he might fight back. Li Mo's words angered the fair-haired boy, causing his eyes to fill with anger. 2 aggressive guys looked towards the gate and saw someone they didn't like. Lin Feng stood at the gate with his sister and looked at everyone present with a self-confident look. Ling Shen held a small golden lion in her arms, its eyes burning with a flame of curiosity. Lin Feng stretched to stretch his muscles. He decided that he needed to absorb even more earth and heaven chi in order to go back. Lin Feng and Lin Shen stood and looked at everyone present at the Lunar Academy. Lin Shen needed the resources of this academy to recover, and Lin Feng wanted to enter here. The boy turned to his sister, seeing her excited face, and assured her that he would now be able to enter the academy because he had improved his abilities and increased his powers. Lin Shen looked at her brother with joyful eyes and said that she believed in him. The boys who were on the academy grounds stood in the way of Lin Feng and began to say disparagingly that he was incapable of anything and therefore should not even come here. The fair-haired boy's words were unpleasant to Lin Feng, so he approached the brash boy and asked who he was. Lin Feng did not understand why this boy would allow himself to say such a thing to a stranger. Lin Feng heard the threat from the blonde boy and couldn't bear it. He called for Goldie's help and showed whom to order. Goldie took a fighting stance, growled, and prepared to attack. A second later, Goldie was in the air. He roared aggressively, his eyes filled with a white glow that he used as a weapon in battle. The fair-haired boy was scared of the golden lion and started calling for help. His eyes were filled with terror and his voice trembled. Another man came to the aid of the fair-haired boy, who covered him with himself. Goldie could no longer stop himself, so the blow landed on the man, who rushed to help. The man raised his fists and prepared to parry the blow. Lin Feng called Goldie to him, and in a moment the little golden lion was already standing at his feet. The man with a small beard looked sternly at Lin Feng and threatened him with violence. Lin Feng gently patted Goldie's head, showing his good attitude towards him. Goldie closed his eyes contentedly and enjoyed the moment. Lin Feng gritted his teeth aggressively, clenched his fists, and prepared to fight the man. Lin Feng's eyes were filled with anger and determination. As soon as Lin Feng and his opponent prepared to fight, an elderly man with long grey hair appeared in front of them. He ordered to stop the fight. This man turned out to be the Dean of Linu Academy. He asked not to arrange fights on such an important day. On this day, all those who want to join the academy must pass the test and show their skills. Lin Feng did not take the dean's words very seriously as he offered him to witness the battle. The dean reminded the rules of admission to the academy. The one who rises 5 degrees will become an external student of the academy, and the one who rises 30 degrees will become an internal student of the academy. The dean finished his speech and pointed to the mountain with his hand, signaling that it was time to start the test. One of the boys was the first to rush towards the mountain and began to pass the test. The first boy was unable to climb the steps because some unknown force had thrown his balance. After a moment, the first entrant rolled down the steps, losing his balance. The other entrants watched his fall in amazement. Lin Feng and Lin Shen watched everything that happened on the steps. The girl was shocked by the fall of one of the boys as he fell from the first step. Other entrants actively tried to climb the ranks, but it was very difficult. Some fell, some moved up with great difficulty. Li Mo and the blonde boy crawled up the steps, not wanting to give up. Each of them wanted to be better. The fair-haired young man was very happy when he reached the 5th degree, which meant victory and admission to the academy. A proud smile lit up his face. The martial arts masters sitting below recognized the abilities of a fair-haired boy named Ayun. They were sure that one day Ayun would be able to become an internal student of the academy. One of the masters noticed that Li Mo also reached the 5th stage, but he was terribly tired. A guy jumped out of the crowd and shouted to Ayun that he would definitely beat him in the future. Lin Shen raised her head and saw a beautiful fair-haired girl. The girl that Ling Shen noticed looked very defiant. Her clothes were too revealing and her demeanor was loose. Lin Feng was cheerful and wanted to show off in front of others. A good idea came into his head, and he was going to implement it. Lin Feng approached the parents of the entrants, called them to him to offer help. The boy stood in front of his parents and said that he could stop those children who had already advanced on the steps. Lin Feng smiled a devious smile and noted that his help would not be free. Lin Shen overheard her brother's conversation with the parents of the entrants and was surprised. She did not understand how Lin Feng was going to help.
Ling Shen and Goldie looked at Ling Feng without taking their eyes off. The young man told them that he was going to earn money in this way, and he felt that this was a plan.
A serious man with long dark hair turned to Lin Feng and looked at him with interest. The man took out a gold coin from his pocket and promised to give it to Ling Feng if he threw Ayan down. Ling Feng looked at the gold coin with a satisfied look and promised to throw Ayan down as the respected man wished. Lin Feng took the coin and with a determined expression promised to take Ayun down the steps. He was able to do this. Feng in disbelief and pondered how he was going to get Ayun down the stairs. Ling Shen was worried about her brother and dissuaded him from this idea because the pressure on the mountain is very strong and Ling Feng could harm his health. Lin Feng did not understand why his sister was worried so much and he began to comfort her by placing a hand on her shoulder. But Lin Shen still couldn't stay calm because her brother was going into the unknown. Lin Feng sped off, something to climb the mountain. His eyes were burning with excitement and impatience. Lin Feng took the starting position and prepared to climb, not noticing anyone around. Everyone around him watched his preparations, greedily caught his every move. Lin Feng stood on the first step and immediately felt the pressure of the mountain. It was indeed too big for ordinary people, but not for someone like Lin Feng. Such pressure was not a problem for him. The parents of the entrants, standing below and mockingly watching Lin Feng, were certain that the boy would not be able to take even one step. They considered him a fool who did not understand the power of Mount Linwei. The young man understood that the pressure of the mountain was too high, but he was sure that he would be able to climb there. He took the first step and looked down at those who mocked him. The boy resolutely stepped onto the second step without making any effort. He walked easily without straining his body. People who watched him could not believe their eyes. They didn't believe that Lin Feng would be able to move to the second step, but he managed to do it with ease. Ling Shen and Goldie stood at the bottom of the mountain and cheered for their Lin Feng as he climbed the steps, ignoring the jeers of everyone present. The martial artists looked at Lin Feng and couldn't understand how he was climbing up so quickly. Surprise and envy were on their faces. In a few seconds, the boy was able to climb up to the 5th step, so even the dean of the academy noticed him and called him a talented young man. Soon, the boy caught up with Ayun on the stairs, who was very frightened by Lin Feng's appearance. His eyes were horrified as if he had seen a monster. Lin Feng was glad that Ayun looked so scared. The guy decided to scare Ayun even more, so he said that a certain person paid for him to be taken down the stairs. Lin Feng grabbed the fair-haired Ayun by his white shirt and lifted him up in front of him. Ayun was surprised. His eyes filled with fear, but he did not understand how Lin Feng had reached the 10th step so quickly. Ayun down sharply, holding his clothes. Ayun didn't know what was happening to him. He couldn't resist, so he just flew down with Lin Feng, who looked very happy. The fair-haired boy tried to stop Lin Feng with his shouts and threats, but to no avail, and he continued to fly down. A serious man with a small beard saw Ayun in Lin Feng's arms and shouted loudly. The man offered Lin Feng a double fee to let Ayun go and allow him to pass the test. Lin Feng heard the offer from the man below, but proudly refused it. A few seconds later, Lin Feng and Ayun landed near the first step, falling to the ground with a loud thud. Dry earth and sand rose up from such a powerful impact, forming a cloud of dust. Lin Feng got up from the ground, shook himself off, and proudly looked at Ayun, who was still lying unconscious on the ground. The task was completed and the money was spent. Ayun lay on the ground for a long time and could not regain consciousness. His appearance was pitiful. A man with a small beard approached Lin Feng and began to scream eerily. He was very displeased that Lin Feng had pushed Ayun down from the 10th step. His eyes were filled with anger and hatred. Lin Feng did not respond aggressively to the man, but only uttered a few defiant phrases with a calm expression on his face. A man with a small beard approached Lin Feng and with a sly look asked him to lower Li Mo for 1 gold coin. Lin Feng looked firmly into the man's eyes and declared that the price of his services had changed significantly. And now he takes 20 gold coins to get 1 person down the stairs. The man with a small beard widened his eyes and couldn't help but hear the high salary that Lin Feng demanded. The man thought that 20 gold coins were too expensive. The dark-haired man, who was already paying Lin Feng, approached him again with a smiling face. He showed the boy a bag of coins and assured him that he was willing to pay any price for Lin Feng to get the second genius of the Ouchi family off the ladder. Lin Feng laughed loudly and agreed to the offer after seeing the money. The man with the small beard became angry after hearing the conversation between Lin Feng and the dark-haired man with the bag of gold coins. Lin Feng ignored the displeasure of some of the people present and hurried back to the stairs to do his work and collect the gold coins. The boy concentrated and jumped in the direction of the stairs. Seconds later, the boy was gone, and a cloud of dust remained in his place. A few seconds later, there was an unconscious youth lying by the stairs who had been thrown down the stairs by Lin Feng. Lin Feng stood beside him and happily announced that the task was completed. Lin Feng realized that the price for his service could be raised, so he declared that he would throw the entrance off the stairs for 100 gold coins. The restless man with a small beard looked at Lin Feng with a pleading look and asked him to take Li Mo down the stairs for 100 gold coins. It seemed that the man was in a hopeless situation and he was ready to give the last of his money. A dark-haired man with a bag in his hands approached Lin Feng again and offered him as many as 150 coins. The man with a small beard came very close to the dark-haired man that even their faces were touching, glared fiercely into his eyes, and offered Lin Feng 200 gold coins. A bargain began between the two men. Everyone offered more money for Lin Feng's services. The man with a small beard slapped the other man on the face, gave Lin Feng a large bag of coins, and insisted that he take Li Mo down. The situation was tense. Lin Feng grabbed the bag of coins and promised to fulfill the man's wish. The man with a small beard was looking at Lin Feng with incredible satisfaction, who jumped up the stairs and rushed to throw Li Mo down with a snarl. Li Mo stood at the top of the stairs and watched as the mysterious figure approached him at an incredible speed. Li Mo took out his sword and prepared it to repel the unknown warrior's attack. After a moment, Li Mo recognized Lin Feng, who flew up to him. Lin Feng approached Li Mo, boldly threw his sword away with his hand, and clenched his fist to strike. Lin Feng grabbed Limo's shirt and swung to hit him with all his might. Limo stood motionless and watched Lin Feng's actions with horror in his eyes. Lin Feng's fist touched Limo's face, giving him a painful blow. Feng's actions were observed by the dean of the academy. His face looked surprised when he saw the fight between Libo and Lin Feng. The dean was impressed by Lin Feng's abilities and called him a true genius. In a moment, Libo was lying face down on the ground next to the first step, with Lin Feng standing over him, happy that the job was done. With a haughty look, Lin Feng informed everyone present that his services were now worth 400 gold coins. The two men who had already paid Lin Feng for his services admitted that they had no more coins because they had given away everything they had. Lin Feng threw up his hands in annoyance. He thought the local people had a lot of coins, but he was wrong. Appeared in Lin Feng's mind. He knew that there were about 40 men on the mountain. He announced that he would let all the entrants down the mountain if the parents did not pay 10 coins for each. Feng's insolence, so they were ready to execute him. But the presence of the dean of the academy did not allow them to do what they wanted. Lin Feng was steadfast in his intentions. The guy said he would start with the Ojia family. The head of the Ojia family did not have any gold coins with him, so he suggested that Lin Feng take a blue healing pill that was packed in a small box. Another man also offered Lin Feng a yellow pill as he had run out of coins. Lin Feng was satisfied with the things he received and even thanked everyone who paid him. The boy collected everything that was given to him and laughed loudly. Lin Feng remembered that another person had not paid him, so he shifted his gaze to her. The blonde-haired girl with a sassy look really didn't pay for the entrance she came with. The girl looked defiantly at everyone and was not going to pay. Lin Feng was burning with desire to find out who this fair-haired cheeky girl was. The guy really wanted her to pay him money. The men standing by who had already paid Lin Feng laughed softly because they knew that it was better not to touch the fair-haired girl because there could be serious trouble. Lin Shen didn't want her brother to get into a bad story, so she tried to stop him. Lin Feng was no longer unstoppable. He concentrated all his energy, accelerated, pushed off the ground, and flew towards the blonde girl. A second later, the young man found himself next to a fair-haired girl who did not pay him money. Lin Feng, looking displeased, began to find out which family this girl was from and why she had not paid the fee. The girl with long blonde hair was displeased with Lin Feng's behavior and asked him who he was and why he was acting so brazenly. Feng's face contorted with rage as he had not expected such a response. The boy continued to behave aggressively, declaring that he was the one asking the question here. The fair-haired girl looked at Lin Feng with calm eyes, who could not contain his emotions. The girl warned the young man against such behavior because he could be beaten. The girl took a fighting stance and began to concentrate the fighting energy in her hands to strike at Lin Feng. She was determined because she could not bear such an insult. As soon as the girl tried to hit Lin Feng, he began to defend himself using all his strength. The fair-haired girl did not expect to receive such a serious answer. The girl sat on the ground and rubbed her hand that Lin Feng had hit. She didn't expect the boy to have such strength, so she was stunned by such a blow. Lin Feng looked at the girl and openly mocked her as she was weaker than him and could not fight back. The boy called her an old woman who could not stand up to a master like him. The fair-haired girl got up from the ground, took a confident pose, looked haughtily at Lin Feng, and said that she was not old at all, but the same age as the boy. The girl's words made Lin Feng laugh, and he disdainfully turned his head away so as not to even look at her. Feng's behavior angered the fair-haired girl. She could not restrain herself and respond to such an insult. The girl took a fighting stance again and ran up to Lin Feng to strike him. Lin Feng was not confused and firmly grasped the girl's hand, blocking her blow. Feng's hand on her wrist and was unable to strike. Her eyes filled with anger and a desire for revenge. Lin Feng grabbed the girl's hand and threw her over his shoulder, smiling wide. The boy reminded the girl that her strength was no match for his strength, so she should be careful not to rush at him. Of the academy was watching Lin Feng and the fair-haired girl named Bing Ming. He was shocked by the behavior of Lin Feng, who humiliated Bing Ming in front of everyone present. Lin Feng held Bingming on his shoulder and playfully slapped her buttocks, telling her not to move. Bingming cried out in displeasure when Lin Feng hit her on a sensitive spot and vowed to retaliate at all costs. The girl shouted curses at Lin Feng because she was extremely angry. The two men stood below by the stairs and excitedly predicted what would happen to Lin Feng if he threw Bingming down. Judging by their enthusiastic conversation, they would be happy to watch this spectacle. Lin Feng threw Bingming down, not caring about the consequences of such an act. The girl was lying face down and the boy was standing over her. Lin Feng asked where this girl was from and where her family was. Bingming was lying on the ground and couldn't get up, and Lin Feng was persistently searching for her relatives. To Lin Feng, who was very angry. He started picking on Lin Feng because the fair-haired girl he threw to the ground was a teacher at the academy. The dean could not remain silent because this attitude towards teachers is unacceptable. Feng's eyes became huge. He was extremely surprised. He couldn't understand how a 7th-level person could become a teacher at the academy. The dean explained with an angry expression that Bingming was the new alchemist at the academy, although she was still young and she was testing her talent level on the stairs. Lin Shen approached the dean and asked to forgive her brother for such a wrong act. Ling Shen informed that her brother knew very little about the academy and knew nothing at all about the academy's teachers. Ling Shen sternly asked her brother to apologize to the teacher for the insult. Lin Feng approached Bingming, bowed his head to the teacher and greeted him. It seemed that the boy was about to start apologizing. Bingming had already prepared to listen to the boy's apology, but Lin Feng only bowed and immediately said goodbye, after which he fled the academy grounds at breakneck speed. Bingming, Lin Shen and Goldie stood with surprised faces and could not understand the behavior of Lin Feng, who ran away and did not apologize to the academy teacher. Bin Mig became angry after not hearing an apology. Lin Feng escaped from teacher Bingming and ran towards the mountain to pass the test faster before he was suspended and kicked out of the academy grounds. Lin Feng raced towards his goal. He hurried up Mount Linu to pass the test faster. The boy's eyes were determined. He was not going to miss his chance to enter the academy. The dean of the academy looked at Lin Feng in disbelief, but he was willing to give the young man a chance, even though he should have been disqualified for being rude to his teacher. Lin Shen and Goldie stood before the dean of the academy and tearfully begged him not to disqualify Lin Feng. They hoped that the dean had a sensitive heart and would not be able to refuse them. Teacher Bin Ming had a good heart, so she decided to forgive the boy. She turned to Lin Shen and Goldie and said that she did not hold a grudge against Lin Feng. The dean of the academy heard teacher Bing Ming's words, so he gave up on the idea of disqualifying Lin Feng. Calmness appeared on his face, and now it was possible to calmly continue to watch the entrance competition. Ling Shen and Goldie were very grateful to Bing Ming and the dean for forgiving Lin Feng. The sister and the little golden lion were very happy that the situation was resolved as positively as possible. Bing Ming turned back to Lin Shen and Goldie, smiling pleasantly, but this smile was devious and cunning. Bing Ming wanted to take revenge on Lin Feng at the academy, so she decided not to stop him. Lin Feng stood at the foot of Linu Mountain and gathered his strength. He was sure that today he would climb to the top of the mountain and admire the incredible view. The young man did not hesitate for a second and moved up to reach the top as soon as possible and become a student of the academy. The strength and energy in the boy's body was striking. After a few seconds, Lin Feng overtook the other entrants who were still on the 10th step, laughed at them, and moved forward without wasting time. The boy was speeding with an arrow, and all the people were simply delighted with his speed. The boys who were overtaken by Lin Feng suddenly fell down the stairs and began to fall down. The young man turned to look at the boys left behind him. He gave them a scornful look, laughed at them, and moved forward to his goal. The boy's feet were already on the 29th step, so his heart was beating loudly in anticipation of the final. If the boy takes one more step, he will become an internal student of the academy. This thought pleased the boy so much that his eyes burned with inspiration. Lin Feng jumped from the 29th step to the 30th step, which meant victory. This simple boy was able to achieve the impossible and become an inner student of the academy. Lin Shen stood at the foot of the mountain and rejoiced for her Lin Feng, who had managed to achieve incredible success. The men who stood below and watched the ordeal were furious. It was these men who had given all their money to Ling Feng to push their children's competitors down, and now he himself had reached the top of the mountain. Teacher Bing Ming carefully observed Ling Feng, who surprised her with his abilities. She was amazed at his speed and wanted to see which step Ling Feng would stop at. The dean of the academy kept his eyes on Lin Feng's genius. The man was sure that the young man would be able to climb 60 steps. Bin Ming listened to the dean's prediction and disagreed with him because only a small number of students managed to climb the 60 steps. Even the first dean of the academy could only reach the 65th step. The boy climbed higher and higher up to the 40th step, but the pressure also increased as the height increased. Lin Feng was confident in himself and did not believe that the pressure would not stop him halfway. Eventually, Lin Feng passed the 50th step, but continued to push back and move forward. Strength and energy did not leave him, so it was possible not to stop. At the 60th step, the pressure had increased dramatically, making it much more difficult for Lin Feng to move up. Goldie and Ling Shen were downstairs cheering at Ling Feng's achievement. They jumped, screamed and roared, showing their crazy emotions. The dean of the academy saw Lin Feng's incredible result and shouted with joy. Now the dean dreamed of teaching such a student and developing his natural abilities. The dean was sure that the Lin Academy should make every effort to make Lin Feng a true diamond. Bin Mig could see how pleased and inspired the dean had become, but she did not share his admiration. The teacher was still offended by Lin Feng, so she did not appreciate his abilities. After passing the 60th step, Lin Feng felt an increase in pressure. Now it was difficult for him to climb because the high pressure was literally pulling him down, preventing him from going forward. Lin Feng struggled to reposition his legs, trying not to fall. Although it was difficult for the boy to walk, he did not want to stop. He gritted his teeth and forced his body to move on. Lin Feng stopped, raised his head and looked at the top of the mountain. She beckoned him. He really wanted to climb her, so he didn't want to stop, although walking under the pressure of the mountain was difficult, almost impossible. The dean of the academy approached the stairs and announced to everyone present that from today, Linu Academy will be actively engaged in the development of the new genius Lin Feng. All the people present opened their mouths and stood still, listening to the dean's announcement. Lin Feng stood on the 65th step and looked at the top of the mountain. The boy looked at the top with a greedy and determined look and promised himself that he would climb there, regardless of all the difficulties. He really wanted to conquer this peak. Lin Feng gathered his strength, accumulated energy in his body, and rushed to the top. Lin Feng was standing almost at the top of Linu Mountain. He was tired, could not straighten his back and raise his head. The boy was able to write himself into Linu Academy's history, but he didn't want to stop until he reached the top. Lin Shen was genuinely happy for her brother. She hugged Goldie tightly and screamed with happiness. The dean of the academy could not believe what Lin Feng had done. This ordinary boy broke the record and became the best in the history of the academy. The parents of the other entrants stood at the foot of the mountain and accompanied Lin Feng with an envious look. Their faces were excited and their eyes were sad. Teacher Bing Ming raised her beautiful eyes to Lin Mountain and looked at Ling Feng with a mysterious look. She had to recognize his talent because such an achievement could not be underestimated. Lin Feng found it difficult to walk on his own 2 feet, so he crawled up to his dream. On the 66th step, the young man was completely exhausted. He grabbed the ledge of the mountain with his hands and tried to climb to a higher step. Lin Feng ignored the pain that engulfed his body because the boy wanted to surpass his limit and become a legend. Lin Shen did not take her eyes off her brother. She saw how he was suffering and in great pain, so tears flowed from her eyes. Lin Feng climbed to the 98th step and was already in an almost unconscious state. The boy's body was exhausted and he could no longer move. The dean of the academy kept his eyes on Lin Feng's genius and he was worried why the boy stopped and did not move on. The dean was now sure that Linwu Mountain was destined to discover new talents. Lin Feng was lying on the step under the terrible pressure of the mountain and could not climb any further. His teeth were clenched and his eyes were frozen. The boy's sister supported the boy with her cries. The girl shouted words of support at the top of her lungs, straining her voice so that Lin Feng could hear her from a great height. Lin Feng still didn't move, while the dean of the academy was watching the boy intently. The dean's eyes became harsher, displeased. He did not understand why the boy did not climb to the top of the mountain. Lin Feng stretched out his exhausted hand and began to lift his body to the next step. The hand was wounded and bleeding, but this did not stop the brave boy. Lin Feng had almost risen to 99th step, but I didn't have the strength to climb it completely. The pressure on the step was equal to 5,000 jin. It was impossible to bear such pressure, but Lin Feng did not give up and still wanted to reach the top. The boy's determination and courage impressed everyone. Then stood near the mountain. The boy gritted his teeth, making every effort to climb the next step. Lin Feng grabbed the step with his hands and did not let go, straining his muscles. The boy's face was burning with fire. There was not enough air for normal breathing, but in this condition, the boy climbed the last step. Lin Feng climbed to the 100th step, fell dead, and lay there for a long time. His body was on fire, and his mind had completely shut down from such physical exertion. The incredible energy of Linwu Mountain enveloped Lin Feng's body. Lin Feng accomplished the impossible by climbing to the very top of Linwu Mountain. A light shone on the top of the mountain, which meant that for the first time a person appeared on the top of Linwu Mountain. Lin Feng stood on top of the mountain and admired the fantastic view. It seemed that a lone human figure flew over the mountains and hovered above them in the air. Lin Feng stood up and took a confident stance, surveying everything around him. He looked like a deity who had risen so high that he would now be unable to descend to ordinary mortals. Ling Shen fell to her knees and cried with happiness, unable to believe her eyes. Her life will definitely change, because now her brother has become a record holder. The dean of the academy and Bing Ming stood looking at Lin Feng, who was on top of Lin. The dean of the academy was delighted because they had a spiritual disciple. Teacher Bing Ming was displeased and reluctant to acknowledge Lin Feng's success. Lin Feng was winged and happy as he stood on the very top of Mount Lin. Peace and harmony reigned in the boy's soul. He felt that his body was enriched with energy and became stronger. Suddenly, a thought came to Lin Feng's head. He immediately switched to her. The boy remembered the secret technique of the Lin Wu ancestral family Shan, which he must gain access to after reaching the summit of Mount Linwu. This technique is recorded in a blue book with thick bindings. As soon as Lin Feng thought about the technique of the Lin Wu ancestral family Shan, a blue book appeared in his hands. The boy examined the book and was happy, because now he could familiarize himself with the secret technique. The boy opened the book, read the first page, and was a little disappointed. The technique of the Lin Wu family Shan did not give extraordinary knowledge and skills, but only taught basic skills. There are different techniques in martial arts. Some are weaker, others are stronger. Lin Feng closed the book, looked at it with a smile, and realized that this book would not be of any use to him. In a past life, the young man was a saint, so the book won't teach him anything new, but you can make good extra money from it. Lin Feng came down from the mountain and stood before the people. Everyone around him looked at him as if he were a god and could not hide their admiration. The young man was pleased with the reaction of the people. Lin Shen ran to her brother and hung on his neck, overjoyed. The girl was so afraid of losing her brother that now she could not stop the flow of her emotions. Goldie the little lion was also happy to see his owner, so he jumped up and grabbed his pants. The boy put his hand on his sister's shoulder and reassured her, saying that he was fine. The dean of Linwu Academy was so delighted with Lin Feng's abilities and skills that he could not hide his blissful smile. The man asked the boy if Lin Feng was ready to become a spiritual disciple of the academy. Lin Feng did not think long about the dean's proposal and immediately agreed to study at the academy. But the boy warned that he wanted to study alchemy. The dean was amazed at Ling Feng's wish, as the boy's talent was too unique to devote to alchemy. The dean became upset and began to persuade Ling Feng not to devote his life to alchemy, but to focus on cultivating strength. Ling Shen did not expect to hear such a wish from her brother because he had never been interested in alchemy before. The girl's eyes were filled with sadness because she did not understand her brother. The boy did not want to explain his decision to his sister, but only smiled slyly. Lin Feng believed that the Academy's combat techniques would be of no use to him, but the Academy's valuable resources could be obtained during alchemy classes. Bing Ming, the alchemy teacher, intervened in the conversation and confidently supported Lin Feng's decision. The girl believed that alchemists were the most respected and promising people on the continent. Bing Ming looked at Ling Feng with a mysterious look and smiled slyly at him. Lin Feng looked at the alchemy teacher and once again emphasized that he wanted to become an alchemist. The dean could not accept the decision of the genius Ling Feng and begged him not to rush, as this decision could become fateful. The man was nervous and rubbed his long blonde beard with his hand. Lin Feng stood in front of the dean and assured the man in a firm voice that this decision was final. After hearing Lin Feng's words, the dean was finally upset, covering his eyes in despair. The dean was very sorry that such a talent would not be developed. Lin Feng approached Bing Ming, stood in front of her and asked what she was teaching at Lin Academy. The girl looked intently at the boy, her hands folded under her mantle. The girl laughed out loud as she understood the situation Lin Feng was in. He did not know that this particular teacher, whom he managed to insult during the test, was an alchemy professor. Bin Ming leaned over to the boy and happily informed him that she was the only alchemy professor in the academy. The girl wondered why Lin Feng was so tired of studying alchemy. Lin Shen and the dean of the academy did not understand how Lin Feng and Bing Ming could get along and work together after their recent conflict. This situation was extremely confusing and even funny. When Ling Feng learned that Bing Ming was an alchemy professor, his face twisted in surprise. He didn't understand how he would now learn from this girl after the recent conflict. Bing Ming was not going to look at Ling Feng's frightened face. She turned towards the gate, said goodbye to the boy, and headed for the exit. Lin Feng was so upset that he couldn't look up and enjoy his recent success. The boy understood that now his life will be difficult, so teacher Bin Ming will not miss the chance to take revenge for the insult. The dean of the academy approached the boy, put his hand on his shoulder, and urged him to think again about his choice. The dean promised to take the boy to his place to study if he suddenly got bored of alchemy. Ling Feng thanked the dean for his concern and asked him to tell about the Ling Wu ancestral family's technique, Shan, which is described in the Blue Book. Dean listened to the boy and agreed to tell about the mysterious technique. As it turned out, it is not difficult, and even a person without talent can understand it. Lin Feng showed the Blue Book to the dean and asked if he could sell it, as it was of no value to him. The dean looked at the boy with sad eyes, sighed slowly, and said that the book could be sold if Lin Feng wanted to. Lin Feng smiled slyly, mentally calculating the amount of money he could make from this sale. 125. A man with a small beard approached Ling Feng and in a pleading voice asked to give the Blue Book with the mysterious technique for a certain time for his family. The man was very interested in her, but he had no money with him. The dark-haired man jumped up to Ling Feng and offered him 1,000 gold coins for a Blue Book with a mysterious technique. Lin Feng stood with his head proudly raised and listened to all the suggestions from interested people. The dark-haired man really wanted to get the Blue Book with the mysterious technique, but Lin Shen didn't even agree to sell it. Lin Feng agreed to give the book to review for 100 gold coins. The dean of the academy overheard the conversation between Lin Feng and the two men who wanted to purchase a book with a unique technique. The dean was furious because it was an immoral act to sell such a valuable book. The dark-haired man happily handed the bag of gold coins into Ling Feng's hands to look at the Blue Book. Lin Feng opened a book with a mysterious technique, turned it towards the long-haired man, and gave it to him to read. The man began to read the book, but after a couple of minutes, Lin Feng closed it and did not let the man finish even the first paragraph. Lin Feng thought that such a valuable book could only be read for a few minutes for 100 gold coins. Lin Feng raised the price for a short viewing of the book up to 1,000 gold coins. The boy was sure that there would be those willing. A man with a small beard offered, held out a bag of gold coins, led his son Ayun up, and asked Lin Feng to let him see the book. Lin Feng opened the book, allowing Ayun to read the contents of the book. Ayun eagerly looked at the book, not missing a single word. After a few minutes, Lin Feng's hand closed the book right in front of Ayun's eyes, who managed to read only 2 sentences but did not even remember them. This behavior of Lin Feng angered Ayun. Ayun was out of control. His eyes burning with anger, he shouted at Lin Feng that even a fee of 10,000 gold coins would not allow him to read the book completely. Ayun's tantrum did not confuse Lin Feng at all. He just looked at the excited boy with happy eyes and was glad that he could get rich with the help of this book. The man with a small beard returned to his children, after which he ordered them to go home and bring back all the gold that was left. The other man lost no time, also returned to his children and sent them home to collect the money. The children turned towards the gate and rushed headlong to fulfill their parents' request. Lin Feng crouched on the ground, holding a bag of gold coins in his hands. The guy suggested not to hurry, but to get in line with everyone who wants to, so that there would be no confusion and fights. The sun was beginning to sink below the horizon, and Lin Feng felt very exhausted after climbing to the top of Linu Mountain today. The boy did not want to wait for the children to bring money from home and announced that he was leaving the territory of the academy. Lin Feng said goodbye to everyone present, threw the bag of things on his back, and headed home. The father asked Ayun if he wrote down anything while reading the book with the mysterious technique. Ayun threw up his hands because he didn't even have time to remember what he read in the book. Ayun's father was furious, his eyes shining with rage because the money spent had not brought any benefit. Ayun was never able to familiarize himself with the mysterious technique that was recorded in the blue book. Lin Feng took the money and cheated them. Another man who paid a lot of coins to Lin Feng also realized that he had become a victim of Lin Feng's tricks. The man's screams echoed throughout the neighborhood. He promised to find the boy and kill him. The dean of the academy heard the cries of disgruntled parents but did not go out to talk to them. He only watched their actions and thought about Lin Feng. The man understood that Lin Feng was in a difficult situation and it was not known how the boy would get out of it. When Lin Feng came home with his sister, he poured all the gold and coins he had earned at Lin Academy out of the bag. Lin Shen and Goldie stared at the pile of gold with huge eyes. Ling Shen took several coins in her palms and brought them closer to her eyes, as if she was trying to reassure herself that the money was real. The girl had never seen so much money in her life. Lin Feng looked at his sister with satisfied eyes and promised her that he would not let her live in poverty.
Lin Feng, Ling Shen, and Goldie sat by the pile of gold, admiring it and playing. Lin Feng was not very happy about the gold because he had other thoughts in his mind. Lin Feng was sure that he would suffer in the academy, so there was no reason to be happy.
The boy put the necessary amount of gold coins in a bag and was going to go to the city to buy equipment for classes at the academy. Lin Feng warned his sister about his departure and headed for the door. The sun shone brightly over the gates of Linu Academy. The territory of the academy was crowded. Students occasionally passed through the gate. 2 young men in school uniform are bored in the courtyard of the academy. The boys turned their gaze to the gates of the academy and saw the uninvited guests. Everyone present carefully watched the figures approaching them. 2 unremarkable figures moved from the side of the gate towards the center of the academy courtyard. Lin Feng walked confidently, with his sister and Goldie by his side. The boy wore golden armor and felt so confident that all the students present at the academy could not take their eyes off him. Lin Feng and Lin Shen entered the academy grounds, and the students outside the gate stared after them for a long time. When Lin Feng and his sister entered the interior of Lin Academy, they found themselves the center of attention. The students of the academy recognized Lin Feng and began to talk among themselves about yesterday's events. The boys remembered perfectly how Lin Feng had earned money yesterday. Lin Feng's sister worried about her brother. She noticed that his behavior had become strange lately, so he might be in trouble at the academy. Ling Feng looked sternly at the little lion Goldie and instructed him to look after Ling Shen. The little lion roared in response to Lin Shen's command. 3 students of the academy, who were already familiar with Goldie, froze in place with fear. Bin Ming was resting in the alchemy department. She lay down on a deck chair and was in a state of meditation. There was silence all around, and it seemed that no one could disturb the harmony in this place. Suddenly appeared at the door of Bing Ming's office. He was in a good mood, happily greeted the teacher. In Bing Ming's hands was a small whip, with which she promised to whip Ling Feng if he would so contemptuously enter the professor's office. In a moment, the hoist was on the floor because Bing Ming let go of it. Lin Feng stood before the alchemy teacher wearing his new armor that he had purchased yesterday. The girl was stunned by his appearance, so her eyes were focused exclusively on the young man's outfit. The boy was glad that the teacher appreciated his new armor. He proudly replied that the new armor would help him during his training. Bing Ming jumped to Ling Feng and tried to pull the armor from his body. The girl really wanted to torture him, but the armor would not allow her to do it. Lin Feng jumped away from the teacher, not understanding what she wanted to do to him. Bin Ming never managed to remove the armor from the new student. Bin Mig looked at Ling Feng with a sneer, throwing a few scathing words at him. Lin Feng decided to make fun of the teacher as well. Therefore, he declared that he had no clothes under his armor. Bin Ming simply snorted in response to such frankness and said nothing. Bin Ming announced with a satisfied look that her new student would be introduced to the cauldron today. Lin Feng needs to familiarize himself with the functions and structure of the cauldron in order to further study alchemy. Lin Feng began to rub his hands and asked for the cauldron to be given to him for training. Bing Ming showed with her hand where the cauldron was. Meanwhile, Ling Feng carefully examined the teacher. Not far from Bing Ming. He looked completely different from what Lin Feng had imagined. Lin Feng stood in front of the giant cauldron and stared at it for a long time. This device was so large that his eyes could not fully cover it. The boy carefully looked at the boiler. It seemed to him that it was not a cauldron, but a real furnace, which was even bigger than Lin Feng's house. Lin Feng reached out to the cauldron and tried to lift it to determine the weight. Lin Feng lifted the huge cauldron and determined its weight to be approximately 5,000 pounds. The boy assumed that such a vessel could be used for training and cultivation. Bin Ming stood there looking shocked and not like herself. She wondered if Ling Feng was human. Lin Feng raised the cauldron above his head and ran with it smugly in front of teacher Bing Ming to show off his strength. Lin Feng's stone slabs were cracking under his feet from such a run. Feng's run with the heavy cauldron caused the ground to shake. The students of the academy thought that an earthquake had started. Bing Ming couldn't bear to watch Ling Feng's antics, so she shouted loudly to stop him. The girl did not want Lin Feng to destroy Lin Academy. Lin Feng did not take the teacher's words seriously. He covered his ears with his fingers and did not admit his guilt. Bing Ming was worried and lay down on the sunbed to recover from her worries. The girl made a remark to Lin Feng and said that he was abnormal. Lin Feng prepared to catch the piece of parchment on which the rules for handling the cauldron were written. The guy was in a good mood and didn't think he was behaving wrong. Bing Ming tossed the parchment to her new student, clashing bitterly. The boy raised his hand and grabbed the parchment that the teacher threw to him. The boy intended to immediately start studying the instructions. Lin Feng unfolded the parchment and scanned the text with smiling eyes. The boy did not like the teacher's handwriting and decided to inform her about it, although he understood that this remark would make her angry. Bing Ming was shocked at the impudence and rudeness of her student, who did not like her handwriting on the parchment. She got up from the lounger and shouted to Lin Feng to remember his place in the academy and not forget him. Lin Feng looked through the instructions for using the boiler. The boy noted that teacher Bing Ming's handwriting is bad, but her explanations are very good. Therefore, the boy was sure that he would understand how to use the boiler. The young man opened the folded parchment and immersed himself in the instructions. Lin Feng became engrossed in reading and could no longer tear himself away from the basic theory of alchemy. Feng's eyes were fixed on the parchment. The theory of alchemy was a new science to him. So the boy was interested. The boy was still standing in front of teacher Bing Ming, holding the parchment in his hands. The teacher was tired of waiting for Lin Feng, so she asked if he had worked through the instructions. The teacher got up from the couch, approached Lin Feng, and began to question him about the theoretical part of the instruction. The boy proudly answered the teacher's first question without thinking for a second. Bin Ming failed to humiliate the boy. The young man knew that the teacher wanted to humiliate him, so he emphasized that he has a very good memory. Lin Feng read 3,000 books on the Holy Mountain and still remembers every one of them. Bin Ming was embarrassed and lowered her eyes. She explained to the boy that she did not expect such a quick and correct answer from him, so tomorrow she would start teaching Lin Feng how to make pills. The boy looked carefully at the teacher and agreed with her. He assured the teacher that he has a natural talent, so everything will work out very quickly for him. Lin Shen stood in the courtyard of Lin Academy waiting for Lin Feng. Soon, the brother came out of Bin Ming's office in high spirits. All the students looked at the cheerful Lin Feng without taking their eyes off. The young man's sister saw her brother and joy filled her heart. The girl waited for him for so long and thought that some trouble had happened to him again. The 3 academy students that Lin Feng had fought with earlier were showing their displeasure. They wanted Lin Feng to receive what he deserved from the alchemy teacher, but the young man came out safe and sound, so their dream did not come true. Evening fell on earth. Lin Feng walked out of the house and sat down in front of the hills. The boy was going to be alone with nature and accumulate energy so that classes at the academy would be easier for him. The boy sat down in the lotus position, relaxed his body and let go of his thoughts. He had to fall into a state of deep meditation in order to restore his energy and reach a new level. Qi energy enveloped the young man and began to penetrate the body in the form of green fireflies. Dawn has come. Lin Feng was still sitting by the hills and absorbing the energy of the earth. Lin Feng approached the rock to test his new power that he had gained at the top of Linu Mountain. He raised his eyes and surveyed the entire rock. She was huge and powerful looking. The young man began to strike the rock, but it could not withstand the onslaught of such a powerful master. The rock began to disintegrate into stones that fell down, bypassing Lin Feng. The boy was pleased with his new opportunities.
Lin Feng clenched his fists as hard as he could and forced out a faint smile.
Lin Feng raised his head, his eyes blazing with pleasure, and he felt incredibly confident. Now he knew for sure that in this body he would become even stronger than in his previous life. Linu Academy stands on the slopes of perennial mountains, covered with a mysterious fog. Lin Feng had already arrived at the academy and was working alone with the cauldron, even though teacher Bing Ming hadn't even come to the boy yet. Bing Ming came out of her office, saw Lin Feng by the cauldron, and asked when he would start doing something. The teacher was bored. She expected that her gifted student, who does not even need to be taught anything, would show her a masterclass. The guy was focused and steadfast. His face had a mask of indifference. Apparently, no one and nothing could remove this mask from him. The girl saw that a green haze appeared around the boy's body, which meant that Lin Feng had already reached the 5th skill level. Bing Ming couldn't help feeling jealous. Afterwards, Bing Ming calmed down and looked at Lin Feng carefully. Although the girl despised the boy for his uncultured behavior, but his talent made her feel respect for him. Lin Feng looked into the cauldron. Large clouds of steam and clots of energy poured out of him in a powerful stream, making it difficult for Lin Feng to stand on his feet. The boy stayed on his feet, covered the cauldron with a lid, and decided that he should be more careful with qi energy. Lin Feng moved away from the cauldron and channeled the energy from his hands directly to the device. It was the 8th attempt to create a pill, but Lin Feng did not give up and believed in success. The boy gritted his teeth and focused his gaze on the cauldron. The cauldron boiled, and a large lump of energy began to form into a pill. Bin Mig couldn't believe what was happening. Only yesterday this rude and strange student came to study with her, and already today he created a pill on his own, without the help of a teacher. The girl thought that Lin Feng was a real treasure. Lin Feng stared intently at the pill that began to form from the core. The first form of the pill was already ready, so the process was already established. In the cauldron, the pill actively changed its shape and emitted energy. Incredible processes took place in the boiler. Lin Feng carefully observed the cauldron and the processes inside it. The boy expected the pill to thicken and become harder. After a couple of seconds, the boy took out a round pink pill from the cauldron and looked at it with blissful eyes. Lin Feng had done everything right, so he was incredibly happy. Teacher Bingming opened her mouth and stared at the pill that Lin Feng took out of the cauldron with round eyes. The guy was able to make the pill in just 4 hours without her help, so the girl was surprised. Lin Feng stood smiling in front of the teacher, showing her a red pill. The guy looked incredibly pleased. Bin Mig decided that it was not necessary to immediately praise the boy, because then he would not feel the ground under his feet and would show off terribly. The girl said that the pill was well made, but it could have been made even better. Lin Feng spread his arms, showing that he had done his best. The boy took the pill in 3 hours, but the teacher still found a reason to find fault with him. So he asked how long it takes the teacher to make such a pill. The girl blushed and was embarrassed, but tried not to show it. She pretended to cough. Bin Ming could not tell her student that she had been taking the pill for 3 days. Bing Ming stood in front of Ling Feng with a sad expression. She did not want to acknowledge Ling Feng's talent. Bin Ming grabbed the boy's cheeks and gave him a little tug. The boy covered his eyes and blushed. The teacher told Ling Feng that she was giving him 3 months to create the 7 basic pills. The girl believed that this time was enough for the student to cope with his task and demonstrate his talent. Lin Feng looked confidently at the teacher, confidence shining in his eyes. He assured the girl that he would be able to make all the pills in half a month. Half a month has passed. There were 7 plates of colourful pills on the table in Bin Ming's office. Lin Feng did the teacher's task and brought the pills to her office for her to check and evaluate his work. Bin Ming walked over to the plates and stared at the pills in surprise, rubbing her eyes. The girl thought it was all a dream, but it was reality. Lin Feng stood behind the teacher, leaning against the wall, and assured the teacher that this was not a dream. The girl picked up 1 pill from the plate and looked at it for a long time. She asked the student if he had really created all 7 kinds of pills. Lin Feng stood behind the teacher wearing golden armor and glasses. He boasted that he was able to make not only 7 types of pills, but 5 others. But they are not ready yet. Bingming looked at her student with admiration that was impossible to hide. She couldn't underestimate Lin Feng anymore and said that his talent would help him become a true legend on the continent. Lin Feng was pleased with the teacher's praise. He did everything for her to praise him and recognize his talent, and finally that day came. The teacher looked kindly at Lin Feng and thought about his future. The girl remembered that she became a good alchemist in 6 months, and this young man was able to become a master in only half a month. She was sure that fame and honor awaited Lin Feng. The girl changed her mind about Lin Feng. She could see a genius in him. Lin Feng and Bing Ming were in the study and continued their conversation. Suddenly, a short growl was heard from behind the door. The teacher and the student simultaneously looked at the door. Ling Feng thought he heard Goldie's voice. He couldn't understand what the little lion was doing on the Linu Academy grounds. Lin Shen was sitting in the middle of Linu Academy's courtyard, and next to her was the golden lion Goldie. Opposite the girl and the lion was a fair-haired academy student who wanted to get something from Lin Shen. Almost all the students gathered around them and watched the scene with curiosity in their eyes. Ling Shen looked down at her opponent while the golden lion Goldie roared aggressively, preventing the fair-haired girl from approaching her and Ling Shen. The blonde girl demanded that Goldie the lion be given to her in exchange for 2 spirit pills. The girl stared intently at Ling Shen while holding a whip in her hands. Lin Shen gathered her strength and stood up. She refused to give Goldie back because he was part of her family. Lin Shen's refusal made the fair-haired academy student very angry, so she unsheathed her whip and told Lin Shen that she was giving her one last chance to agree. Lin Shen looked at the fair-haired girl with evil eyes, took Goldie in her arms, held her close, and once again answered that she would not sell her pet. The other students of Linu Academy stood aside and watched the conflict. The girls actively talked among themselves in whispers. From their conversation, it became clear that the fair-haired aggressive girl's name is Mojan, and it is better not to get in her way. Mojan swung her whip to strike Lin Shen, who could not defend herself. Goldie the Golden Lion rushed to protect Lin Shen. He broke free from her grasp and rushed to Mojan to stop her. Mojan sent her whip at Gold to repel his attack. The girl acted quickly and cold-bloodedly, as if she had no feelings. Goldie approached Mojani, but she hit him on the head, causing him to lose his balance and stop. Mojan was satisfied with her act. She began to threaten the little lion, promising to kill him if he did not go with her. Goldie was sitting across from Mojan, covering one eye in pain. Lin Shen stood behind Goldie and looked in horror at her little lion being hit so hard. Ling Shen grabbed Goldie and took her into her arms to comfort and pet her. The little lion cub sat quietly and submissively in the arms of its owner, suffering from pain. Mojan stood with a steadfast gaze and continued to threaten Ling Shen. Lin Shen was crying, begging the girl to stop and not touch her and Goldie anymore. Mojan exploded in anger when she heard her name from Lin Shen's mouth. This arrogant girl believed that no one had the right to call her by her first name. Mojan wanted to teach Ling Shen the harshest way. She straightened her whip and swung to strike Ling Shen. The students of the academy watched the massacre of Lin Shen by Mojan with frightened faces. The girls knew very well that Mojan was merciless and would stop at nothing. Lin Shen closed her eyes, hugged Goldie tightly, and prepared to strike. In her mind, the girl asked her brother for forgiveness. The girl opened her eyes and saw her brother in front of her. He came to her aid when she least expected it. Mojan was enraged by Ling Feng's prank, who jumped out into the courtyard, grabbed her whip, and prevented her from hitting Ling Shen. The girl began to find out how he dares to stand in her way. Lin Feng held the whip in his hand and glared at Mojan, as if he was going to destroy her with his evil gaze. Mojan held the whip firmly in her hand and did not allow it to be torn from her hands. The girl looked at Lin Feng with hatred, not allowing her to say her name. Feng's eyes were focused and serious. The boy was burning with the desire to show Mojan her place and take revenge for her sister so that no one else would dare to insult her, even mentally. Mojan was angry and wanted to kill Lin Feng. She prepared to strike the boy. Lin Feng was a 5th-level warrior, so he could defeat Mojan, who was only a 2nd-level warrior. The boy concentrated all his strength and energy in his hands and prepared for battle. Lin Feng blinded Mojan with the energy that filled his body. The girl had to cover her face with her hands to avoid burns. After a couple of seconds, Mojan was already flying in the air, not understanding what had happened to her. Lin Feng delivered a lightning strike, so Mojan didn't even have time to orient herself in space and defend herself. Mojan landed on the ground and could not get up on her own. Blood appeared on the girl's face from the blow. Lin Feng quickly approached Mojan, who was still lying on the ground and could not get up. The guy wanted to strike again so that Mojan, I remembered him for the rest of my life. The boy raised his leg and concentrated on the shot. Mojan looked at Ling Feng with a pleading look. She was afraid of his strength, so she began to threaten. The girl shouted that she was teacher Mo's granddaughter Zanya, so he has no right to kill her. Lin Shen saw that her brother was going to kill Mojan, but she couldn't let him do it and ruin his life. The girl got up from the ground and ran to her brother to stop him and calm him down. Lin Feng did not pay attention to Mojan and Ling Shen's words. He resolutely hit Mojan directly on the head. The guy was in such an angry state that no one would stop him from this act. Mojan lost consciousness from a strong blow from Lin Feng. Sparks flew from her eyes and foam came from her mouth. Lin Feng saw Mojan unconscious and lying motionless on the ground. Although Lin Feng was extremely angry, he could not kill Mojun now. The boy understood that then he would lose his sister forever, and he promised to protect her all his life. The boy turned back and saw his sister, who stopped next to him and breathed a sigh of relief. She was relieved because Lin Feng did not have time to do something irreparable and was able to stop in time. Lin Feng took out a bottle of blue pills and gave a few to his sister so that she could recover from the fight with Mozan. The boy was very happy to see Goldie because he had defended Lin Shen so bravely. Lin Feng praised his little golden lion for his bravery and gave him one blue pill. The girls in the academy courtyard were still standing and discussing the details of today's fight among themselves. They were sure that Lin Feng would now be punished for the massacre of Mojun. Appeared in the courtyard of the academy. Judging by his appearance, he was very angry. The man had clearly come to intercede for Mojun, as he was quickly approaching Lin Feng and submerging him. The man said that Lin Feng would now be expelled from school, so he might not come tomorrow. Lin Feng did not take the aggressive man's words seriously. The boy mockingly asked the man what would happen if he came to school tomorrow. The man scolded Lin Feng and could not leave Lin Feng alone. The man continued to shout and threaten Lin Feng with death while staring at him. Lin Feng was not intimidated by the teacher's threats and proudly stood in front of him, showing his readiness to engage in battle with him. It didn't matter to the boy who this man was, he only wanted to restore justice and teach those who had offended his sister. Feng's stern gaze and the energy emanating from the boy's body. Teacher Bin Ming appeared in the courtyard of the academy. She approached the aggressive man who wanted to kill Lin Feng from behind and called out to him. The girl wanted to know what he wanted to do with her student. As it turned out, the old evil man's name was Bai Bao. He immediately turned around when he heard Bing Ming's voice. He didn't expect to see her here, so he felt awkward in front of the teacher. The students watched with interest the conflict that broke out in the yard and whispered among themselves. Bing Ming meticulously interrogated Bai Bao, who was rubbing his head and feeling insecure. Bin Ming wanted to hear his version of what happened, but he couldn't even form a sentence properly because of the excitement. Teacher Bing Ming criticized Bai Bao for his attitude towards student Lin Feng. Bai Bao felt ashamed and began to make excuses, assuring the girl that he didn't mean to do anything bad to Lin Feng. Bin Ming accused Mojun of aggressive and despotic behavior, which is completely unbecoming of a student of Lin Academy. The teacher was not afraid to say these words in front of all the students and in the presence of Mojun. Teacher Bin Ming justified her student, claiming that he did not want to hurt Mojun, but only defended himself from her aggression. The students of the academy heard all the words of the main actors of this conflict and could not believe their ears when they heard the speech of teacher Bin Ming. The girls were shocked by this turn of events. Lin Feng heard Bing Ming's words, but he didn't believe it was true. The boy leaned over to Ling Shen and asked her if Bing Ming really put all the blame on Mojun. Everyone was surprised and kept silent, watching the further development of events. Bing Ming took a break, and after a couple of minutes, she finally took Lin Feng's side, saying that Mojun deserved what Lin Feng did to her in the academy courtyard. The teacher's face expressed confidence. She did not doubt her words. The elderly man who had threatened Lin Feng with violence tried to explain the situation to teacher Bing Ming. The man kept talking about Elder Mo Shanya, to whom he must report on this case. Teacher Bing Ming remarked that she would be able to deal with Elder Mo herself. I appreciate it. The teacher also ordered the man to leave the academy and never return here. The elderly man who had been arguing with Lin Feng was shocked by Bing Ming's words. His face contorted. He did not think that it would come to dismissal from the academy. The man tried to persuade the teacher not to fire him and actively made excuses to her. A powerfully built man in a dark brown robe stepped out from the crowd and approached Bing Ming. He was angry with her because she dared to exonerate Lin Feng and blame Mojun. The dean went down to the academy yard to sort out the conflict situation. A man in a dark brown robe of insult appealed to the dean to restore justice, since Lin Feng had injured Mojun. Teacher Bin Ming stood next to her student. The girl informed the dean that Lin Feng had surpassed Mojun, so he had more rights. Bingming got as close as she could to the dean and whispered to him that Ling Feng was now an alchemist of Dansha novice rank. The dean's eyes grew round with surprise. Dean returned to Bingming and asked her about Ling Feng once more. The dean could not believe in such an incredible progress of the new student of the academy. Teacher Bingming confirmed her words, looking meekly at the dean. After the words of Teacher Bingming, the dean no longer wanted to listen to complaints about Lin Feng's genius. The dean ordered everyone to disperse and not touch the boy again. Mojun once more. He wanted the dean to find Ling Feng guilty of the conflict and punish him, but the dean was adamant and ordered the elder not to interfere in children's conflicts. Dean covered his eyes and thought that Lin Feng had become a Danshu rank alchemist, so he was much more important than Mojun. The dean's conscience was clear. Elder Mo listened to the dean's order, bowed, and stopped attacking Ling Feng, resigning himself to the dean's will. Teacher Bingming turned back to Ling Feng and with a displeased look began to scold him for his problematic behavior. The girl advised the young man to thank her at least for the help in solving today's conflict. Lin Feng did not want to thank the teacher for her help and patronage. He behaved like a child who simply did not want to do something. Feng's sister couldn't bear to look at her brother's behavior, so she forcefully bent him over and bowed to Teacher Bingming herself. Lin Shen thanked the teacher instead of her brother. The teacher liked Lin Shen and her behavior. She advised the girl not to come to the outer part of the academy anymore and promised to find a teacher for her. Lin Shen did not expect to get the chance to enter the academy. In the girl's soul, emotions mixed in a strange way, and she looked confused. With a strange expression on his face, Lin Feng began to remove the golden armor from his body. The young man took off all his golden armor and bowed before Teacher Bingming, thanking her for helping his sister. The boy stood in front of the teacher, almost naked. Bingming and Ling Shen covered their eyes so as not to see the naked Ling Feng. Bingming chatted sweetly with Ling Feng and Ling Shen. The girl was glad that she had solved today's problem, but she understood that she could not interfere in the problems of the younger generation. Lin Feng assured the teacher that he would deal with the problems of the younger generation because he had the power of a level 5 master, and such situations would only harden his body and spirit. A large number of students gathered in the battle arena of Li New Academy. The students of the academy were talking about the fight between Lin Feng and Mojun. The boys couldn't understand how Lin Feng was able to defeat a second-rank warrior. The fair-haired youth decided that it was the golden armor that helped Ling Feng win over the other warriors. He believed that without the armor, Lin Feng would not be able to compete with the strong students of the academy. One of the young men saw Lin Feng approaching the crowd and shouted loudly, appeared in the arena, and immediately became the center of attention. This guy was Brother Ocean, who was fully equipped and ready for battle. Brother Ocean is one of the best students in the school. He had a lot of combat experience, so almost no one could defeat him in battle. The boy was confident, his eyes were focused, and behind his back he had a sword. Ocean came to teach Ling Feng and avenge Mojun. The boy shouted Lin Feng's name and challenged him to a fight. Ocean's gaze was full of hatred and determination, so he was ready to start the competition immediately. Lin Feng was not afraid of Ocean's pressure. He clenched his fists and prepared for battle. Ocean took out his sword, grasped it firmly in his hand, and held it out in front of him. The boy was in a fighting position and shouted insulting phrases in the direction of Lin Feng. The boys who had fought Ling Feng before and were left crippled cheered for Ocean and dreamed that he would avenge them. Ling Shen and Goldie worried about their Ling Feng and supported him as much as they could. Lin Feng took a fighting stance and began teasing Ocean to come up and join the fight. Lin Feng wasn't afraid of a fight, he just wanted to test his new strength. Ocean jumped into the air, aimed his sword, and directed his body towards Ling Feng to strike him from the air. Lin Feng carefully watched the figure of Ocean, which was inexorably approaching, but it seemed to Lin Feng that Ocean was moving too slowly. Lin Feng gathered his strength, dismissed all unnecessary thoughts, concentrated his energy in his body, and jumped into the air to meet Ocean. Ocean saw Lin Feng approaching him quickly, but he couldn't understand how he managed to do so. Ocean and Lin Feng got as close as possible to each other and started the battle. Ocean swung his sword in an attempt to strike the opponent, but Lin Feng was very fast and dodged the sword all the time. The boys landed to continue the fight on the hard surface. Lin Feng and Ocean tried their best to come out victorious. Feng's body emitted a lot of energy, which scattered in streams in the air. Lin Feng knelt down to rest and think about his battle tactics. Ocean looked down on his opponent and wanted to humiliate him. Ocean stated that without the golden armor, Lin Feng was unable to win in battle. Ocean raised his sword to his face, energized it, and prepared for the next phase of the battle. The guy was determined to take revenge for Mrs. Mojan. His face was menacing and implacable. Ocean raised his sword above his head and summoned the energy of the sky to his aid. Energy began to flow to the sword. Lin Feng wasted no time. He summoned yellow-level energy and it appeared in his hands. Lin Feng gathered his strength and launched a blow at his opponent who was not yet ready to repel the attack. Feng's and Ocean's energy mixed together and it was impossible to understand what was happening. The boys present watched with horror the clash of two powerful masters. Ocean couldn't believe that his sword had been destroyed by Lin Feng's attack. The boy saw the sword shatter into small pieces of metal. Ocean stared at the destroyed sword for a long time and could not return to the fight. Lin Feng waited for his opponent to come to his senses and continue the competition. Lin Feng raised his hand, used his new power, and delivered a final blow to Ocean. A second later, Ocean fell to the ground in a lump, right in front of a crowd of curious academy students. Lin Feng was satisfied with his work and his new strength. Lin Shen and Goldie were shocked by Lin Feng's victory, so they looked at him with surprised eyes. Lin Feng felt like a winner, positive emotions boiling in his soul. The boy did not expect that the victory would come to him so quickly and easily. The boys from the academy looked at Lin Feng with horrified eyes. They knew that Ocean was a powerful second-rank warrior, but Lin Feng managed to defeat him with just 3 strikes. Lin Feng turned his attention to the boys who were trembling in fear, turned to them and declared that now they must fight him. The boys' eyes shone with self-satisfaction. The boys watching the two warriors fight did not want to compete with Lin Feng as they were convinced that this guy's strength was beyond belief. After a second, the boys ran away from Lin Feng because they were afraid to provoke him. Lin Feng turned to the students of the academy and with a serious expression assured everyone that he did not want to kill anyone. Bin Mig was sitting in the alchemy office on her recliner. The office door opened and Lin Feng and Lin Shen entered through it. The teacher immediately thought that Lin Feng had gotten into some unpleasant story again. Lin Feng laughed as he rubbed the back of his head in confusion. The boy replied to the teacher that he was just playing with the children and had done nothing wrong. Bin Ming got up from the lounger and casually informed the disciple that tomorrow he would start making the mid-level pill. The young man smiled in response to the teacher's words and promised that he would make a mid-level pill in just 3 days. The boy was sure that 3 days would be enough for him. 3 days passed. Ling Feng and Ling Shen were standing in Teacher Bing Ming's office. The cabinet was smoky because Lin Feng had made a mistake while preparing the pill, causing several explosions in the alchemy furnace. Lin Feng was serious and even upset. The guy promised to make a pill in 3 days, but he staged a pogrom in the alchemy department. Therefore, he asked the teacher to rest. When Bing Ming heard that Ling Feng wanted to rest, she couldn't hold back her anger. The girl shouted at Lin Feng, her eyes round. She had an evil grimace on her face because the boy didn't deserve a break, but he brazenly wants to get it. Lin Feng continued to beg for rest, ignoring the teacher's aggressive behavior. Suddenly, an explosion occurred again in the alchemical furnace, which frightened everyone present. Bing Ming wanted to know why Ling Feng needed rest so urgently. Lin Feng said that he is going to reach the 5th level of martial arts, and for that he needs to be alone for several days. Ling Shen looked at her brother with surprise in her eyes and asked if he had recovered after climbing Linu Mountain. The boy replied to his sister that Mount Linu had healed him the very day he climbed to its summit. The boy looked at his sister and told her that after climbing Mount Linu, he began to practice martial arts and was now at the 4th level. Bing Ming didn't believe Ling Feng, but still gave him time to rest. The girl knew very well that making pills also requires qi energy, which must be replenished from time to time. Ling Shen was happy for her brother, who had been given time to rest, and hugged him tightly. Ling Feng told her brother that his healing pill not only improved her physical condition, but also helped her reach the 4th level of martial arts. But the sister did not expect that her brother would be able to catch up with her so quickly. The boy smiled gently and assured his sister that he would be able to make an even better pill and cure her cold soul. Lin Feng took out the first pill he prepared himself from his pocket. He decided that he would take this pill himself. A quiet night in a desert area. A human figure is sitting on the ground, shrouded in fog and smoke. Lin Feng sits in a state of meditation and improves his combat level in a secluded area. The boy learned that the path of emptiness moves a person to the next level quickly, so he managed to reach the 9th level in 3 days. Lin Feng took out a pink pill from his pocket and examined it with a concentrated gaze. This pill is supposed to help him go beyond human capabilities. Lin Feng put the pill in his mouth. This elixir has magical power and should take Lin Feng to a new level. The pill entered the boy's body and began to dissolve in the stomach. Lin Feng sat quietly and watched his body's reaction. The boy passionately wanted to feel the power of the pill, but he was also afraid of this power. The boy's body was pierced by a sharp flow of energy, which meant that the pill had begun to work. Lin Feng felt like an explosion had occurred in his body. In a moment, the young man was able to split the rock with his hand. The power the pill gave him was incredible. Lin Feng was happy, his eyes burning like 2 lights. The boy's hand was enveloped in an orange energy clot that spread over his entire body. Lin Feng was amazed at his new power, which would elevate him in the eyes of the other masters. Lin Feng clenched his fist and enjoyed the new sensations. It seemed to him that now he would be able to overturn mountains. Appeared next to the boy. Lin Feng immediately heard his growl. Lin Feng turned his head to see the creature that was emitting a growl. Several wolves were approaching Lin Feng. They clearly wanted to feast on the boy. Lin Feng was not afraid of the wolves, but even rejoiced at their appearance. Wolves that possessed 3rd level power could practice their new power. The first wolf approached the boy, opened its mouth, and prepared to attack the boy. The beast's paws were enveloped in an energy flow. The wolf jumped on the boy and bit his hand. Lin Feng clenched his teeth in pain, but did not let the beast bite off the limb. Lin Feng concentrated his energy into his fist and prepared to strike first. The wolf was still hanging on the boy's arm and was trying to bite it. Lin Feng used his strength and punched the wolf, after which the wolf let go of the boy's hand and flew away from Lin Feng at breakneck speed. At Lin Feng, but the boy was calm. After a moment, the second wolf felt Lin Feng's power. The boy mercilessly hit the animal's body. The third wolf also jumped on the boy, but his fate was the same as the previous 2 wolves. Lin Feng mercilessly pushed the wolf away with his strength and punched him with all his might. A couple of minutes later, almost the entire wolf pack was slaughtered by Lin Feng. The boy stood and looked at their bodies, but there were still several living wolves nearby, which were not going to retreat. Lin Feng looked into the eyes of the wolves and guessed that they were going to attack him all at once. A single wolf could not cope with the powerful Lin Feng, but 2 or 3 animals at the same time had a chance to win. Lin Feng was not lost and decided to use another interesting technique to overcome the wolves. Lin Feng swirled several clumps of energy in his hands. The guy created a real energy vortex. After applying the powerful technique, all the wolves lay motionless on the ground. Lin Feng stood in the mist that appeared from the use of the energy flow. The boy looked at his hands and sincerely rejoiced at his new abilities. Lin Feng looked at the hand that had been bitten by the wolf, and his joy disappeared. The boy thought that it was necessary to continue working on the strength of the body so that no one could harm him in the future. Lin Feng picked up the wolf's body and placed it on his shoulders. It turned out that wolves are very tough, but the boy will now be able to train body strength on wolves. The boy picked up all the wolves, folded their bodies into a ball, and lifted it on his shoulders. The boy was able to move calmly, carrying such a heavy load. The boy carried the wolves' bodies on his shoulders for a long time, but he was not going to finish his training. Lin Feng was not only able to lift the heavy wolves that all weighed 3 tons, but also run with such a burden. The boy was pleased with such achievements, because before he could not even lift 2.5 tons. Another wolf appeared on Lin Fenai's path, but it was bigger than the killed animals. This huge wolf wanted revenge for his younger brothers. The big wolf attacked Ling Feng and began to bite his arm. The boy did not expect such a quick attack, so he allowed himself to be bitten. Lin Feng's body became stronger after taking the pill, so the wolf's teeth broke as it tried to bite into the skin. Lin Feng clenched his fist and prepared to strike. The young man released energy from his hand and punched the wolf with all his might. The huge wolf was lying on the ground and did not show any signs of life. Lin Feng stood beside the animal and watched its body. The boy said that he could kill even a level 4 master, so you shouldn't compete with him. The boy realized that now his strength allows him to defeat masters even of the 5th and 6th levels. Lin Feng was happy and smiling at his thoughts. It was a dead, silent night on the street. Goldie the golden lion slept sweetly near the house of Ling Shen and Ling Feng. Goldie woke up to the screams of Lin Feng, who was approaching the house at breakneck speed. The young man carried several wolves on his shoulders. Ling Shen jumped out of the house when she heard her brother's voice. The girl missed the boy very much all these days when he was not at home. The boy joyfully threw off the wolves' bodies from his shoulders and greeted his sister. Goldie the lion saw a whole bunch of wolves and got ready for a meal. He was very hungry to eat meat. Lin Shen looked at the wolves' corpses brought by her brother and was horrified. The girl said that hunting wolves is very dangerous, so you shouldn't take such a risk. Lin Feng reassured his sister and assured her that he could handle any beast that came his way. The boy knew that his strength would save him in any situation. Feng's sister looked upset because her brother came back later, which meant that teacher Bing Ming would be displeased. Lin Feng excused himself from his teacher for a few days, but did not go to the academy for much longer. Lin Feng was saddened when he heard his sister's words. He had forgotten that he had been released from the academy for a short time. The boy understood that tomorrow he would be severely punished for absenteeism. A lot of people gathered on the sports field of Linu Academy. Lin Feng and Lin Shen walked up to the gate of the academy and saw the crowd on the sports field. The boy thought that some event would be held there today, so he asked his sister again. Since Lin Feng had been absent from the academy for some time, he did not know what would happen on the sports field. The sister told the boy that there would be a competition between Linu Academy and Mo's school today, Junzong. The boy had heard of Mo's school Yunsan, but did not understand why the competition between the two educational institutions would be held. Lin Feng had a thoughtful expression on his face. The sister explained to the brother that such competitions are held once every 3 years and allow the students of the two academies to compete. Lin Feng was skeptical of his sister's words. The boy's eyes were defiant, but he decided to watch the competition. Moreover, he didn't want to meet with teacher Bing Ming, and here was a good place to hide. Lin Shen saw some people and started pointing her finger at them. It seemed to the girl that Mo Lan and Ao Shen appeared on the sports field. Mojan was among the students on the sports ground. She recovered very quickly after her fight with Lin Feng. Students talked to each other while waiting for the competition to start. The boys discussed what prizes the winners of the competition receive. Lin Feng and Lin Shen joined the crowd at the sports ground to watch the competition. Ling Shen held the little lion Goldie in her arms, never letting go of him for a moment. Lin Feng contemplated the yellow class weapon that he had not been interested in before. The red-haired boy confidently asserted that Linu Academy probably wouldn't win the competition this time. According to another guy, Mo Academy Yunsan believes that the first place is already in their pocket. But the red-haired boy still hoped that the Linu Academy would be the first in the competition, as this year the academy would be represented by 3 new talents, Mo Lan, Ao Shen, and Qian Yun. Mojan stood among the students with her whip and glared at everyone present, as if intimidating everyone. Brother Ocean joined the students on the sports field, hoping that luck would smile on his academy today and victory would be theirs. Ocean furrowed his brows and looked at everyone grimly. An elder in a dark brown robe approached the best students of the academy and urged them to show their best qualities and abilities. The entire academy was counting on these boys, so they had no right to let their teachers down. One of the boys, who will participate in the competition, promised the elder that he would do everything possible to win. One of the academy's students saw Mo's students Yunsen. The boy shouted loudly and announced their arrival to everyone. Ling Feng and Ling Shen turned their heads to see the Mo school representatives Yunsen. There were many boys in purple uniforms standing in front of the gate. The students' heads were lowered and their eyes were blindfolded. Two elders met in the middle of the sports ground, one from the Mo school team Junzong, second from the Linu Academy team. Elder Mo warmly greeted Elder Li. Elder Li from Team Mo Yunzong greeted Elder Mo and apologized for being late. Elder Lin had a hood on his head like the rest of his team. Mojhan inspected the students of Mo school Junzong smiled with a sly look. The girl decided that the students of this school did not look very good. A boy named Wang Shan came out from behind Elder Mo. He removed the hood from his head, looked down on all the students of the Lina Academy and began to brag to them that he could defeat them all himself. Soon, Wang Shan called his girlfriend Zhong Shui to him, who looked at him in fear and did not understand why Wang Shan was showing off in front of his rivals. 4 students from the school of Mo Yunzong started playing pranks on the Linu Academy students. These guys believed that the opponents would not be able to give them a good competition. A Linu Academy student named Mo Lan could not stand the taunts and jumped out of the crowd to deal with Mo's insolent students Junzong. But the elder grabbed his hand and began to calm him down so that he would not cause trouble. After lunch, Elder Mo went to the sports field and announced the start of the competition. Mo's school came to the middle of the playground. Yunzong's name is Wang Shan, and he invited the Lin Academy students to join him in battle. Ao came out to Wang Shan, who promised to win at any cost. Academy students actively cheered for Ao Shan, shouting his name and urging him to kill Wang Shan. Wang Shan had a determined look on his face. He looked at Ao Shanya, gave a disdainful look, and prepared for battle. Ao Shan couldn't take it anymore and rushed into battle. The boy drew his sword and prepared to attack. Ao's eyes, Shanya, were fierce. They expressed his readiness to destroy the enemy. Wang Shan was calm. He waited for Ao's attack Shanya, then struck him and pushed him away. Ao Shan flew away from his opponent at incredible speed, losing his balance. A second later, Shan was lying on the ground, his face contorted in pain. For a master of such a high level, it was a shame. Wang Shan was happy with his success because he was able to win at the first blow. Afterwards, a lot of ridicule was poured towards the students of Linu Academy. The students of Linu Academy, who were watching the competition, could not contain their emotions. They were very annoyed by the behavior of Mo's students Junzong after Ao Shanya Li Liang came to the court, who decided to fight with Wang Shan. The boy hoped that he would be able to do what Ao had failed to do Shania. Wang Shan looked very confident. He was not afraid of a duel with the new boy, so he took a fighting stance and prepared to meet Li Liang. Li Liang resolutely raised his magic sword and prepared for battle. Li Liang gathered his strength, jumped into the air, swung his sword and began to approach Wang Shan. The guy was going to deliver a cutting blow to his opponent. Wang Shan used a hidden kick to repel Li Liang's attack. A light flashed in front of Wang Shan, and the blow reached his opponent. Li Liang screamed in great pain, his body shaking from the impact. The guy completely lost his orientation in space. The boys from Linu Academy looked at Li Liang in pain and couldn't help their sense of fear. They couldn't believe that Li Liang had been defeated in battle so quickly. Wang Shan rejoiced at his success. He saw the faces of the Linu Academy students and was pleased with their sad mood. Wang Shan continued his winning streak. He managed to defeat several more Academy warriors. The students of Linu Academy lowered their eyes and could no longer look at this disgrace. All 8 Academy warriors failed. Lin Feng and Lin Shen watched the Academy's disgraceful competition. No one from Lin Academy could fight off Wang Shan, who was winning without putting in any effort. To Wang Shan on the platform. Her appearance amused the boy. Mojang stood in front of Wang Shan with her favorite whip, which she never parted with. The girl was determined and told the boy that she had come to destroy him. Elder Mo and Elder Li talked about the duel. Elder Lin stated that Wang Shan was stronger than all of Elder Mo's disciples. Elder Mo disagreed with Elder Li. He claimed that most of Linu Academy's students had passed the expert level, so Mo's student Junzong has no chance of winning. Elder Li didn't trust Elder Mo's words, so his face showed disbelief. Elder Li really wanted to see the top students of Lin Academy and evaluate their skill levels. Two boys from the Lina Academy cheered for Mozhan's sister, waving their hands and jumping on the spot. Mozhan straightened her whip and prepared for battle. The girl looked at her opponent with a defiant look and was confident in herself. Wang Shan shouted several insulting phrases at Mozhan and readied his sword for battle. The boy's eyes burned with hellfire because he wasn't going to back down. Mozhan swung and directed her whip at Wang Shan. The girl stood in one place and waited for the opponent's reaction. Wang Shan understood that defeating an expert-level girl would not be easy, but he did not lose his enthusiasm. The boy held his sword in front of him and concentrated his strength. Wang Shan jumped into the air and aimed his sword at the girl. He didn't care that Mozhan had the level of a connoisseur. The boy saw the goal and persistently went towards it. Mozhan wielded the whip skillfully and tried to hit Wang Shan with all her might. Knut Mozhan flew to the boy and hit him on the body. The blow was strong, and the pain from the blow was hellish. Wang Shan fell to the ground, steam coming from his mouth. At last, this braggart and insolent boy was defeated and got what he deserved. Mozhan was satisfied with her shot. The girl threatened the boy to avoid her next time. The students of Linu Academy instantly cheered when they saw Wang Shan's defeat. The boys shouted Mozhan's name and supported her with words. Elder Mo stood contentedly, smiling and rubbing his beard. The man was proud of his student and assured that no one could beat her. The first victory of the student of the academy was won by Elder Mo. Elder Li called the next student to compete. Lun became this student Du. Lun Du stepped onto the court and took a fighting stance. The boy's eyes expressed self-confidence. Lin Feng and his sister watched the competition with interest. They assumed that this guy would be much harder to deal with. The girl looked at Lun Du, gave him a stern look and let him know that he would fight hard. Lun Du didn't even want to look at Mojang. He only exclaimed that he remembers her only as a defeated opponent. The girl straightened her whip and delivered the first strong blow. Lun Du bravely withstood the first blow of the whip, covering himself with his hand. The guy was not going to give up. Mojang got angry when she saw Lun whole and unharmed Du. She was saddened by the fact that she could not quickly defeat the boy. The girl made a second attempt to destroy the opponent. She struck a cutting blow with a whip. Lun Du turned to face Mojang and aimed his fists at her, preparing to deliver a fierce tiger punch. Energy began to concentrate in the boy's palms. The fight between Lun Du and Mojang continued. Each of them made every effort to become better and emerge victorious from the fight. Mojang did not understand how Lun Du was able to block her blow. The girl immediately remembered that Lin Feng used such tactics and became even more angry. Lun Du grabbed Mojang's whip and pulled it towards him. The guy figured out how to beat the girl. After a couple of seconds, Mozhan was already flying to Lun Du, who was pulling the girl by the whip directly on him. Mozhan got scared and thought that her affairs were very bad. Lun Du had an angry expression on his face. He wanted to get rid of Mojang as soon as possible. Mojang understood that she had lost. Her eyes were filled with horror and annoyance arose in her soul. Mojang came to her senses. She was lying on the bed and gradually opened her eyes. The girl immediately remembered her defeat. She suddenly tore her head from the pillow and began to ask about the competition. The girl could not think about her physical condition now. All her thoughts were related only to competitions. Ao Shen was lying on the bed in the medical center, holding his stomach and moaning loudly in pain. Mojang was still sitting on the bed in the medical center when suddenly another warrior of Linu Academy flew there with an arrow. It was clear that this guy was competing with Lun Du, but could not withstand his strong blow. Lundu stood in a fighting stance and taunted the Linu Academy students. He claimed that there was no one among them who could defeat him. Morjan went to the sports ground. The girl clenched her teeth in anger, but she could do nothing. The other students of Linu Academy lowered their heads in sadness and concluded that Mo's school Junzong is indeed better than their academy. No one hoped for victory anymore, and only a miracle could change the situation. Lundu invited other academy students to come out to him and compete. Elder Lee looked at Elder Mo and suggested that he end the competition, so no one from Linu Academy can participate in the competition anymore. Elder Mo was very upset. He didn't want to embarrass himself in front of Elder Lee, but there was nothing he could do. Lin Feng stepped out from the crowd. He stated that he wants to participate, so it is too early to conclude the competition. Lingshen didn't want to let Ling Feng go, so she asked him to go back and stop shouting. Lin Feng urged the girl to believe in him and not be afraid. Lin Feng went to the center of the sports ground and spoke to Elder Mo. The boy boldly criticized the warriors of Linu Academy and said that the training of the students was very poor because the representatives of Mo Yunzong was able to simply beat the best students. The best students of the academy sat beaten with bandaged hands by the wall and were silent, without raising their eyes from shame. Lin Feng approached the beaten students of Lin Academy and began to criticize them for bringing shame to the school. Mojan could not listen to Lin Feng, got up and started poking at him with her finger. The girl wanted him to shut up. Lin Feng then pointed a finger at Elder Mo, whom he also considered guilty of the academy's defeat. It was he who poorly prepared students for the competition. The elder was terribly angry. His eyes lit up with rage and he jumped up from his chair to show his anger. Elder Mo asked Lin Feng how dare he treat the elder like that. Lin Feng gestured to the elder that he did not want to listen to his threats and asked for permission to participate in the competition. The elder reluctantly allowed Lin Feng to participate in the competition, but he hoped that Lin Feng would lose the fight so he would be able to take revenge on the young brat. Feng outwardly showed his gratitude to Elder Mo. The boy smiled and bowed. The students of Lin Academy saw that Lin Feng was about to go to battle with Lunda. They were scared. They thought that Lin Feng would not be able to become the winner in this competition. Lin Feng walked to the center of the sports ground and bent down to the ground to pick up the stick. The boy was going to kill all the students of Mo's school with one stick Junzong. Lundu saw Lin Feng approaching him and began to shout threats. Lundu assured that he would be able to break Lin Feng's leg as soon as the fight started. Lin Feng jumped up to go up to Lungdu to the place of battle. Lin Feng stood in front of Longdu with a stick in hand, notified his opponent of his arrival. Luna's face Du was too arrogant and angry. The boy gritted his teeth and prepared to fight Lin Feng. Longdu menacingly declared that he would beat mercilessly, so no need to take offense at him. Ling Feng did not react to Long's threats. Du only smiled, not believing Lun's threats Du. Lin Feng turned around and refused to compete with Longdu because he believed that the status of Lundu is too small. Ling Feng looked at all the members of the Mo school with a determined look Junzong. The boy decided to choose a worthy opponent himself, and he found him. Lin Feng pointed his finger at the person he wanted to compete with. Mo's top disciple Junzong. Mo-chan held on to her injured arm. The girl was surprised by Ling Feng's choice, as she expected to see Ling Feng and Lun fight Du, but the situation has changed dramatically. Elder Lin was surprised by Lin Feng's choice, as the school's best student was their backup. The best student of Mo's school, Yunzong, did not want to engage in battle with Lin Feng. He suggested that Ling Feng compete with the first 4 disciples first, and then we would see. Mohan looked at Mo's school's strongest student with surprised eyes. Junzong did not believe that he could look so strange. Elder Mo couldn't understand how Ling Feng had discovered the strongest student in Mo's school, Junzong. But the man really wanted to see Lin Feng engage in battle with such a strong master. Lin Feng was ready to compete with the first 4 students of Mo school Yunsan, but he was so confident in his strength that he offered to go out to fight with all 4 of them at once. Lin Feng stood and waited for his opponents. The boy twirled the sticks in his hands, demonstrating his skills. The best student of Mo's school, Yunzong, observed Lin Feng's behavior and later realized that Lin Feng was very brave. So he promised to fight him if he could defeat the first 4 students of the school. The first student from the Mo school, Yunzong, came out to Ling Feng and immediately raised his fists to beat Ling Feng. Lin Feng calmly raised his hand with the stick up and began to prepare for the competition. In a moment, the representative of the school, Mo Yunzong, began to move towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng stood still and waited for his enemy to get as close as possible so he could strike and emerge victorious. Lin Feng did not wait for the boy and jumped into the air to move to another place and disorient the opponent. A boy from Mo's school, Johnson, was confused. He looked in front of him and did not see Lin Feng, who suddenly disappeared. Lin Feng stood behind the boy and told him that he was too slow. A student of Mo Yunzong turned his head and saw Lin Feng standing behind him. The boy didn't even see Lin Feng move there. Lin Feng's opponent shouted that he would now show his strongest technique. A yellow energy case appeared around the boy, blinding everyone around with its glow. Lin Feng didn't care. The boy was sure that this technique would not harm him, so he just stood and looked at the stick in his hands. Mahamudra's receiving energy tried to break through to Lin Feng, but there was an invisible shield in front of him. School representatives Mo Yunzong shouted and cheered for their warrior. Something incomprehensible was happening on the sports ground. Explosions and the sounds of blows were heard all around. Lin Shen watched the fight between her brother and Long Du. Her eyes were filled with fear because she was worried about her brother. Lun Du was a strong master and could easily destroy Lin Feng. Lun Du was angry because Lin Feng was able to dodge his strongest punch. The boy did not understand where Lin Feng was going all the time. Lin Feng decided that it was time to end this fight, so he jumped high into the air, swung his staff, and aimed at his opponent. Lun Du looked with frightened eyes at Lin Feng, who was inexorably approaching him. The guy was clearly scared of such pressure from the opponent. Lin Feng landed next to Lun Du Ta, began to deliver powerful blows. Due to the intensity of the battle, all the dust rose into the air. Lun Du was lying on the ground, unable to move. The boy was beaten, and the ground beneath him buckled from Lin Feng's strong blow. Lin Feng stood beside Long's body with a satisfied expression on his face. The boy was sincerely happy about his victory, but it was too early to relax. All representatives of the school Mo Junzong opened their mouths and stared, not believing what they saw on the playground. Lin Feng beat Lun with a stick and won a brilliant victory in battle. The students of Linu Academy could not contain their joy. At last, they could be proud of their warrior. Lin Feng's sister was also pleased with his victory. The girl was happy for her brother and proud of him. Lin Feng stood on the playground with a stick and called out to the other 3 students of Mo School Yunzong for the duel. The guy called them losers and with all his appearance showed that he would definitely beat all 3 of them. A 4th-level connoisseur named Dong Feng came to Lin Feng. He drew his sword and was ready to compete. Dong Feng gathered his strength, jumped into the air and prepared to strike. Lin Feng stood below and waited. He really wanted to see this warrior's skills. Lin Feng raised his staff, swung, and looked down at his opponent. Dong Feng approached Lin Feng and launched several daggers at him. But Lin Feng was not lost. The boy formed a shield around himself, which prevented the daggers from penetrating and hitting him. Lin Feng struck back, causing Dong Feng to cry out in pain and unable to move. Lin Feng turned away to avoid seeing Dong Feng fall to the ground. Dong Feng fell down, followed by an explosion and a loud sound that spread around. As a student of Mo Junzong had a look of shock on his face. Lin Feng had already defeated the 2nd strongest warrior in their school, so it was difficult to hold back his emotions. School representatives Mo Yunzong looked at each other. They were impressed by Lin Feng's skills to Lin Feng and promised to deal with him as soon as possible. The boys were determined and kept their eyes on Lin Feng. Lin Feng stood with a stick in his hands and only laughed at their threats because these guys were weaker than him. One of the Sun brothers flew up in the air and swung the hammer that was in his hands. The guy wanted to use the golden hammer technique. Lin Feng effortlessly stopped his opponent's attack with just one stick. Lin Feng held Brother Sun's hammer and mocked him. Ling Feng was disappointed with Brother Sun's abilities and told him so directly. Lin Feng continued to press down on the hammer with his stick. Ling Feng's opponent held the hammer with his last strength and looked at the strong Ling Feng in fear. A brother came to help the opponent. Now the Sun brothers both took part in the battle against Ling Feng. Lin Feng walked up to the second brother and stood behind him. This was the perfect moment to strike, and Lin Feng was not going to miss it. Lin Feng swung his stick and hit Brother Sun. The boy flew a long distance and landed with all his might on his brother, who was already lying on the ground. The Sun brothers fell to the ground and could not get up. That was the end of the fight. A student of Mo Junzong covered his eyes with his hand so as not to see the shame that had now become a reality for them. Lin Feng was able to defeat the school's top 4 warriors with just one stick. Feng's fan was happy and joyful. He shouted that Lin Feng was now the best master in the academy. Mozhan watched all of Lin Feng's battles, so she could not recover from what she saw. Lin Feng has improved his abilities, so now Mozhan won't be able to get close to him. Lin Feng invited students from Mo School Junzong to himself for the competition to show all his power. Pupils of Mo School Yunzong was afraid to even look at Lin Feng and refused to go to his competition. Everyone was paralyzed with fear, so no one came out to Lin Feng. After a pause, a girl came out of the crowd and with a joyful expression on her face agreed to compete with Lin Feng. It was Dong Shui. Pupils of Mo School Yunzong began to support her master Dong Shui with applause and words and asked her to take revenge for all the humiliation. The students of Lin Academy began to worry when they saw the self-confident Dong Shui and doubted Lin Feng's victory. Lin Feng was holding his staff with one hand and with the other he was calling the best student of Mo School to him Junzong. The boy wanted to start the competition as soon as possible to test his strength. Dong Shui walked out of the crowd and calmly walked up to the platform to Lin Feng. Lin Feng was not afraid of losing to Dong Shui. His confidence skyrocketed, so he twirled the staff in his hands and waited for the battle to begin. Dong Shui covered her eyes and with a calm expression raised her right hand to gather energy in it. The girl told Lin Feng that she would beat him hard and not spare him in battle. Lin Feng watched as Dong Shui began to use the yellow level technique. The boy raised his eyes and looked intently at his opponent, around whom an energy cocoon had formed. Lin Feng prepared a staff to repel Dong Shui's attack. The boy looked at Dong Shui with serious eyes and waited for his opponent to start the fight. Lin Feng untwisted his staff as much as possible and stared at the flames that had formed in the air above him. Dong Shui shrank the fireball and said it was just a warm-up. Dong Shui was not going to delay. The girl took a fighting stance, gathered her strength, and applied her energy using Mahamudra strikes and a cutting blade. The girl's eyes were serious and let it be known that she would fight to the end. Lin Feng did not expect that the opponent would be able to use 2 strikes at the same time, but this circumstance did not frighten him. Lin Feng jumped into the air and rushed towards his opponent. Lin Feng concentrated his energy even in the air, increasing his strength. Dong Shui approached Lin Feng, who raised his head and mentally prepared to meet his opponent. Lin Feng pondered what technique he should use in battle. The best option for him was the blow of a fierce tiger. Lin Feng raised his staff, took it with both hands and prepared to fight Dong Shui, who was moving quickly and almost caught Lin Feng off guard. Dong Shui moved through the air too fast. It was difficult for an ordinary person to follow her movements. The Lin Academy students were amazed at Dong Shui's speed. Their faces expressed displeasure because this girl had a good chance of defeating Lin Feng. Lun Du watched Lin Feng carefully as he successfully dodged Dong Shui's punches and recognized that Lin Feng had quite a talent as he had not yet been beaten. Dong Shui couldn't resist Lin Feng's punch and flew down the stairs. The girl was surprised in her heart because she did not expect to meet such a worthy master at Lina Academy. Dong Shui looked at her injured hand and still couldn't gather her thoughts for a long time. The girl was not disappointed in herself, but only rejoiced that she had found a warrior equal to her in Linu Academy. Dong Shui decided to use a level 4 strike as lower level strikes could not harm Lin Feng. The girl rose high into the air and began to spin a rock fragment in front of her. The representatives of the Linhu Academy looked at the rock that Dong Shui commanded and trembled in fear. This girl looked incredibly strong and invincible. The rock grew bigger and bigger, but Dong Shui wanted to make it gigantic. Dong Shui pumped more oxygen into her lungs, gathered her spirits, and sent a huge piece of rock straight at Ling Feng to destroy him with a single blow. Dong Shui performed. The boy wasn't too worried, but he was curious about what the opponent would do next. Lin Feng stood with a steadfast gaze and gathered energy around him to counter the opponent's attack. A huge piece of rock flew towards Lin Feng, who looked defenseless in front of such a gigantic piece of debris. From the outside, it seemed that the boy could not cope with such a challenge. Lin Feng raised his staff and struck the rock fragment with it, delivering a royal blow. A stream of green energy spilled onto the rock. From Ling Feng's impact, Feng's punch caused a strong wind to rise around, so the fans couldn't open their eyes. Lun Du covered his face with his hand to protect himself from the wind. There was only one question in the boy's mind. Will there be victory or defeat? Dong Shui fell to her knees and was unable to get up due to the strong wind that rose up after Ling Feng's punch. The girl was very worried because her strongest techniques not only did not break the opponent, but also put her in a disadvantageous position. Lin Feng stood with a stick in his hands and a confident look on his face. The boy wanted to see what other tricks Dong Shui could use in battle. Dong Shui rose from her knees and exploded with rage. The girl's eyes lit up with hellish flames. She wanted to take revenge on Ling Feng. The girl put her hand on her heart and declared that she is an expert of the 5th level. Therefore, she has incredible strength. The girl's eyes showed her desire to continue the competition. The Linhu Academy students opened their mouths in surprise when they heard Dong Shui's words. The boys were worried that Lin Feng would not be able to win against a level 5 expert. Lin Feng was ready to continue the fight, so he tightly clenched his battle staff in his palms. The boy was glad that he was able to compete with a master of a high level, because this training would bring him a lot of benefits. Dong Shui flew up in the air again and reached the rock to continue the blows with her help. Ling Shen shouted at the top of her lungs to warn her brother of the danger. The girl was afraid that now Dong Shui would deliver the final blow to Ling Feng. Lin Feng was unable to stay still and jumped into the air to approach her opponent. His hands radiated fiery energy. Lin Feng flew up to the rock and swung his stick to strike with a force of 1.5 tons. The boy's eyes were fierce and merciless as he wanted to gain victory over Mo School's top student as soon as possible. Junzong. Feng's eyes were burning with excitement. Until the fight was over, the boy couldn't relax his face and let go of his tension. Lin Feng used the heavenly level technique to cut through the rock. After a couple of seconds, the rock began to crumble into pieces from Lin Feng's blow. Dong Shui looked at everything that was happening from Ling Feng's blow with fear. She did not understand how Lin Feng was able to deliver such a powerful blow. Lin Feng found Dong Shui, who was in the rock. The boy looked at her with a burning look, feeling that victory was near. Lin Feng pushed Dong Shui off the cliff. The girl tried to grab the stones with her hands, but it was too late. Fragments of rock began to fall on the sports field, dust rose around, and representatives of the 2 academies began to run away to avoid being hit by stones. As all the students ran away from the foot of the mountain, Lin Shen looked up in fear and worried for her brother. The girl tried to find her brother with her eyes, but she could not. Dong Shui fell from the mountain and lay at the bottom, showing no signs of life. Lin Feng walked down the mountain and stood next to Dong Shui. The guy looked at the girl with a relaxed look because the victory was already in his pocket. He praised her for her resilience and breathed a sigh of relief. The guy looked at his opponent with sad eyes and said that she lost. The students of Linhu Academy burst into screams and began to celebrate the victory. Everyone was incredibly happy with such a final of the competition. No one even expected such a lightning victory. Pupils of Mo School Yunzong were saddened because they had come here for a guaranteed victory, but even their best warrior could not win. Mohan did not share the joy of the other students of the academy, but only looked at Lin Feng with an envious and treacherous look. She was afraid that one day Lin Feng would become her most dangerous enemy. Elder Mo stroked his beard with his hand and noted that the students of Mo School Yunzong became even stronger than they were the last time. Elder Li cleared his throat and praised the Lin Academy students who still have good fighting potential. When Ling Feng came down, his sister couldn't help but hugged him tightly around his neck to show her devotion to him. The boy was amazed by such a rush of tenderness from his sister. The boy hugged his sister in return and reassured her. He assured Ling Shen that he was fine. Elder Li went to the center of the sports field and solemnly presented the award to Ling Feng. It was a Mo School Black Level Technique book, Junzong. The elder handed this book to Ling Feng. Elder Mo also proceeded to present the award to Ling Feng. He gave him a Lin Academy Yellow Level weapon. This weapon was incredibly brilliant and powerful. Lin Feng took both awards and thanked the elders with a sincere smile. Lin Feng remembered how enthusiastically his sister had talked about the Yellow Level weapon before the competition began. Therefore, the boy raised the sword to his sister and presented it to Lin Shen. The girl looked at the gift with admiration. Ling Shen was so happy with such a gift that she embraced the sword and jumped with it joyfully. The girl dreamed of such a weapon all her life, and her brother so easily and unexpectedly realized it. Lin Feng opened the book Elder Li had given him and read its contents with interest. Lin Feng thought that the book of the Mo School. He does not need Yunzong at all, so you can use a proven technique. The guy held up the book and announced that he wanted to sell it for 10 entry-level pills. Elder Li was unpleasantly surprised by Ling Feng's action. He couldn't feel normal about selling such a valuable gift as Mo School's black-level technique book, Junzong. Elder Li raised his hand and agreed to buy this book from Ling Feng. The man was sure that his action would help to get the book back and save the secret technique of Mo's School Junzong. 604. Elder Mo also raised his hand and offered as many as 15 pills to Ling Feng. The elder really wanted to read this book and learn the secret techniques of the Mo School Junzong. The elders actively bargained for the book. Each of them offered a higher salary to get the book into their hands. Later, this bargaining could turn into a fight. Lin Feng watched the two elders quarrel with pleasure. The guy thought that their quarrel would help him earn more money. Teacher Bin Ming appeared on the playground. Her face was smiling and her gait was light and relaxed. The girl offered 100 entry-level pills for Mo's schoolbook Junzong. Elder Mo looked angrily at Bing Ming, who surprised everyone with the price offered. Elder Li was not going to give up and offered Ling Feng 10 mid-level pills. The man believed that 10 mid-level pills would be enough to buy a book. Bin Ming decided to offer a higher salary. She said she could give it to Mo's schoolbook Yunzong 40 mid-level pills. School elder Mo Yunzong offered 50 mid-level pills, but that was the last price because Elder Li didn't have any more pills. He perfectly understood that the teacher of the academy would offer more, but still he did not lose hope. Lin Feng agreed to sell the book to Elder Li for 50 pills. The boy took all the pill bottles and told the elder that the deal was done. Elder Li took the book, took his students, and told them to leave. Lin Feng smiled at the elder. The guy was satisfied with the good earnings from selling the book. When the students of Mo's Yunzong approached the exit of the academy, Dong Shui turned around and glared at Ling Feng, promising to avenge his disgrace next time. Lin Feng looked sternly at Dong Shui and remarked that he would wait for her challenge to battle. Lin Feng put his hand on his heart and looked at the students of Mo School Junzong to the gate. Although the boy managed to win over Dong Shui, he didn't like something about her at all. It seemed to him that she was no ordinary warrior. Suddenly, teacher Bing Ming approached Ling Feng and pointed her sword at him. The boy was fascinated by the farewells of students from Mo's School Junzong, therefore did not notice how she sneaked up on him. The teacher's sword lay on Lin Feng's shoulder. The boy looked at him with a smile. Bin Ming approached the boy from behind and placed a black-level sword at his throat. She wanted to see if his body could withstand a few cuts from this sword. Lin Feng's face could not remain calm as the boy was clearly frightened. Lin Feng turned to the teacher, smiled, and moved the sword away from his body. The guy promised that he would go make pills. Teacher Bing Ming calmly returned the sword to its place. She put the sword to the boy's throat again. Lin Feng didn't understand what she wanted to do to him, so fear took over his body and his eyes became unnaturally large. Ling Feng understood that the teacher wanted to take away all the pills he had received from Elder Li. Lin Feng quickly picked up all the flasks the elder had given him and offered them to the teacher. Bing Ming took all the flasks and put the sword to Ling Feng's head again. The teacher ordered him to make a pill. If Ling Feng did not do it in 10 days, the teacher promised to come to him. Lin Feng looked confused. The boy knew that 10 days to make a pill was very little, so he questioned her again. It seemed to him that the teacher wanted to kill him. The teacher approached the boy, looked at him with menacing eyes, pressed her sword even harder on his shoulder, and said that he had 2 options: take the pills in the specified time or die right now. Lin Feng felt fear in his soul, so he did not even think of rebuking the teacher. The guy promised in a trembling voice that he would definitely prepare the pills. To Lin Feng. His face was glowing with satisfaction because Lin Feng had not let the school down and was able to protect its honor. Dean walked up to Lin Feng and gently placed his hand on his shoulder, showing his gratitude and respect. Lin Feng had not yet left after talking with Bing Ming, so he looked confused. The dean believed that Lin Feng should become his student and leave the alchemy class. Bing Ming still held the sword in her hands. When she heard the dean's words to Lin Feng, she felt sad. The girl did not want the dean to take Lin Feng away from her. Lin Feng pondered over the dean's suggestion. The boy would like to free himself from Bing Ming's orders, but he had to think things through and make a decision. The boy stared at one point, put his hand on his chin, and began to think. Bin Ming's reaction to his proposal and remarked that she is very mean and likes to keep the students scared, which is not a good thing. Dean stressed that Lin Feng should practice martial arts, not alchemy. After a few seconds, Lin Feng shouted that he liked making pills more and ran away. The dean did not even have time to react to this act of the boy. When Dean heard Lin Feng's words, his eyes widened and rounded. He couldn't imagine that Lin Feng would refuse and run away. Bing Ming wanted to show off in front of the dean and proudly declared that her charisma was very strong, so Lin Feng would not leave her. 10 days have passed since the day of the last events. Lin Feng was making pills in the alchemy department. Suddenly, an explosion occurred, which frightened a large number of students of the academy. Bing Ming and Ling Shen ran to the sound of the explosion, opened the door, and saw smoke filling the entire room. The teacher could not see her student in the smoke, so she asked him how he was feeling. Lin Feng stood by the cauldron and coughed from the smoke that filled everything around him. The boy's hair stood on end and his shirt was partially torn by the blast wave. Teacher Bin Ming was angry with her student. Aggression was visible in her eyes. All these 10 days, the boy did not allow the teacher to check his work, and now she has to stand in her office and suffer from the smoke. Lin Feng pointed somewhere and invited the teacher to look at this thing. Bing Ming and Ling Shen's faces contorted in surprise as they shifted their gazes to where Ling Feng was pointing. On the plate lay several medium-level pink pills. Lin Feng still managed to make them in 10 days, although it was almost impossible. Lin Sheng's eyes sparkled with delight at what she saw. The girl was proud of her brother. Teacher Bing Ming took a magnifying glass and began to carefully examine all the pills that Ling Feng showed her through it. The teacher was impressed by the talent of her student, who was able to become an intermediate-level master in 10 days. While the teacher looked at the pills through a magnifying glass, the boy put on a smile and asked to give him the day off. The teacher was so stunned by the pills that she gave the boy a positive answer. A second later, Bing Ming turned to Lin Feng and looked at him with fierce eyes. The girl didn't understand his question at first and answered it automatically, but now she understood that Lin Feng wanted to take the day off again. Lin Feng looked at the teacher in fear and explained why he needed the day off again. Bin Ming paused to think. The teacher turned away from Ling Feng and Ling Shen and stood for a few minutes with a thoughtful look. The girl decided that it was necessary to let Lin Feng go so that he would be inspired. Bingming suddenly turned around, took out her sword, and quickly flew towards Ling Feng, pointing the sword at him. The girl said that she was only giving Ling Feng 10 days to rest, but if he didn't come back in time, it would be bad. Feng's eyes became frightened. A tremor ran through his body. Therefore, Lin Feng promised to return in time. Ling Shen approached her brother and asked him to come back quickly so she wouldn't have to worry. Lin Feng looked at his sister carefully and asked her not to worry. The boy assured his sister that everything would be fine. Lin Feng arrived at the remote place again. The boy leaned his cheek against the tree and cried a lot. Tears flowed from the eyes. Lin Feng sat on a tree, wrapped his arms and legs around it, and cried loudly. The boy could not imagine that such a talent as him would die in these thickets, sitting on a tree branch. As it turned out, a herd of wild boars drove him into a tree. Therefore, the boy did not know what to do and how this could happen. Lin Feng cried bitterly and looked down at the boars. The boy had not yet fully recovered from the competition with Dong Shui, and here was a whole herd of wild beasts who were level 5 martial arts experts. The 4 boars stood and waited for Lin Feng, who did not dare to go down. The boy understood that he would not be able to beat them, nor would he be able to run away from them. So he had only one choice. Lin Feng reached into his pocket and took out several pills. The boy decided to drink them and increase his strength to defeat the boars and leave this place. When Lin Feng drank the pills, his body immediately began to undergo changes. Powerful energy began to flow into his body. The energy from the pills began to change Lin Feng's body, and he felt it with every cell in his body. The boy could feel his body reaching a new peak, so he clenched his fists and concentrated on his sensations. The boy's body became translucent. The energy changed his abilities. One of the wild boars looked at the place where Lin Feng was in surprise. The amazing energy of the pills made Lin Feng's body almost transparent. The boy approached a new edge of his capabilities. The wild boars were frightened by the sight that unfolded before their eyes. The animals began to run back into the thicket. The energy flow that left Lin Feng's body lifted the wild boars into the air and whirled them around. Lin Feng climbed down from the tree and confidently stood on his feet. Lin Feng clenched his fist and looked at the energy emanating from it. Now, the boy could destroy a herd of dangerous animals with one blow. Ling Feng was happy that he was able to break through to the expert level, so he raised his hand in victory and laughed loudly. The boars were destroyed, so Lin Feng could celebrate his victory. It was pitch black on the street. A wild boar was being cooked on a fire that was made in the forest. Lin Feng tore off a piece of meat from the boar and took a bite. The meat was incredibly tasty and aromatic. Lin Feng was satisfied with his dinner. He thanked the boar for this delicacy. Suddenly, 2 figures in purple robes appeared in front of Lin Feng. These 2 people were happy to find a living soul in this terrible forest and asked Ling Feng to help them. Lin Feng looked up from his dinner and stared intently at the 2 strangers who had suddenly disturbed his peace. The boy asked them who they were and what they were doing here. One of the strangers said that they were students of Mo's school Yunzong and they got lost here during practice. The cause of their misfortune was a waterfall in which the current is very strong. Ling Feng looked at the Mo school students with an indifferent gaze. Junzong continued to eat his dinner. The boy did not believe that these 2 students were simply swept away by the current of the waterfall, as they were very frightened. Another guy said in a trembling voice that the problem is not the waterfall, but the whirlpool that is near the waterfall. In this vortex, the students of Mo Yunzong saw a golden shine, so they thought there was something valuable there. A student of Mo Junzong looked as if he had seen a monster from a fairy tale. He affirmatively said that the golden shine at the bottom of the vortex conquers consciousness, it takes away souls, and destroys people. Lin Feng looked at these 2 boys with serious eyes. There was confusion in his head because he didn't believe the story the boys told him. Events continued to unfold in a deep, impassable forest. Ling Feng found the waterfall that the Mo school students had told him about Yunzong. but wished to bathe in it to harden his body. The boy was glad that he reached the waterfall, despite the obstacles in the forest. Lin Feng crouched down by the waterfall and began to look closely to see the golden glow that the Mo School students had seen. Junzong. The boy's eyes actively scanned every centimetre of the water surface. A golden shine soon caught the boy's eyes. Lin Feng was happy to see him. Just a second later, Lin Feng jumped off the cliff and flew towards the water to examine the source of the shine. Lin Feng dove into the water and swam towards his goal, descending ever lower to the bottom. The boy looked ahead, looking for the source of the shine with his eyes. The more Lin Feng sunk in, the more painful his eyes became. This meant that there was indeed something interesting at the bottom of the falls. Lin Feng went down to the bottom, where there were many interesting finds. There were many skeletons and bones lying there, as well as some unknown object that emitted a golden glow. When Lin Feng reached the bottom, he was able to see the flower of the dead. It was she who radiated that amazing brilliance that scared the students of Mo's school Yunzong. On Earth, there are not only martial arts and physical techniques, but also spiritual techniques. Masters of spiritual techniques can even kill people with the help of telekinesis because they do not need physical strength. Lin Feng approached the flower of the dead and remembered everything he knew about its properties. When the boy brought his face close to the flower of the dead, something strange began to happen to him. The flower of the dead began to capture Lin Feng's soul. His face was crooked and numb. Lin Feng felt the flower begin to seep its energy into his mind and brain. It seemed to him that now he would lose consciousness and leave this world forever. The energy of the flower of the dead entered Lin Feng's head, but he couldn't do anything. The strong energy flow of the flower of the dead engulfed Lin Feng's body and cut him off from consciousness for a while. The boy did not move. His eyes were closed. Lin Feng regained his senses and felt energy begin to emanate from his forehead. The boy did not understand what was happening to his body. Lin Feng sits with his eyes closed on the lawn and is in a meditative state. The flower of the dead that Lin Feng found at the bottom of the waterfall turned into a golden sword. When Lin Feng opened his eyes, a golden glow appeared in them. Now the boy possessed telekinesis. That is, he became a master of spiritual power. Lin Feng tried to put his new power into practice. Lin Feng directed his golden sword into the tree with the power of thought. The sword flew and crashed into the trunk of the tree with all its might. The energy flow that surrounded the sword disappeared, and now only the sword was sticking out of the wood. Lin Feng carefully looked at the result of his spiritual practice. The boy really enjoyed striking with the power of thought, as no one on earth could resist such power. Lin Feng climbed the rock again and stood above the waterfall. Telekinesis became a real find for the boy, but physical strength still needed to be hardened, so he decided to jump into the water. Lin Feng leapt into the roaring waterfall, forgetting his promise to return home soon. It had been a long time since Lin Feng apologized to teacher Bingming, but he still hadn't returned to the academy. Bingming was very angry because Lin Feng had cheated her, and she couldn't stand being cheated. The girl grabbed her sword, swung it, and slammed it down on the table, cutting it in half. While Bingming was going mad with her anger, Lingshen was thinking about her brother. The girl remembered how her brother promised her to return in 10 days. Lin Feng was fine. He was hardening himself at the waterfall. It was the 10th day, and Lin Feng was training at the waterfall in the turbulent waters. He tried to learn how to withstand a load of 4 tons, but began to pass out from such a serious load. All around is a remote area and snowdrifts. A small group of people makes their way through the snow. The dean of the academy, Ling Shen, Bing Ming, and several other people in warm clothes head out to find Lin Feng. The dean stopped and pointed to the mountains. He believed that Lin Feng was able to reach this place because he had extraordinary abilities. Bin Ming stood right behind the dean and stared at the mountains with a menacing gaze. The girl was holding a sword in her hands and assumed that Lin Feng must have been eaten by dogs since he disappeared a month ago. Ling Shen observed Bing Ming's behavior and thought that she was not as evil as she wanted to appear. The girl believed that the teacher was actually worried about Lin Feng, but did not want to show it. Suddenly, Lin Shen saw something in front of her and looked up in fright. The dean of the academy looked in front of him with frightened eyes and stopped the whole group of people with a wave of his hand. The dean said that there was a huge werewolf in front of them. In front of the search party was indeed an unknown creature with its back turned to them. Dean and other members of the expedition could not make out who was standing before them. When the creature came closer, it was possible to understand who it was. As it turned out, it was Lin Feng who was carrying several killed animals on his back. The boy was undressed to the waist and had no headgear on his head. Lin Shen and Bingming looked at the boy with huge eyes and couldn't believe that he was alive and unharmed. When Lin Feng saw the dean, the teacher, and the sister in front of him, he could not contain his joy. He was sincerely surprised at their appearance, so he did not expect that anyone would look for him. The dean of the academy closed his eyes in satisfaction and said that Lin Feng possessed such a powerful power that he could be called an extraordinary talent. The dean was glad to see the academy's best student alive. Lin Shen looked at her brother with a gentle look and showed how happy she was to see him. Tears of joy appeared in the girl's eyes. Lin Feng lowered the beast carcasses from his shoulders and breathed a sigh of relief. The boy said he was fine, but admitted he was guilty of making others worry about him. Bingming grabbed the sword and aimed it at Lin Feng. The teacher was angry and wanted to punish the student for his lies and disobedience. She only let him go for 10 days, but Lin Feng didn't listen to her and didn't arrive on time. Lin Feng didn't want to incur the teacher's wrath and hid behind Lin Shen so that he wouldn't be taken out with the sword. The boy asked teacher Bingming for forgiveness and swore that he would always follow her orders. Lin turned to her brother and examined his whole body with admiration. The girl noticed that her brother's skin had become much lighter than it was before. The girl asked Lin Feng what happened to his skin color. Lin Feng clenched his hand into a fist, looked at his skin, and began to tell everything from the very beginning. Lin Feng sat by the waterfall and meditated. Lin Feng sat on a rock and hardened his body. The cold water flew over his body, but the boy held on because he wanted to improve his body's capabilities. Lin Feng stood under the cold stream of water and endured the pain that tormented his body. It seemed to the boy that he would now lose consciousness and die. Lin Feng felt his fist grow stronger. The boy squeezed it and felt that the strength in his hands increased. The boy thought that hardening his body had benefited him, so he was going to continue. Lin Feng spent the 20th day in the wilderness and hardened his body under the waterfall. The boy suffered from pain, but he endured because he believed in the incredible power of hardening. Lin Feng raised his eyes filled with suffering and looked at the waterfall. The current became stronger and the load on the boy's body too. The boy clenched his jaws and screamed as the load reached its maximum value. Lin Feng jumped up, jumped out from under the water flow, and decided not to go back under the current of the waterfall. After only a second, Lin Feng left the place where he was hardening himself. Lin Feng finished telling his sister about his adventures at the waterfall and began to smile, showing the muscles in his arm. The boy said that nothing had really changed, but that he was only bathing. Bingming found Lin Feng and put her sword to his throat. Everything around was covered in snow, so the girl was wearing winter clothes, but Lin Feng was only wearing pants. The boy did not expect to see his teacher here, so he looked surprised. Appeared next to Bingming and started shouting at the teacher. The dean did not approve of her harsh behavior and argued that she would not get any results this way. Dean bypassed Bingming and headed towards Lin Feng, who was still under the threat of the teacher's sword. Dean took his hand and said that Lin Feng should leave alchemy and practice martial arts. Bingming cleared her throat and explained to the dean that now was not the best time to take Lin Feng away from the alchemy department. In 2 months, there will be an alchemy competition, and Lin Feng will be able to represent the academy at this competition. When the dean listened to Bingming, he slapped his forehead with his palm because he had forgotten about this competition. Now the dean could not lure Lin Feng to study with him. When Lin Feng heard about the alchemy competition, he immediately approached Bingming and started asking about it. There was little time for preparation, and the participants were from Mo's school. There were many Yunzongs. Lin Feng wasn't sure that he could win the alchemy competition, so he looked at teacher Bing-Ming with pitying eyes. He begged her with his eyes not to send him to the competition. Bin-Ming put the sword to the boy's throat again so that he would not refuse to participate in the competition again. Under threats, Lin Feng promised the teacher that he would win this competition. The teacher took the sword from Lin Feng and calmed down. She told her student that all his opponents would be strong, so the teacher ordered the boy to prepare a higher level pill immediately. Lin Feng looked intently at the teacher and agreed with her. Lin Feng made the decision to make a higher level pill for his sister first to heal her cold soul. Explosions rang out again in the alchemy office. Lin Feng was busy preparing the pill. Lin Feng sat with a miserable expression in the alchemy office. His hair looked like it had been electrocuted. There was smoke and an unpleasant smell all around. The boy looked shabby, and his face did not express any positive emotions. He had not been able to make a higher level pill, even though it had been 10 days. Some failures befell the young man, and he lost hope. Bin Ming entered the office and stared. She examined the boy from head to toe and realized that he had failed to make the pill again. The boy was in despair. Tears appeared in his eyes. Lin Feng hugged the pill container tightly and was saddened by the hopelessness. Teacher Bing reached out and placed a hand on Lin Feng's shoulder to support him. The girl said that he had gained a good pace and in time he would be able to achieve his goal. The young man raised his eyes and looked at the teacher with a grateful look. Lin Feng thanked Bing-Ming for their moral support during such a difficult time for him. Bing-Ming stood with a smiling face, looking at Lin Feng and urging him to put more effort into creating the pill. The guy still had time, but he had to deal with the pill faster. Lin Feng raised his hand to say goodbye to the teacher. The boy promised that he would put even more effort into creating a higher level pill. The boy's eyes were filled with sadness, and his hand still held the pill tray. As soon as Bing-Ming left the office, Lin Feng's eyes changed. Now he did not look sad, but bold and cunning. The boy hid the pill and did not show it to the teacher. Lin Feng took out a pink pill from his pocket and looked at it greedily with shining eyes. The boy didn't admit to the teacher that he had managed to make a higher level pill because she would have taken it away immediately. Lin Feng played with the pill, admired it, and couldn't get enough of it. Lin Feng used his new ability while making the pill. Telekinesis helped prepare any pill in this world. It was enough just to focus your consciousness on the manufacturing process, and everything is ready. The boy focused his mind on the pill and let it go. The pill did not fall, but floated in the air because Lin Feng moved it with the power of thought. Lin Feng took the pill in his hands, raised it above his head, and looked at it with a satisfied look. The boy couldn't be happier with his new skill that helped him create this magic pill. Lin Feng sat down next to a small bedside table, opened one of the boxes, and began to throw out everything that was in it. It was clear that the boy was looking for something. Lin Feng had been hiding the pills made by Bing-Ming in the bedside table, and now he wanted to count them. Bing-Ming stood in her office and thought about Lin Feng. The girl considered him her best student, so she did not resent him for his failures in making a higher level pill. Lin Feng took out all the pills from his stash, held them in his hands, and smiled widely. The boy promised himself that he would not give any of the pills to teacher Bing-Ming because he had made them himself. Bin-Ming lay down on a deck chair in her office. The girl did not stop thinking about Lin Feng. Although the boy could not make a higher level pill and kept failing at it, the teacher considered him a good craftsman. 20 days had passed, but Lin Feng was still able to produce a higher level pill. Bing-Ming stood with a pensive expression on her face, thinking of how to encourage her student. Lin Feng opened the gate and sneaked into the alchemy room while teacher Bing-Ming was gone. When Lin Feng entered the laboratory, he saw teacher Bing-Ming sleeping on a couch. The boy froze in place in surprise, and his face twisted in surprise. Bing-Ming woke up when she heard Lin Feng's footsteps. The girl looked at him with sleepy eyes and said that she had come to see his work. Lin Feng was surprised by the teacher's words, so he raised his hand and touched the back of his head. He didn't want the teacher to see his workplace and monitor the process of making the higher level pill and told the teacher about it. The girl was angry at Lin Feng's words. An angry grimace appeared on her face and her eyes flickered with an ominous fire. As soon as Lin Feng saw the teacher's angry face, he immediately took back his words. The boy was frightened by Bing Ming's violent reaction and did not want to increase her anger. Bing Ming could not stop her anger. She turned into some kind of monster that wanted to mercilessly deal with Lin Feng. The girl took out her sword again and threatened the student to make the pill as soon as possible. The sword touched Lin Feng's face, who was almost unconscious from fear. The guy promised to make a pill as soon as possible. Lin Feng is sitting by the cauldron preparing a higher level pill. Teacher Bin Ming was sitting on a deck chair not far from the boy and watched his actions. Bin Ming was sitting on a deck chair and was looking at her student intently. The girl raised her sword again and pointed it at the boy, then asked if the pill was ready. The student looked out from behind the cauldron and showed the teacher a pink pill. The boy boasted that he had done it while the teacher was sleeping. Bing Ming jumped up from the lounger and approached Lin Feng. The girl snatched the pill from his hands, took a magnifying glass, and began to examine it in detail. Bing Ming was satisfied with Lin Feng's work. She put her hands on his shoulders, smiled pleasantly, and praised the boy. Teacher Bing Ming remarked that the boy cannot stop but must keep trying. Suddenly, another superior quality pill rolled out of Lin Feng's pocket. Lin Feng realized that the second pill had fallen out of his pocket and now he would be in an unpleasant situation. The boy's eyes filled with horror. Bin Ming immediately noticed the second pill on the ground. The girl bent down, picked it up, and began to examine it carefully. The girl was shocked by the find. Her eyes were fixed on the pill. Bing Ming's anger knew no bounds. She could mercilessly destroy Lin Feng. The teacher couldn't stop the flow of her anger because Lin Feng dared to trick her and hide a certain amount of pills. Lin Feng tried to show that he wasn't scared of the teacher, so he replied with a smile that he only took 2 pills. In fact, he took many pills but did not confess to the teacher. Before Lin Feng could blink an eye, teacher Bing Ming attacked him. Bing Ming took out the pills that Lin Feng had prepared and hidden and glared at the student with an angry look. Bing Ming realized that all of these high-level pills were prepared by her disciple a long time ago, but he did not show them to her. The teacher was so angry with the student that he had to run away from her office faster than the wind. The boy was running away from Bing Ming, who was trying to catch up with the insolent boy and hit him with her sword. The teacher shouted that she would take all the pills for herself. Lin Feng rushed away from the teacher, but he was sorry that all the pills were left in her. Bing Ming looked at Lin Feng's disappearing figure with a sad look. The girl felt sorry that she supported Lin Feng and he behaved so treacherously. Bing Ming calmed down, closed her eyes, and thought about Lin Feng's progress in her studies. Teacher Bing Ming opened her palm and looked at the pill in her hand. The girl was sure that this Lin Feng was incredibly gifted and talented, so he could achieve extraordinary success in alchemy. A month passed. The day of the Master Alchemist competition came. Lin Shen and Goldie came to support Lin Feng, who was to participate in the alchemy competition. The sister was very worried about her brother because his rivals were the masters of the Mo School Junzong. Ming Bing didn't look excited, quite the opposite. She was confident in Lin Feng's abilities, so she showed Lin Shen all the pills her brother had made. Lin Shen and Goldie looked in surprise at the shelf where all the flasks of prepared pills were. Lin Shen couldn't have imagined that her brother had become such a cool alchemy master. Lin Feng looked at his sister with a smile and assured her that all those pills on the shelves were forcibly taken by the teacher. Confidence shone in the boy's eyes as Lin Feng was about to win the alchemist competition. The boy believed that he had enough strength and knowledge to win. The day has come for the start of the alchemy competition. On the site, everything was already prepared for the participants. The dean of the academy was looking thoughtfully at the ground, and Lin Feng was standing behind him. Dean was plagued by doubts about Lin Feng's participation in these competitions. Lin Feng reassured the dean and assured him that everything would be fine. The boy was sure that he would become the best of masters. Lin Feng's eyes became determined and focused. The boy gave his word to the dean that he would smear all the masters of Mo's school. Junzong does not blink an eye. The dean was surprised at the student's statement and decided that Lin Feng had grown up very quickly. The students of the Linu Academy traditionally spread gossip about the contestants. They whispered and told each other something all the time. One of the students at Lin Academy did not trust Ling Feng and considered him to be a good martial artist rather than an alchemist. Mo School entered through the gates of the Academy Jontong in purple robes. 4 people walked ahead of the main group of people, Mo School alchemist group Junzong. Mo School approached Ling Feng. Junzong looked at the boy with an interested look. He introduced himself and gave his name. As it turned out, the guy's name was Han Xiao. Han Xiao was later joined by a girl named Dian Meng, who scrutinized Ling Feng and remarked that he was unlikely to win the alchemy competition. Lin Feng did not respond to the insulting words of his opponents, but only stared into their eyes for a long time. The boy was not offended by their taunts because he was already enjoying his future victory over them. The dean solemnly walked to the middle of the court and declared the alchemy competition open. All participants of the competition took their places near the boilers, after which the conditions of the competition were announced. The competition was to be held in 3 stages. The first task was to create a pill of any level in 4 hours. Schoolgirl Mo Junzong Dianmong turned to Lin Feng and gave him a sly look. The girl claimed that Lin Feng would be eliminated from the competition after this stage. But Lin Feng did not react to this prank. Another student of Moa Yunzong named Lin Shangtian overheard Dian Meng's jokes and asked her not to be silly but to concentrate on making the pill. Lin Feng pulled teacher Bing Ming's recliner to his side. Lin Feng didn't seem to care about the competition at all. The guy laid down on the sunbed, started yawning and later dozed off. Teacher Bing Ming watched Lin Feng's behavior and could not understand what he was doing. Already at the first stage of the competition, the boy lay down on a deck chair and began to fall asleep. Anger seethed in Bing Ming's heart, but she was powerless. Dean of Linu Academy was sitting next to Principal Xia of Mo School Junzong. Headmaster Xia looked askance at student Ling Feng and disapproved of his pill-making methods. The dean was shocked by the behavior of Lin Feng, whom he considered a very talented and unconventional student. Distrust of Lin Feng appeared in the dean's soul. The students of Linu Academy could not believe their eyes. They saw Lin Feng go to sleep and even start snoring. Dian Mong occasionally turned her head towards Ling Feng and pondered his behavior. The guy was really asleep and didn't pay attention to anyone. Another student of Mo Yunzong did not hide his negative attitude towards Ling Feng. He considered him worthless and weak, looked down on him. Bing Ming couldn't resist and came as close to Lin Feng's couch as possible under the conditions of the competition. The girl tried to wake up the boy and promised to give him 2 weeks of rest if he won the competition. Lin Feng lay with his back to the teacher and declared that he wanted a month's rest, not 2 weeks. Bing Ming hid her hands under her robes, winked at Ling Feng, and promised to give him a month of rest. But she promised him real hell if he lost this competition. Lin Feng got up from the lounger, stood in front of the teacher, and gave her his word that he would win the competition and put his rivals to shame. Schoolgirl Mo Yunzong heard Ling Feng's words, so her eyes became fierce. She thought that Lin Feng thought too well of herself. Another student, Mo Yunzong, also got angry and wanted to bring Ling Feng down from heaven to earth. The boy felt that Lin Feng put himself above all of them, put together, and could not bear such disdain. A boy from Mo's school, Yunzong, overheard Dian Meng and Han Xiao's conversation and urged them to focus on alchemy. Ling Feng did not like the mockery from the Mo School students Junzong, and he wanted to take revenge. The boy looked resolutely at all the participants and decided to show everything he was capable of. Lin Feng raised his hands up and began to radiate energy to show his strength. Bing Ming appraised Ling Feng's new skills with a focused look and noted to herself that this boy was constantly developing and gaining new strength. Bing Ming deeply admired Ling Feng, but she did not show it. The dean of the academy sat in his chair and enjoyed the spectacle. The man kept his eyes on Lin Feng, who acted on everyone like a magnet. Dean had previously thought that Lin Feng was just in good physical shape, But this guy was truly a great master. Lin Shen and Goldie were among the other spectators. They looked fondly at Lin Feng and rejoiced at his success. The sister could be proud of her brother, Feng's incredible abilities, and shouted words of support to him. Another academy student asked his friend how Lin Feng could win the alchemy competition if he was a martial artist. No one could answer this question. Lin Feng stretched out his hands in front of him and used the power of fire. In front of Lin Feng was a cauldron that he channeled his energy into. The boy's eyes lit up, and a thin stream of light began to appear from the middle of his forehead. Lin Feng was about to use telekinesis to create a pill. Diane Meng presented her healing pill, raising her hand high in the air. The girl showed that she had already coped with the task. Xiao's pill was also ready, and he showed it to everyone on his palm. Diane Meng and Han Xiao looked in awe at the blue-haired boy who was calmly and confidently working on the D pill. It was Brother Lin. Everyone considered him a cool alchemist. Principal Jia kept a close eye on his students who were distracted from their work. He believed in his students and knew that they would be able to make pills of good quality. The dean of the academy was not in a good mood because Mo's school Hunzong trained really good alchemists who had already completed the first task. And Lin Feng still hasn't presented his pill. Lin Feng tried his best to complete the first stage task in time. The boy's face was excited because he needed another 15 minutes. Lin Feng could not complete the task because he lacked energy. The power of fire required more energy and control from him, and telekinesis couldn't replace all of that. The boy was upset and decided that his affairs were bad. Dian Meng and Han Xiao kept their eyes on Lin Feng. They wanted very much to see his loss and despair, but they had to wait until the end of time. Teacher Bing Ming did not understand why Lin Feng was taking so long to make the pill. Given his abilities, he should have finished cooking first, but nothing was ready. Bing Ming looked upset and disappointed. A small explosion occurred in the boiler due to excess energy. Everything around was in smoke. Lin Feng was confused when he heard the explosion. He was sorry that everything was gone forever. The boy coughed from the smoke and did not know what to do next. Lin Feng opened the cauldron and began to carefully examine its interior. His opponents were waiting for such a moment to laugh at the boy. While Lin Feng poked around in the cauldron, Dian Meng and Han Xiao laughed, choking with emotion. Lin Feng took out the fried potatoes from the cauldron. Lin Feng stared at her for a long time. Feng's opponents looked at the potato in his hands in surprise. They did not even think that the boy would get fried potatoes out of the cauldron. When Bing Ming saw the fried potatoes in Lin Feng's hands, she became very angry. The girl's face lit up with rage and her voice changed to a scream. Lin Feng didn't pay attention to his teacher's aggressive behavior, so he looked relaxed. The guy threw away the potatoes and looked inside the boiler for a couple of seconds. Lin Feng took out a pill prepared in advance from his pocket and showed it to everyone present. The guy tricked his rivals by showing his weakness. Feng's rival from Mo's school, Junzong, stared and did not take their eyes off the pill. The girl couldn't believe that Lin Feng was able to prepare a higher-level pill. Director Xie got up from his chair and walked over to Lin Feng to take the pill from him. The man raised his hand and began to examine the pill in the sunlight. Director Xia was amazed at Lin Feng's talent because the pill was made perfectly. The fans from Linu Academy were happy and waved their hands in delight. The boys didn't expect Lin Feng to be such a cool alchemist. 5 students of Mo School Yunzong did not pass the first stage of the competition, so they were forced to leave the sports ground. The boys were upset because they intended to show all their abilities in the second stage. Lin Feng was glad that he was able to show Han Xiao his place. The boy mockingly waved Han Xiao goodbye and wished him luck. Dian Meng wanted revenge for her friend Han Xiao, so she approached Lin Feng and threatened him that in the second stage they would definitely get even with him. Lin Feng listened carefully to her opponent. Lin Feng took Dian Meng's words skeptically, stretched his whole body, and declared that he would get even with all the students of Mo School in the second round. Junzong. The boy was sure that he could become the best among them. Feng's behavior suspiciously. The boy understood that Lin Feng was a strong opponent who would not let go of victory for anything. Elder Lin looked with dreamy eyes first at Lin Feng and then at the Dean of Lin Academy. The man was amazed by Lin Feng's abilities and incredible talent and even envied the academy. In a calm voice, the Dean thanked the elder for his praise. The Dean reminded the elder that the second stage of the competition would begin after lunch, and now it was time to rest and gather strength. Lunch is over. The second part of the competition started after the Dean of the Academy went to the center of the sports field and announced the start of the second stage. This part of the competition was quantitative, so the participants had to make more pills. Dian Meng's girlfriend found Lin Feng again and declared that she was ready to compete with him. The girl couldn't even think that Lin Feng would become the winner again at this stage. Lin Feng looked defiantly at Dian Meng and promised to spank the girl if he won the second stage. The guy was tired of proving himself right to his opponents, so he just wanted to show everything in the case. Dian Meng didn't like what Lin Feng said to her, so she promised to slap him if he lost. The girl's eyes were shining with anger, and she wanted to beat him right now. The Dean of the Academy carefully watched Lin Feng as he prepared for the second stage of the competition. The Dean believed that it was necessary to make pills of a lower level so that more of them would come out. If you make pills of a higher level, there will be fewer of them. Bin Ming heard Dean's words and couldn't keep silent. The girl said that Lin Feng would do everything she could to win. Lin Feng was a talented guy and could accept a challenge from Mo's disciples Junzong. The contestants took their places at the cauldrons and lit the fire to begin the process of making the pills. Everyone was as focused as possible and ready for the start of the second stage. Dian Meng raised her palms, concentrated all the energy in them, and directed the energy at the cauldron. The girl started working on the pills and looked askance at Lin Feng, who was standing not far from her. Dian Meng turned to Lin Feng and looked at him with a focused gaze, as if she wanted to convey her thoughts to him. Lin Feng raised one palm and tried to direct its energy towards his cauldron. The boy looked confused and could not gather his thoughts. Lin Feng didn't seem to know what to do. Lin Feng opened the cauldron and reached his hand inside to put something in there. The guy decided that it was time to use his first trump card. Pupils of Mo School Yonzong were desperate. They couldn't make as many pills as they wanted. The two students planned to make 10 entry-level pills, but only managed to make 6 or 7. Brother Lin was already ready to present his entry-level pills. The boy made 10 pills, which he held in his hands. Other students of Mo Yunzong looked at their friend with admiration and recognized his talent. The Dean of Linu Academy saw Lin Shangtian with the pills in his hands and was visibly agitated. The man thought that this disciple had already won, and Lin Feng remained somewhere behind him. Bing Ming was also just as excited as the Dean because Lin Feng was exactly her student. The girl calculated that Lin Feng had to take 8 top-tier pills to advance to the third round of the competition. Dian Meng was unhappy with herself. She looked sadly at the pills in her palms. The girl wanted to make 5 pills of the highest level, but she managed to complete the work on only 4 pills. Dian Meng remembered Lin Feng, who had not yet finished working on the higher level pills, and her face became more confident. The girl thought that after all, she was better than this guy who could not make even 1 pill. Not far from Dian Ming, there was a loud explosion that scared her. Dian Meng asked in a menacing voice who did not follow the cauldron and caused the explosion. Lin Feng was responsible for the explosion. The boy rushed to the angry Dian Meng and apologized for the trouble. Lin Feng's boiler could not withstand the load, which is why the incident occurred. Dian Meng thought that Lin Feng would not be able to finish the competition now that his cauldron had exploded. The girl was glad that such an incident deprived Lin Feng of the right to continue his participation in the competition. After 2 or 3 seconds, Dian Meng guessed that Lin Feng had blown up his cauldron on purpose. The girl could not control her aggression, so she screamed with all her might. Lin Feng asked the girl not to be angry and threw her a higher level pill to calm her down. The girl caught the pink pill and looked at it with joyful eyes. The girl did not expect Lin Feng to be able to make such a pill, but just one was not enough. Dian Meng noticed that Ling Feng had some more pills with him and asked to show them. Lin Feng stared at his opponent with serious eyes and raised his palms to show off his pills. In his hands were as many as 9 pink pills, which gave him the opportunity to consider himself a winner. Teacher Bingming was overjoyed when she saw the 10 top-level pills in Ling Feng's hands. She didn't even understand how Ling Feng managed to hide the pill-making process. The dean of the academy was pleasantly impressed with Lin Feng's skills in alchemy. Dean thought that the boy only had incredible talent in martial arts, but Lin Feng had become a superior alchemist. School elder Mo Junzong lowered his head and thought about the competition. The man recalled how their school used to embarrass Linu Academy during the competition, but today Linu Academy went out of their way to embarrass Mo's students Junzong. The students of Lin Academy could not contain their emotions. They shouted and loudly supported Lin Feng. Feng's opponent was eliminated from the competition after the second round, although before the start of the round, she threatened and promised that she would do everything to defeat Lin Feng. She left the sports field with a feeling of hatred in her soul. Lin Feng approached the girl and reminded her in a cheerful voice that he should give her a kick since she lost the third round. The girl became even more angry and clenched her teeth in hatred. She wanted to start a fight, so Lin Feng was clearly looking for a conflict. The fans from Lin Academy were sure that Lin Feng would not give anyone a chance to win these competitions now. Elder Lin covered his eyes and waved his hand, indicating to Lin Feng that fighting during the competition was a bad idea. Lin Feng bowed to school elder Mo Yunzong agreed with him. The boy did not want to kick Dian Meng in front of everyone present. The students of Linu Academy quietly laughed at the representatives of Mo's school Junzong. Dian Meng was still standing in front of Ling Feng and showing her disdain for him. The girl advised the boy not to be too confident in his abilities, since Brother Lin is a real genius of alchemy and will be able to become a worthy competitor. Lin Feng couldn't resist and slapped the girl right in front of the fans. Lin Feng miscalculated his strength and hit the girl very hard. With the powerful blow, Dian Meng flew up and flew high into the sky, but she was still screaming and threatening Ling Feng with execution. Elder Lin jumped up from his seat when he saw Dian Meng flying in the sky. His student flew very far and disappeared from his sight. Feng's prank. They were jumping and laughing loudly, holding their bellies. Dian Meng's flight, teacher Bing Ming approached the boy. The girl was thinking about the third round of the competition and was afraid that Mo's school genius Yunzong will be able to defeat Lin Feng tomorrow. Lin Feng turned to the teacher and reassured her with a smile on his face. The boy declared that he was not afraid of Lin Shangtian and would defeat him at any cost. Bingming and the dean looked at Ling Feng in silence, not knowing what to say to him. A genius like Lin Feng knew everything, so he didn't need any guidance. The second day of the competition has arrived. Only 2 people reached the final stage, so there were 2 boilers on the sports ground. Lin Feng came to the site for the competition, and among the participants from the Mo school, Yunzong noticed Dian Meng, whom he sent flying yesterday with a kick. The boy stopped and asked with a smile how she was feeling after yesterday's adventures. Feng's competitor appeared next to Dian Meng. It was a guy named Lin Shangtian, who was a top-level alchemy master. Lin Shangtian frowned at Lin Feng and promised him to blow him up in the competition. Lin Feng looked at his opponent with evil eyes, but he was not afraid of him at all. The boy was ready to accept Ling Shangtian's challenge. The dean of the Linu Academy came to the participants of the competition and the fans. He announced the start of the third round of the alchemists' competition. Lin Feng and Lin Shangtian stepped into the center of the sports field and faced each other. The dean of the academy rose from his seat and began to announce the rules of the third round. The main task of the participants was to prepare the best pill. 12 hours were allotted for this task. Lin Shangtian didn't waste any time and immediately started creating the pill. He took all the necessary herbs and went to the cauldron. Lin Feng stood silently and watched the opponent's actions. The boy looked carefully at the herbs that Lin Shangtian brought and came to the conclusion that he wanted to make a warming pill of a higher level. Lin Feng smiled slyly as he looked at his opponent and decided that he would make a mysterious level pill. Lin Feng believed that such a pill would definitely be rated better than the opponent's pill. A few minutes later, a joyful Lin Feng held in his hands a new pill that he had prepared for the first time. It was not a high-level pill, but a mysterious level pill. It was much more valuable than all the other pills. Lin Feng continued to cast spells over the cauldron, trying to improve his pill. The boy's eyes expressed his sincere admiration for the matter. Elder Lin looked sternly at Ling Feng and thought that this boy would not be up to the task. Bing Ming did not like the behavior of Elder Lin, who praised his disciple too much. Bing Ming hoped that Ling Feng would teach this arrogant elder very soon. Lin Shangtian was engrossed in making the pill, so he stared passionately into the cauldron and could not be distracted. The boy couldn't afford to lose to Ling Feng, so it would be a lifetime shame. Lin Feng cast spells over his cauldron, trying to create the pill faster. Suddenly, Ling Feng had a shocking thought. He suspected that his opponent would be able to trick him and make a better pill. Feng's eyes became irritated. He thought that Lin Shangtian had a trump card up his sleeve that should make him the winner of this round. Lin Feng put his hands into the cauldron and began to use the energy. Lin Feng decided that he would not make a pill of a mysterious level, as his opponent could easily make a pill of the same or even higher level. Lin Feng raised the pill cauldron high above his head and began to do strange things to it. Elder Lin watched Lin Fenny's actions in disbelief and couldn't understand why the boy wanted to explode the cauldron. Bing Ming and the dean also kept their eyes on Ling Feng. The dean asked the teacher why Lin Feng raised the cauldron so high. Bin Ming didn't really understand what was happening, so she didn't know what to say to the dean. Lin Feng used the energy of his own body to make the most valuable pill. The boy's eyes lit up with a golden glow, which meant that the boy was using his gift of telekinesis. Something strange was happening inside the boiler. Everything was glowing and burning. In the cauldron, Lin Shangtian took out a pill from the alchemy furnace and examined it. The pill had hardened, and now it could be presented. The boy took his pill in his hand and scanned it with his eyes for a long time. It was fully formed and ready to use. Elder Lin saw that his disciple had already completed the task and was holding the pill in his hands. The elder's joy had no end or end. He already tasted victory. Bing Ming carefully looked at the pill prepared by Lin Shangtian, but it seemed to her that it was not a top-level pill. Lin Shangtian was approached by his elder and grabbed the mysterious level pill from the disciple's hands to see for himself its good quality. The man took the pill with his fingers and looked at it with blissful eyes for a long time. Tian last night to talk with him about the strategy to win the competition. The elder recommended the boy to make a mysterious level pill. Elder Lin and Lin Shangtian looked at each other and hoped that their plan would work and lead to victory. The Lin Academy officials prematurely assumed Lin Shangtian was the winner and mocked Lin Shen, who had yet to reveal his pill. Bing Ming lowered her eyes and already sensed that Lin Feng had lost. The girl thought that they underestimated their opponent yesterday, and today they are reaping the benefits. The dean of the academy remained calm and believed in Lin Feng's talent. The dean supported teacher Bin Ming and urged her not to despair but to hope for the best. Lin Feng had not yet presented his work, so the hope of victory remained. Lin Feng looked at the cauldron with a demanding gaze. The boy wanted to make a pill that would be much better than Lin Shangtian's pill. Bing Ming kept her eyes on Ling Feng and his alchemy furnace. She didn't understand why Lin Feng was taking so long to prepare the pill. The girl's soul was filled with sadness, and she began to worry even more. The students of Lin Academy no longer hoped for Lin Feng's victory, so sadness appeared in their eyes. Suddenly, the alchemical furnace flew into the air with a loud explosion. A dark-colored pill flew out of the alchemical furnace. Lin Feng grasped the pill in his hand and began to examine it carefully. The boy did not yet understand how this pill worked. Lin Shangtian looked at Ling Feng with excited eyes and opened his mouth in surprise. The boy did not expect that Lin Feng would be able to make the pill in time. Dianmeng stood next to Lin Shangtian and watched Ling Feng with him. Lin Shangtian looked upset, so she tried to calm him down. The girl said that Lin Feng made a poor quality pill, so there is no need to worry. Bing Ming sneaked up on Ling Feng from behind and asked in a displeased voice what kind of pill he had been making for so long. Lin Feng turned to the teacher and gave her a displeased look. He did not like her attitude towards him. Bin Ming approached the student to see the pill. The teacher's eyes were focused on the student's palm as much as possible, and Lin Feng looked uncertain. Lin Feng opened his palm and revealed a black pill. Dianmong couldn't hold back her laughter when they saw Ling Feng's black pill. The girl thought that Lin Feng had added something to the pill. Feng's fans were disappointed with the pill he prepared. They didn't want to believe that Lin Feng had embarrassed their academy so much. Teacher Bin Ming took the pill in her hands, held it up to get a better look, and began to scan it with her eyes. The girl had never seen such a pill, so she came to the conclusion that it was not made quite correctly. Dianmong sneered at Ling Feng. The girl was sure that Lin Feng had made the pill irregularly. Lin Shen and Goldie kept their eyes on Lin Feng. Ling Shen couldn't imagine that her brother could cheat and make a pill outside of the prescribed rules. The girl hoped that it was a mistake and Lin Feng would be the winner. Elder Lin approached teacher Bing Ming and asked her to give him a pill. Bing Ming clutched the pill in her hand and showed by her appearance that she refused to give it to the elder. The girl said that they are ready to admit their defeat in the competition. Lin Feng stood behind the teacher and watched the conversation with surprised eyes. Ling Feng was saddened when he heard Bing Ming's words. The guy did not want to admit his defeat, so unpleasant feelings arose in his soul. Lin Feng clenched his hand tightly into a fist, holding back his anger. The dean of the academy rose from his seat and shouted at Bing Ming. Dianmong looked defiantly at teacher Bing Ming, who did not want to show Lin Feng's pill and urged her to show Lin Feng's product. The girl remarked that they wanted to see something new. Another student of Mo Yunzong behaved very confidently and laughed at Ling Feng. To the insolent students of Mo Junzong, their elder, who was beside himself with anger, came up and ordered them to shut their mouths. The man could no longer hear their defiant expressions towards Bing Ming and Ling Feng. Elder Lin stood with a stern expression and turned to teacher Bing Ming. The man claimed that the black pill that Ling Feng produced was most likely a heaven-level pill. The dean of the academy couldn't believe that Lin Feng was able to make a heaven-level pill that was even better than a mysterious level pill. Bing Ming held Lin Feng's pill with her fingers and agreed with Elder Lin. The girl noted that this pill is not very good in quality, but it is a true heaven-level pill. Feng's eyes widened in surprise. The boy had already come to terms with his defeat, but now he was over the moon with happiness. Bing Ming meekly looked at her student and thought about what an incomparable talent this boy had. Lin Shen excitedly followed the development of events on the sports ground. The girl heard that her brother was able to make a heavenly level pill, so he should become the winner. Lin Shangtian lowered his head dejectedly and agreed that Lin Feng's talent was indeed much better than his own. Elder Lin and the dean of the academy summed up the competition, discussing all the details. Elder Lin admitted the defeat of his school, and the dean of the academy thanked him for the fair competition. The dean of the Linu Academy came out to the audience and joyfully announced that a student of the Linu Academy won the alchemy competition. Lin Feng entered the center of the court as the winner of the competition. Elder Lin gritted his teeth in annoyance as his student did not turn out to be the best alchemist. The Lin Academy students did not hold back their joy, so they did everything they wanted to show their joy at Lin Feng's victory. One of the students of Mo's school, Junzong, jumped out of the crowd and began to behave aggressively. The boys shouted that their school had completely embarrassed themselves, although it should have been the other way around. Dianmong paid no attention to the aggressive boy from her school. She stood apart from everyone and thought about Brother Lin, who unexpectedly lost to Lin Feng. The girl hoped that in a few years, Brother Lin would become cooler than Lin Feng. Brother Lin was gloomy after the competition was over. The boy saw Lin Feng's true strength and could no longer consider himself a strong alchemist. Dianmong continued to comfort Brother Lin, even though she was not in the best condition herself. Her face was filled with frustration and hatred. Another student, Mo, unable to accept his team's loss, Junzong vowed to return to Lin Academy and wreak havoc. This guy threatened to torture Lena Academy students to death. Elder Lin was saying goodbye to the dean of Lin Academy. The man was fascinated by Ling Feng and praised him all the time. The dean of the academy was glad to hear the words of the elder from Mo's school Junzong. Elder Lin and the dean of the academy said their goodbyes, wishing each other the best. A group of students of Mo Yunzong said goodbye to the students of Linu Academy and went to the gate. Dean walked over to teacher Bing Ming and looked at her with serious eyes. The dean understood very well that now the students of Mo's school Yunzong will hate Ling Feng and try to harm him. The dean thought that Ling Feng should be trained in martial arts. Bing Ming partially agreed with the dean, but the girl believed that Lin Feng would not be able to fully reveal her talent in alchemy if she was distracted by martial arts. Dean called Lin Feng to him to hear his opinion. Dean wanted to know what the boy himself wanted. Lin Feng was relaxed and didn't think about studying. The boy remembered how teacher Bin Ming had promised to give him time off for his victory in the competition, so he replied that he wanted to get time off. Bing Ming and the dean of the academy did not immediately understand what Lin Feng meant, so they stared at him in silence for a long time. Bing Ming later understood what her student was talking about, but the girl remembered Lin Feng's last vacation. The teacher shouted that she was letting him rest for a month, but in exactly 30 days he had to return. The academy director put his hand on Lin Feng's shoulder and told him that he could always turn to him for help. Dean really wanted to teach Ling Feng martial arts, so he reminded him from time to time. Lin Feng thanked the director for his offer and bowed. Lin Feng once again returned to his old home near the mountains. Lin Feng took out a pill of the highest level from the hiding place and decided to treat Goldie the lion with it. The lion spent all his time with Ling Shen and guarded her, so he deserved this award. Goldie happily grabbed the pink pill and swallowed it. Goldie's strength began to increase, clumps of energy flying around his body. Lin Feng let Goldie out for a walk, patting her on the head. Goldie was now a level 2 martial artist and could easily stand up for Ling Shen. Lin Feng was rarely at home, so the lion must become a protector for the girl. Appeared on the street in winter clothes. The girl informed her brother that her strength now reached the first level of a martial arts expert. Lin Feng smiled and happily declared that everyone in their house was now a martial artist. The pills that Lin Feng was making really helped to increase strength and enhance abilities. Lin Feng remembered that his teacher, Bing Ming, was still a 7th level martial arts novice. Ling Shen looked at her brother in fear as she remembered teacher Bing Ming. The girl reminded her brother that the pills would not help the teacher to increase her strength because she has problems with the part of the body that stores vital energy. Lin Feng threw up his hands, realizing that he would not be able to help his teacher with pills. In her case, they will be powerless. Lin Shen stood at the door of the house and told her brother that she would feed him soon. Lin Shen took Goldie in her arms and walked with him to the house. Goldie was very grateful to the girl for taking him out of the cold. Lin Feng stood in the cold for a long time and thought about Bing Ming. The boy wanted to help the teacher, but did not know how. After thinking for a while, the boy decided that he would look for a way to heal Bing Ming. A heavy blizzard was raging in the courtyard, but Lin Feng was sitting outside and doing his tempering. Lin Feng sat in the lotus position and thought about what he could do with telekinesis. Feng's eyes lit up and he used his telekinesis skill. The boy fired a black-level progenitor arrow with his thought power. The arrow flew out of the boy's forehead and hit the snowball. Ling Shen heard some suspicious sounds coming from the street and opened the door to see the source of the sound. Lin Feng was outside, so the girl asked what he was doing. Lin Feng smiled and replied to his sister that he had taken a pill at night and was very tired. Lin Feng was leaving his home, his sister and the little lion Goldie. He took a few steps, turned to Lin Shen and waved goodbye. Lin Feng let out a sigh of relief, closing his eyes relaxed. Lin Feng was glad that he was able to use the ancestral arrow for the first time. Although this arrow was dangerous, its power was not huge and very noticeable. Lin Feng walked confidently towards the mountain slope. 2 boys in ragged clothes were on their way to meet Lin Feng. They were students of the Lin Academy, but their appearance was strange because they looked as if they had been attacked by some kind of beast. Two students from Lin Academy told Lin Feng that they had been attacked by people from Mo's school Yunzong because they lost twice in a row and wanted to take revenge on the weakest students of Lin Academy. In Lin Feng's eyes after the words of the beaten students, he clenched his fist tightly and promised that he would put the people with Mo Yunsen to the place and will teach them to behave properly. Lin Feng remembered that he had managed to reach the 4th level of Alchemy Master yesterday, so he would be able to use his new abilities and make a lasting impression on Mo's disciples Yunsen's desire to beat the weak. One of the students of Linu Academy told about how he was attacked by unknown people and severely beaten. The red-haired student of Linu Academy was enraged as people from the academy were attacked by unknown masters and severely beaten, but the teachers and elders kept quiet about these incidents. A second student from Linu Academy tried to stop the angry red-haired boy and explained to him that the elders had no right to interfere in the relationship between the students of the two schools. A girl who brought good news ran to the center of the sports ground. She said that Linu Academy's top student, Di Xuan, had gotten in touch and would soon go to the deep forest to protect the students from Mo's bullies. Junzong. The red-haired boy shouted joyfully and said that now he had hope. The boy hoped that Di Xuan would tear the students from Mo's school to pieces. Junzong. After some time, to the students of Mo Junzong, another boy came running and said that there was no point in relying on Di Xuan now that he had already lost the battle to the students of the Mo school Junzong. Di Xuan did go to the remote forest, but he was unable to defeat the Mo school students Junzong in battle. As a result of the fight, his bones were broken and he is now in the hospital. The female student at the school burst into tears when she heard that Di Xuan was unable to beat the students at Mo school Junzong. All the girl's hope faded before her eyes. The red-haired boy fell into despair and declared that now they cannot go to practice in the remote forest because it's dangerous for them there. Came running to the crowd of upset academy students, bringing good news. He assured everyone that one of Linu Academy's students had already competed with Mo's students. Junzong is in the deep forest, but his face is hidden under a mask. The boy was delighted to tell that an unknown student of the academy had beaten up several groups of students from Mo's school Yunzong in Mingyu Gorge and then Dragon Gorge. The red-haired student looked carefully at the boy who brought this wonderful news and asked if he knew the name of the brave student in the mask. The boy replied that this student will now come and introduce himself. In reality, Lin Feng was the mysterious student who had gotten even with several groups of Mo school students Junzong. He promised himself that he would deal with them and teach them. Lin Feng was holding a brush and was about to paint something. He wore a mask on his face so that Mo's disciples Yunzong could not recognize him. A student of Mo Junzong Lu Liu was lying on the ground while Lin Fei painted a turtle on his face. Lin Feng sat among the beaten and scattered students of Mo School Junzong is in the Dragon Gorge, and two more silhouettes appeared behind him. Mo's two disciples Junzong looked at them with a hateful look and prepared for a new fight. Mo's top disciples approached Lin Feng Yunsen, who wanted to take revenge for his brother. The boy looked at Lin Feng with fierce eyes and wanted to tear him to pieces. The fifth of the best students of Mo Yongzong Wenyu stood with an angry face and clenched his hand into a strong fist. Lin Feng didn't even want to talk to these two boys because they weren't the best students at Mo School Junzong. The boy sent them to rest, but asked them to bring him a better student. Two students of Mo Yunzong could not bear such insolence of Lin Feng, so they rushed towards him to bring the boy down from the sky to the ground with their fists. A minute later, two boys from Mo's school Yunzong lay beaten on the ground. Lin Feng dealt with the cocky young men in a couple of minutes. Next to the beaten masters, another young man from Mo's school appeared, Junzong, who could not believe his eyes. All his friends lay in a half-conscious state. The boy approached his beaten comrade, helped him up and asked what had happened. His comrade reported that they were beaten by Lin Feng from Lin Academy. It became clear that Lin Feng was an incredibly strong martial artist. A tall boy named Lu appeared in the Dragon Gorge Shan. This young man was the second best student at Mo School Junzong. The boy was dressed in a standard purple robe and had a hood over his head. The guy was staring intently into the distance. Next to Lu Shanem stood third among Mo's top students Yunzong, who was convinced that Lin Feng would not be able to do anything to them. The best masters, Mo Yunzong, took control of the remote forest to punish Lin Feng. Mo's best student Yunzong, named Long Yu, shot his eyes in different directions and suggested that his companions split up and comb the deep forest to deal with Ling Feng faster. Pupils of Mo School Yunzong moved forward to search the entire forest. One of Mo's students, Junzong, tripped on the path and began to fall. The boy did not understand how he could stumble like that. Lu Shan realized that there was someone in the bushes next to him. Therefore, the boy took a fighting position to repel the enemy's attack, jumped into the air, and prepared to strike. Lu Shan saw his brother Chen Yun lying on the ground. Lu Shan was beside himself with anger when he saw his brother beaten on the ground. Lu Shan looked around and asked aloud who did this. The boy understood that Lin Feng was somewhere nearby. Lin Feng stood on a tree branch with a mask on his face and waited for Lu Shan will see him. Lin Feng was glad that he was able to scare his enemies. Brother Lu Shan saw Ling Feng on the tree and his expression turned hateful. The boy realized that it was his enemy who had beaten his friend. Lu Shan shouted to Ling Feng to come down to him. Lu Shan used a black-level technique called Heavenly Net to pull Lin Feng down. Lin Feng jumped down to fight Lu. "We are on the ground." Lin Feng attacked the enemy from the air and immediately dealt him a painful blow. Lu Shan flew into the air from Ling Feng's strong reception. Lu Shan was surprised by Lin Feng's strength. He didn't expect that Ling Feng would be able to knock him off balance with one punch. The boy looked scared and did not understand how to defeat Lin Feng. Lu Shan fell to the ground and hit himself painfully. The boy warned brother Long Yu to be more careful. Lin Feng took out his brush from his pocket and looked up at Long Yu, who was about to attack him. Lin Feng was not afraid of his opponent. He only watched his actions. Long Yu was already in flight. He wanted to beat Ling Feng for all his comrades. Long Yu did not understand what had happened. The boy flew up to hit Lin Feng, but ended up on the ground again. Long Yu was furious. He stared at Ling Feng and threatened him with death. Linyu Academy students and Mo School students gathered in Mingyu Gorge, Junzong. The Lin Academy students were proud that Lin Feng was able to beat almost all of the top students in Mo's school Yunzong, and only Lun Yu remained. One of Lin Academy's students said that Lin Feng was really strong, but it was unknown who he was. A student of Mo Yunzong looked at the Lina Academy students with a serious look because he didn't understand why they were so happy. The boy was sure that Long Yu would deal with Lin Feng quickly, so the students of Lin Academy would have to leave the deep forest. A student of Mo Yunzong actively gestured and proved that Long Yu would not lose to Ling Feng as he was a 9th level master. Long Yu appeared in Ming Yu's gorge. A large red sword hung on his back and his head was lowered. The boy wanted to deal with Lin Feng as soon as possible and show his incredible strength. Pupils of Mo School Yunzong was waiting for Lin Feng to show up to meet Long Yu. They were anxiously waiting for the battle to begin, to take revenge on Lin Academy and see them humiliated. A minute later, Lin Feng appeared among the students of Lin Academy. His face was half covered by a brown scarf that hung down to the boy's feet. Lin Feng's face was relaxed and calm. The fair-haired youth from the Linyu Academy gave an inspired shout when he saw Lin Feng among his comrades. This meant that now a decisive battle would begin, which would put everything in its place. Lin Feng and Long Yu stepped onto the court and prepared for battle. Long Yu looked down at Ling Feng from under his forehead, showing his disdain. The boy asked his opponent if he was really Lin Feng. Lin Feng spoke to Long Yu without removing the bandage from his face. He replied that his full name was Lin Feng Tian. Long Yu was angry, his face was aggressive, and it seemed that this guy was about to explode with hatred. Long Yu threatened Ling Feng and promised to tear him into small pieces. Long Yu started the battle without waiting a moment. The boy rushed towards Ling Feng, using the technique of the 5 elements of the yellow level on the move. Lin Feng did not move, but simply followed the opponent's actions. The guy was relaxed, but had good motivation. He really wanted to bring Long Yu down from heaven to earth and crush his arrogance. Long Yu rushed at Ling Feng with the speed of the wind as his hatred and malice gave him inhuman strength. Lin Feng stood motionless and was not even going to deflect the blow. Lin Feng rose into the air in an instant, leaping over his opponent at the speed of light and ending up behind him. Long Yu looked in front of him and did not see Ling Feng, so his eyes became huge and his mouth automatically opened in surprise. Long Yu returned to Ling Feng to use the yellow level technique and get even with him forever. The battle between Ling Feng and Long Yu continued and increased in intensity. The boys punched each other. Feng's eyes were focused on the opponent. The boy was about to strike the master. Lin Feng and Long Yu jumped into the air and began to strike each other. A flame was burning between them and a lump of energy was boiling. Lin Feng landed on the ground and prepared his fist to strike. Long Yu also sank to the ground and prepared for another round of competition. Ling Feng looked at Long Yu's behavior and pondered how to strike him. The guy decided that it would be inappropriate to hit with full force. Long Yu glared ominously at Ling Feng, his fists at the ready. The boy was not going to give up, but only wanted to crush Lin Feng in battle. Long Yu spread his arms wide, raised the wind, and used the heaven-level technique. This technique should greatly damage Lin Feng. Lin Feng suddenly rose into the air, focused his gaze on the opponent, and prepared his fists for battle. The boy wanted to use a dragon strike with a fire sword, but then gave up on such an idea, so there were many people around. Lin Feng turned into a ball of energy and began to relentlessly approach his opponent. A moment later, a ball of energy approached Long Yu, picked him up, and carried him towards the cliff. Long Yu flew into the rock at breakneck speed and winced in pain. This blow did not cause significant damage to the boy, but it was very annoying. Long Yu's body was strong and flexible, so he was able to bear such a load. Lin Feng shook off the dust from his robe and looked at his fist. Long Yu regained his strength after hitting the rock and shouted at Ling Feng. The guy was incredibly annoyed and promised to destroy him. Long Yu raised his head, clenched his fists, and shouted loudly to release the energy from his body. Lin Feng followed the opponent's body movements with frightened eyes. He concluded that Long Yu had now reached the level of a martial artist, so victory might not be easy at all. Long Yu removed the sword from his back, gripped it tightly in his hands, and prepared to use the heaven-level technique. The boy raised his sword above his head, after which a fiery funnel appeared above the sword. Infernal energy swirled in this funnel. Long Yu's eyes were filled with fierce anger and a desire to crush his opponent. Lin Feng did not give up. He took a fighting stance and waited for Long Yu to strike. Lin Feng had a brave heart and great willpower, so he was not going to back down in this situation. Even in the case when the opponent is stronger, he could not afford to show weakness and admit his defeat. One of the students of Mo's school, Yunzong, watched the arena where the fight between Ling Feng and Long Yu was taking place with arrogant eyes. The boy declared that the fight could be considered over as no one would be able to stop Long Yu. Linu Academy's student was worried about Lin Feng and thought that he was in real danger. The boy's eyes expressed sadness. Long Yu aimed his sword and was about to strike Ling Feng. The boy's eyes were so evil that it was scary to look into them. Lin Feng was ready to take the hit. He did not know how this fight could end, but he had to go to extreme options. Lin Feng raised his head and moved his eyes, following the opponent's movements. The boy assumed that this clash would be very tough. Lin Feng concentrated his energy and flew to meet Long Yu. The boy was running at the speed of light and wanted to show off his punch. Long Yu used his secret trick and ended up behind Lin Feng, who was still in flight. Ling Feng heard the voice of the opponent behind him and turned sharply so that Long Yu would not have time to strike from behind. Ling Feng didn't expect Mo's best disciple Junzong will be able to apply such a technique. Long Yu swung around and hit Ling Feng with all his might with a devil sword strike. Lin Feng didn't have time to react and cried out in pain. The boy was wounded and did not know what to do next. Ling Feng winced in pain, while Long Yu stood by and watched his opponent's torment with satisfaction. Half of Lin Feng's face was covered by a mask, But even the mask could not hide his despair. The guy thought that his affairs were very bad and he urgently needed to correct the situation. Lin Feng used his displacement power and disappeared. Lin Feng moved quickly, leaving behind a cloud of dust. Long Yu stood with his sword and looked at the cloud of sand and dust and could not understand where Ling Feng had gone. Ling Feng moved to another location so that Long Yu could not reach him. The boy coughed from the dust in which he found himself. Long Yu kept his eyes on Ling Feng and literally devoured him with his evil eyes. The boy had hoped that the previous blow would be fatal to the opponent, but Lin Feng was able to withstand it and survive. Long Yu attacked Ling Feng, trying to strike him with the devil sword. Lin Feng only had time to raise his head and see the enemy approaching. Lin Feng covered himself with his hand to repel Long Yu's ferocious attack. Lin Feng was able to withstand this attack because his body was hardened. Lin Feng decided to fight to the end. He took a fighting stance, prepared his hands, clenching them into fists. The boy realized that a master of martial arts is not so scary. Long Yu was in a frenzy. He did not want to stop and just entered the taste. He looked like a beast about to attack and tear someone to pieces. Lin Feng approached Long Yu and punched him in the stomach. But Long Yu's body was impenetrable, so this attack only made the opponent laugh. It was enveloped in energy, and Lin Feng could not break through this energy shield. Long Yu laughed at Ling Feng's attempt to punch him in the stomach, then gave him a strong punch with his hand. Ling Feng lost his footing and began to lose his balance, which greatly pleased Long Yu's self-esteem. Lin Feng began to fly away from his opponent. Blood gushed from his nose and the searing pain was unbearable. Lin Feng fell limply to the ground and showed no signs of life. But the boy was conscious and still thinking about how to break through the enemy's armor. Lin Feng was lying on the ground. His mask was torn and he looked miserable. Long Yu devoured Ling Feng with his eyes and demanded that he admit defeat. Lin Feng was soundly beaten, so that was the end of the fight. Lin Feng found the strength to get up. The guy was not going to give up and decided to use his trump card. The boy lit a fire in his ears and was going to take revenge on the opponent who almost defeated him. Feng's eyes were filled with bravery and a burning desire to show his opponent his strength and character. Long Yu became enraged when he saw his opponent's intention to continue the fight. He got into a fighting stance and began to accumulate energy in his fist, after which he struck. Feng's gaze was more focused and confident than ever before. The boy used the ancestral spirit technique to deliver a tangible blow to his opponent. The boy put his hand forward and mentally released the energy from it, from Ling Feng's hand towards Long Yu. The flow of energy approached Long Yu and began to affect him. The boy screamed, feeling pain all over his body. Feng's punch was extremely strong. Even a high-class master like Long Yu could not withstand it. Long Yu was stunned by Ling Feng's punch because he had no idea that Ling Feng could possess such a powerful technique. The boy's eyes became even more evil as he sensed danger from his opponent. Lin Feng carefully watched his opponent's reaction to his secret technique, and then threw a couple more punches. The boy really wanted to know what Long Yu was going to do next. Long Yu stood there, beaten and frightened. His robe was torn to shreds. Ling Feng once again used the technique to attack Long Yu. A large amount of energy was released before the eyes of everyone present. The last blow finally finished off Long Yu, who was lying on the ground and could not even move his arm. The boy's eyes were as if he had been hit by a train. Pupils of Mo School Yunzong were shocked by this result of the battle. The best student of the school in the status of a master of martial arts was beaten by an expert of the 5th level. No one wanted to believe in the defeat of Long Yu. The students of Linyu Academy were happy. They shouted and applauded Ling Feng. A student of Mo Junzong was upset, but accepted the defeat of his student. Feng's face was as focused as possible. There was no joy on it. Lin Feng raised his hand and shouted that Mo's disciples were now Yunzong, do not have the right to go into the remote forest. Otherwise, he will beat everyone very hard and without warning. Lin Feng wanted to frighten every student in Mo School Junzong. Lin Feng rose from the ground to the sky and flew away from the gorge with an arrow. Lin Feng flew away from the scene of battle. The students of Linu Academy looked after him and regretted not being able to see his face fully. Pupils of Mo the Yunzongs were annoyed and sad because from now on they could not visit the remote forest as before. Now they can visit only the most dangerous places in the backwoods. Lin Feng flew high in the sky using his extraordinary skills. The boy did not fly for long and fell to the ground somewhere in the middle of the forest. Lin Feng looked around and breathed a sigh of relief. The boy felt that among the students of Mo Junzong were people with a high level of martial arts, so he felt sick. The boy still did not remove the mask from his face because he was afraid of persecution. Lin Feng felt weakened because the battle with Long Yu was difficult and he had to use up most of his energy. Now the boy's body ached as during a cold. Suddenly, a strange human figure appeared behind the boy, clearly wanting to pick a showdown with Lin Feng. The boy was frightened when he heard the voice of a stranger, and his eyes betrayed his fear. Lin Feng turned to the stranger and asked who he was. Lin Feng didn't even suspect that someone was following him. The male figure took off his hood and stepped into the light, so now his face could be seen. It was a student of Mo's school Junzong, but after a second, the man began to pull the skin on his face. It turned out that the stranger was disguised as a student at Mo's school. Yunzong has now completely freed himself from the mask. This man had a menacing look. His eyes narrowed and focused on Ling Fen. When Lin Feng saw the true face of his enemy, he decided to flee immediately. He used a quick movement skill and tried to leave this place quickly. Feng's intention and furrowed his brows, expressing his displeasure. Lin Feng hung in the air and looked appraisingly at the stranger who wanted to engage in battle with him. The boy felt that this man's skill level would be higher than an expert, so he would be able to fight him off. Lin Feng looked around and realized that there was nowhere to run now. The guy's face showed fear and a lot of other negative emotions. And river flowed in front of Ling Feng Yin, in which a bunch of evil spirits lived. You cannot dive into this river because evil spirits enter the human body and death occurs immediately. The boy had no choice, and behind him stood a stranger with evil intentions. The stranger approached Lin Feng, realizing that he had nowhere to go. Lin Feng stood on the rocky shore and looked down at the river. The stranger kept his eyes on Lin Feng, watching his every move. Lin Feng tore his gaze away from the River Yin. Ta turned to the stranger to look into his eyes. Lin Feng thought that Mo's school Junzong appreciates him very much if she sent a high-level master for his soul. The stranger gradually approached Lin Feng and started talking to him. The man said that Lin Feng allowed himself to humiliate the Mo school Junzong, killed her best students, so now he will pay for it. The man glared at Lin Feng and threatened to kill him. He promised the boy that he would suffer as the students of Mo's school suffered Junzong. The man was very annoyed by the mask on Lin Feng's face and pointed his finger at her. Lin Feng proudly took off his mask and showed his face to the stranger. Lin Feng had the idea that Mo's school Yunzong had long planned to attack him, so he was a real threat to her. The man focused his eyes on Lin Fen, began to accumulate energy in his hands, preparing for battle. The man frankly replied to Lin Feng that he had specifically been waiting for such a moment when Lin Feng became vulnerable and weaker. Lin Feng grew braver and prepared his fists to defend himself against the fierce stranger. The stranger rushed at Lin Feng, shouting threats at him. Lin Feng rushed at the opponent to repel the attack. The guy thought that there was a deadly river behind him, so there was no way out. It is necessary to fight and defend to the end. Lin Feng and the unknown martial artist quickly approached each other. Lin Feng forgot the fatigue and weakness that had taken over him from the previous battle and rushed forward. The boy's fists were clenched, and his eyes were filled with anger and a desire to crush his opponent. Lin Feng raised his head and followed his opponent's movement. Lin Feng had to cover himself with his hands to protect against the first heavy blow. The unknown man's energy was so powerful that the boy could not maintain a horizontal position. Lin Feng screamed from the painful blow, blood pouring out of his mouth. Lin Feng lost his balance, couldn't bear the blow, and flew away from the stranger towards the An River Yin. Lin Feng fell with a stone into the river. Only splashes flew in all directions after he fell into the water from a height. Lin Feng plunged uncontrollably deeper and deeper into the water. He could not stop his body because the current was strong and his body was weakened. Lin Feng did not open his eyes, clenched his teeth tightly, and thought about death. He knew that now the evil spirits would eat his heart and bones, and he would not be able to save himself. The stranger jumped into the water after Lin Feng to finish him off there. The man did not want Lin Feng to run away from him through the river. When the stranger dived under the water, he immediately saw Lin Feng, who was gradually sinking to the bottom. The man was sure that even a high-level master wouldn't be able to stay in this river for long, so he had to act quickly. The stranger quickly approached the powerless Lin Feng, prepared his hands to strike. The man's eyes were constantly following the boy's body. The energy of the impact caught up with the unfortunate Lin Feng. The boy felt the blow, but his body did not obey him and he could not do anything. Blood flowed from the boy's mouth. Severe pain pierced his entire body. After the impact, the boy began to sink to the bottom very quickly. Lin Feng's body continued to sink to the bottom of the river. The boy did not move and did not fight for his life. Only thoughts about his sister, with whom he did not have time to say goodbye, were spinning in his head. Feng's sister was far away from her brother, but her heart felt that something bad had happened to him. The girl froze in place, thinking only about Lin Feng. Teacher Bing Ming noticed that Ling Shen stopped and stood still. The teacher guessed that something was happening to the girl, so she asked what the matter was. Ling Shen said she could hear Ling Feng calling for help. Bing Ming couldn't help Ling Shen. The teacher looked at Ling Shen with calm eyes and tried to calm her down. Ling Shen's heart was excited and she couldn't get the thought of Ling Feng out of her mind. The girl looked somewhere high in the sky and spoke as if she saw her brother's face in front of her. The girl urged him to return on time. Lin Feng regained consciousness and opened his eyes. When he looked below his feet, he saw that a huge sinkhole had formed at the bottom of the river below, which could quickly drag a person into the vortex of death. Lin Feng raised his head to see a stranger approaching him at breakneck speed, sending him back into this river for a few minutes. The guy came to the conclusion that he had to defend himself. The masked stranger put his fists forward and resolutely swam towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng wanted to take revenge on his enemy, who almost sent him to the other world. Lin Feng became determined and aggressive. The stranger pierced Lin Feng with his terrible gaze and was about to wipe him off the face of the earth. The two masters clashed in battle underwater, after which a strong stream of energy was released from their bodies. There was a glow under the water, as if there had been an explosion. The masked stranger flew away from Lin Feng, who was able to push him a long way. The man didn't expect such a reaction, so he again prepared for an attack. The stranger began to accumulate strength and energy to use the heavenly level technique. Lin Feng opened his eyes and gathered his thoughts and strength. An incredible hatred and a desire to survive in this fight arose in the boy's soul, so he was preparing for battle. Lin Feng raised his hand and began to use a fighting technique on Lin Feng's face, which expressed the full extent of his determination and desire to get even with the enemy. The stranger in the mask did not move from his place, but only watched how the streams of energy came out of his body and rose up. Lin Feng stared at the streams of energy that the unfamiliar martial master began to emit. The boy felt that it was necessary to hold on until the last breath, but it was impossible to give the opponent the opportunity to destroy himself. Lin Feng remembered that he had a trump card up his sleeve, so he closed his eyes and plunged into a state of meditation. Lin Feng entered a state of meditation and began to prepare to use telekinesis. The boy was going to parry the stranger's blow with his new skill. Lin Feng's eyes lit up, so the telekinesis skill was activated. The boy's eyes were burning with yellow light and he was preparing to repel the enemy's attack. Flows of energy penetrated the body of the unfortunate Lin Feng. Blood gushed from his mouth. The energy flowed through the boy's body and caused him hellish pain. Lin Feng realized that it was already too late to strike back. Lin Feng's body stopped resisting and began to sink into the depths. A small amount of blood was leaking from the nose and mouth. The masked stranger stared at Lin Feng's shattered face with an unmoved gaze and said that his level was very high, so Lin Feng would not be able to emerge victorious from this fight. The man in the mask noticed a golden ray in front of him, which appeared from an unknown place. The man was visibly worried when he saw him. A second later, a golden beam flashed and hit the man on the head. The man felt a terrible pain that swept through his entire body. He clutched his head, not understanding what had happened to him. Suddenly, the man's body burst into flames with incredible force. There was a loud explosion in the water as the body of the martial artist received a powerful blow. After the impact, the man's body began to sink to the bottom with incredible speed. The mask flew off the stranger's face, and now he could be seen. The stranger could not guess that Lin Feng was a spiritual master, therefore was shocked by such abilities of the boy. The man's face was stern and disappointed. He was aware that he was going to the bottom, but he wanted to drag Lin Feng along with him. The strange man lost consciousness and sank deeper and deeper. Feng's face showed no emotion, although he was glad that he was able to deal with a strong martial artist. But the damage inflicted on him by the stranger did not allow him to enjoy the victory. Lin Feng was swimming under the water and could not rise to the surface because there was no strength. The boy mentally said goodbye to life, but he did not believe that he would die in such a place. Feng's body, who did not resist at all. The boy closed his eyes and surrendered himself to the water element. Lin Feng fell into a funnel that sucked him in with tremendous force. The funnel was quite long and powerful, so it was impossible to get out of it. Lin Feng's body floated in the water funnel, which was violently raging and making noise. A strong water current pushed Lin Feng between the rocks and he flew out of the water in 1 second. The boy was lying on the ground. The body was wet and his clothes were only pants and shoes. The boy lay quietly and motionless for some time. Consciousness left him, and he still could not regain consciousness. Lin Feng opened his eyes and looked around. The boy felt very weak and could not think rationally. The only thing he understood was that he was in an unfamiliar place. The young man tried to rise from the ground, not paying attention to his poor physical condition. At first, the boy thought he was dead, but later he came to the conclusion that he was alive. Lin Feng stood up and began to scan the place he was in with his eyes. At first glance, it was a deep cave. The boy could not fathom how the water funnel could bring him to such a strange place. Lin Feng raised his head and saw the place where the sunlight was coming from. In his opinion, it was the exit from the cave, but it was still necessary to get there somehow. Lin Feng felt bad because the evil spirits had entered his body and now he could not get rid of them. The boy also suffered severe physical injuries due to a bloody fight with an unfamiliar martial artist. Lin Feng turned his attention to the golden glitter that was not far from him. This brilliance immediately interested the boy. In the cave, a cloth with pieces of gold lay directly on the stones. The boy couldn't believe his eyes, so he bent down to see the gold better and make sure it wasn't an optical illusion. The boy dropped to his knees and looked at the golden stones with round eyes. Lin Feng began to count the pieces of gold, stacking them on his lap. The young man counted as many as 15 pebbles, which is why he had a shocked expression on his face. Lin Feng knew that golden stones could work miracles. Stones can heal him from evil spirits, give him incredible energy, and also bring him to a new level of possibilities. Lin Feng's joy knew no end. The boy shouted with happiness because this gold opened a new way for him. Lin Feng thought that such a gift was sent to him by fate itself for all the severe torments he had to endure. Lin Feng took one piece of gold and decided to immediately use it to cleanse his body of evil spirits. The boy squeezed the stone tightly in his hand and the gold melted right in his palm. Lin Feng felt his entire body burning with fire. The golden stone spread all its energy throughout Lin Feng's body. Lin Feng sat down in the lotus position and began meditating so that the energy of the gold could better penetrate his body. Lin Feng closed his eyes and dismissed all thoughts. Lin Feng sat with his eyes closed and felt himself getting better and better. After a while, Lin Feng stood up and smiled. He felt great, his body did not hurt, and his weakness disappeared. The boy was sure that the golden stones had completely cured him. Lin Feng furrowed his brows and looked off into the distance. It seemed that some processes were taking place in his body and head. Ling Feng was now emitting a golden energy that could blind everything around. The boy clenched his hands into fists and shouted loudly, demonstrating his power. Lin Feng admired his muscles, which had become even bigger and more powerful. The golden stones not only healed Ling Feng from bodily damage and evil spirits, but also gave him strength that he had never dreamed of. Another good thought came to the boy's head. He remembered Teacher Bing Ming's illness, so he thought that these stones could have a miraculous effect on her. Lin Feng had already imagined how he would bring the golden healing stones to Teacher Bing Ming, and after that she would be forever grateful to him for this help. Lin Feng decided that it was time to leave this cave. He raised his eyes and looked at the place where the daylight was coming through. Lin Feng did not wait a second and immediately started climbing the rock to reach the exit. As the boy climbed to the exit, images of Lin Shen and Bing Ming appeared in his mind. The boy was mentally glad that he would see them soon. Lin Feng got out of the cave and stood on a high rock. The boy was happy to see the sunlight, so he spread his arms so that it completely enveloped his body. The air was clean and pleasant. Lin Feng inhaled it greedily. Lin Feng shifted his gaze to another place and saw a huge waterfall. Around him, there were many trees on which monkeys were playing. The boy's eyes sparkled when he saw a huge waterfall not far from him. He immediately thought that this waterfall could be used to cultivate strength. A golden-colored monkey was sitting on one of the stones near the waterfall. Lin Feng noticed that it was a second-level monkey martial artist. Feng's gaze on him and turned around to see who was staring at him so brazenly. A second later, the golden monkey jumped up from its seat. Her eyes lit up and her paws were clenched into fists. She clearly wanted to attack Lin Feng. Lin Feng was not afraid of a collision with a golden monkey, but rather the opposite. He knew that his power had greatly increased after absorbing the golden stones, so he wanted to test his new capabilities in action. Lin Feng jumped onto the monkey using his new energy. The monkey's eyes followed Lin Feng's movements and burned with golden fire. Near the house of Ling Feng and Ling Shen, the golden lion Goldie slept quietly and peacefully. It was dawn in the yard. The sky was burning with different colors. Goldie woke up when he heard Lin Feng's voice. The golden lion's eyes opened wide. Lin Shen jumped out of the house and shouted happily when she realized that her brother was coming home. Goldie was also happy and waiting for Lin Feng to appear. Goldie ran to meet Lin Feng because he wanted to meet him as soon as possible. Lin Feng was carrying a load on his back. Lin Feng approached the house, raised his head and looked at his sister happily. The boy missed his sister, so he was happy when he saw her. A giant golden monkey rested on Lin Feng's shoulders. Ling Shen looked at the golden monkey lying on her brother's back with surprised eyes. The girl noted that this booty was much larger than the previous one. Ling Feng had a happy face because he was proud of his strength. Lin Feng told his sister that he spent 20 days in the deep forest, so he was able to harden his body considerably. Now, Lin Feng's body could withstand a load of 20 tons, so he was able to kill such a beast. Lin Shen opened the door to the house and invited her brother to the meat soup she had prepared especially for him. The boy was in no hurry to enter the house, but took Goldie the lion in his arms and started playing with him. Lin Feng and Goldie had a good dinner and lay down on the bench because they had overeaten and their huge bellies prevented them from moving. Ling Feng said with satisfaction that the sister was very good at cooking. Lin Feng sat with a big belly in the house, but soon remembered that he had brought pieces of gold for his sister. He took out one piece of gold from his pocket and showed it to his sister. The guy said that he himself had already used them to go to a higher level. The girl took a piece of gold and looked at it carefully. The girl really liked the look of the golden stone, but she did not want to take this piece from her brother and asked to keep it for herself. Ling Feng insisted that his sister take the golden stone, as he had 10 more such stones. Lin Feng assured his sister that this stone would not only help her advance to a higher level of martial arts, but also cure her illness. Ling Shen looked at Ling Feng and assured him that she felt much better after taking the pill. But Lin Feng was adamant he wanted to heal his sister to the end. Ling Shen no longer resisted and agreed to take the golden stone. The girl admired the stone and praised its beauty. Ling Feng looked at Ling Sheng with an unwavering gaze and told her how to treat herself with the golden stone. The boy warned his sister that the treatment could be painful, so she would have to be patient. Lin Shen took the gold stone and went outside to begin the healing process. The girl sent her brother to bed because he was very tired from the month he spent in the forest. The girl squeezed the golden stone in her hand, after which energy began to emanate from it. Lin Shen began to inhale this energy through her nose. The girl felt that the energy of gold spread throughout her body. Every cell in her body has undergone changes. The girl's eyes lit up with golden fire and grew significantly larger. Ling Shen felt a severe pain throughout her body. Everything was as her brother said. The girl had to endure terrible pain so that the golden stone would help her. The girl's face turned red from pain. The girl closed her eyes and endured the pain. She thought that she didn't want to be a burden to her brother, so she had to become even stronger. In the morning, Lin Feng woke up to find his sister missing. Ling Feng rubbed his eyes after sleeping and wondered where Ling Shen could have gone. Lin Feng approached Goldie and called him over. The boy was going to take the golden lion with him to go in search of his sister. Sitting on the lawn was Lin Shen with long blonde hair. After using the golden stone, the girl's appearance changed noticeably. The girl could not believe that now she looks like this. Lin Shen sat almost still for a long time and touched her face with her hands, examining it. It seemed to the girl that she began to look worse than before. Ling Shen couldn't accept her new appearance, which she didn't like, so she sat down on the grass and cried loudly. Lin Feng and Goldie later found Lin Shen, who had closed her hands and refused to hear anyone. Ling Feng tried to comfort his sister, while Goldie gently put his paws on her hand to calm the girl down. The girl got up from the grass and looked at Lin Feng. The boy assured his sister that she was beautiful. Eventually, Ling Shen calmed down, stopped crying, and began to wipe away her tears. Ling Feng stated that now they should climb the mountain and show everyone what a beautiful girl Ling Shen has become. The girl looked at her brother with a kind look and did not contradict him. Lin Feng grabbed his sister's hand and pulled her up the mountain. They raced with the speed of the wind, not noticing anything around them. Goldie tried to keep up with his owners. Lin Feng was very happy that his sister was cured of her illness and became a beauty. Lin Feng, his sister, and Goldie climbed the mountain and walked on. Appeared in front of Lin Feng and his sister, the students of Lin Academy stared and examined Lin Shen in detail. They were amazed by her beauty and could not believe that she was Lin Feng's sister. The guys rubbed their eyes once more that it was better to look at the girl. Mojhan stood angrily by the wall and watched the students of the academy, who were carefully examining someone nearby and did not pay attention to Mojhan at all. Ling Feng and Ling Shen entered through the front gate of the academy and walked through the main courtyard. All the students in the academy stood with their mouths open and devoured Ling Shen with their eyes. She was incredibly beautiful, so it was impossible to take your eyes off her. Lin Shen felt embarrassed when she felt many eyes on her. The boys from Linu Academy were fascinated by Lin Shen's beauty. Mojhan got angry when she saw that the attention of the students of the academy was focused on Lin Feng's sister. The girl was angry, so she promised to complain to brother Mo Con. Teacher Bin Ming traditionally rested in her office on a deck chair. She was waiting for Ling Feng because he promised to come back in a month, and the month had already passed. She calmly moved her eyes when she saw Lin Feng at the entrance of the office. Lin Feng gave the teacher an amused smile. The boy was happy to see Bing Ming. Bing Ming got up from the lounger, took her sword, and approached Ling Feng. The girl put the sword to the boy's throat. The teacher wanted to know why his sister became an incredible beauty. Lin Feng kept his eyes on the teacher. He lied to her that a star had fallen on his sister yesterday, and she immediately got worse. Bin Ming was not joking because she felt cheated. Her eyes burned with anger and irritation. The girl ordered Ling Feng to immediately bring the thing that made Ling Shen so beautiful. Lin Feng pretended to be a fool. Although the teacher held a gun to his throat, he was not telling the truth. Bing Ming realized that threats wouldn't help her force the truth out of Ling Feng, so she took the sword from the boy's throat, bent down to his face, and stroked his cheek gently with her palm. The boy frowned, but told the teacher about the golden stones that help increase strength and energy. Bin Ming cried out in surprise because she had been dreaming about these stones all her life. Bin Ming looked at her student with a gentle gaze. The teacher approached Ling Feng and looked at him with a pleading look. The girl really wanted to get these stones, and Lin Feng knew where to find them. The boy was satisfied that now the teacher was ready to kneel before him. Bing Ming took out all her sacred pills and offered them to Ling Feng. The girl was ready to give as many as 10 sacred pills so that Lin Feng would give her 1 Xiongxi stone. Lin Feng behaved insolently. He refused to give the teacher 1 Xiongxia stone for 10 sacred pills. The boy agreed to give 1 stone to Xiongxia in exchange for 30 sacred pills. Bing Ming didn't bargain with Ling Feng because it was pointless. The girl agreed to give the 30 sacred pills because she had to get the Xiongxia stone at any cost. Lin Feng took the sacred pill flasks from teacher Bing Ming's hands and began to examine their contents. The boy said that these pills are of low quality, so the teacher should continue her studies in alchemy. Lin Feng took out a golden stone from his pocket and handed it to teacher Bing Ming with a satisfied expression. Bing Mo took the Zhenxi stone from her student's hands and began to examine it carefully. The girl had problems with Dantian energy, so she could not overcome the 7th level of a martial arts student. And this stone could solve this problem. Bing Ming grabbed the gold stone and ran to her office to start treatment as soon as possible. The girl ordered Lin Feng to make pills. Lin Feng looked after his teacher and mentally wished her success. Ling Feng was left alone in the middle of the courtyard and thought that he needed to practice more in alchemy to become as good an alchemist as Bing Ming. Ling Feng remembered that teacher Bing Ming had spent countless years to make 100 kinds of heaven-level pills. The boy wondered how long it would take him to make the same number of pills. 10 days later, Lin Feng worked with the boiler again. He was creating the 3rd kind of heaven-level pills. Lin Feng thought that this was an incredible speed for him. Lin Feng took out a green pill from the cauldron and examined it carefully. The guy was satisfied with his work. Ling Feng heard someone standing at the entrance to the alchemy office and insistently calling his name. The boy went outside the gate and saw Mojan. The boy mockingly looked at the girl and leaned against the gate. Mojan came to clarify the relationship with Lin Feng. The girl stood at a certain distance from the gate and threatened the boy with violence. She promised that she would destroy him in a few days. Mo came out from behind Mojan Kon, her older brother. His look was self-assured and his eyes defiant. The guy was dressed in a nice combat uniform. Lin Feng acted as if Mojan's threats did not affect him at all. The boy stood calmly and picked his ear. The other Lin Academy students stood behind Mokon and glared at Lin Feng. They explained that Mokon is a legendary student of the academy, as he has possessed an extraordinary talent since childhood. Mokon prepared for battle. He began to accumulate combat energy in his hand. Mokon warned Ling Feng that now he will pay for all the injuries he once caused to his sister. Feng's eyes turned furious as he heard the threats directed at him. Ling Feng recalled that Mojan had severely damaged his sister in the beginning, and he had to protect his sister. The boy prepared for battle. Feng and Mo's preparations with admiration horsed to battle. They predicted that Lin Feng would lose this battle because of his lower battle level. Mo Kone was furious in his anger. He wanted to quickly punish his opponent. In Ling Feng's hand, the energy of the golden stones was accumulated. The boy was moving towards Mo Konu, wanting to deal with the impudent guy as soon as possible. Ling Feng didn't care who this guy was. There was a powerful blow. Lin Feng had achieved his goal. Mo Kon was blown away by Lin Feng's punch to a huge distance. The boy felt sick and screamed in pain. Mo Chan could not believe what she was seeing. Her mighty brother, whom she had always looked up to, lay on the ground. Ling Feng's first punch hurt him a lot, so the girl was scared. Mo-zhan ran to her brother and helped him get up from the ground. The girl asked her brother how he was feeling. The boy replied that he was fine. Mo-kon thought that Ling Feng's golden energy was no match for a 7th-level martial artist. Mo-kon rose above the ground and prepared to strike back. The boy was a 7th-level martial artist and he couldn't let Ling Feng defeat him so easily. The students of the academy watched Mo with fear in their eyes. Konom, who was very angry after being hit by Ling Feng. Ling Feng saw Mo approaching him and watched his movements with anxiety in his heart. The boy clenched his fists to fight back during the attack, but Lin Feng understood that the forces were not equal. Lin Feng remembered his spiritual abilities and decided to use them to stop Mo Kona. The boy's eyes lit up with a gilded light and he felt energy begin to flow into his body. Lin Feng heard the teacher's loud cry and turned his head. Behind Ling Feng was an angry teacher, Bing Ming, who was arguing with Mo Kona. Bing Ming did not like that Mo Kon came to her department and began to fight with her best student. Bing Ming walked over to Ling Feng and closed it with her so that Mon Kon didn't touch him anymore. The girl shouted that Lin Feng was not guilty of Mo Zhan because she had offended Lin Shen's sister in the first place. Mo Kon looked at the teacher with a sinister look, but he could not contradict her. Her status in the academy was too high to go against her. Bin Ming shouted to Mo Kon, so that he should use his abilities not for showdowns in the academy, but for competitions with the students of Mo's school Junzong. When Mo Kon heard the teacher's words about the competition, a brilliant idea came to his mind. He invited Ling Feng to meet in battle as part of the competition. When the academy students heard about the competition between Lin Feng and Mo Konom, immediately frowned. Lin Feng looked determinedly into Mo's eyes. Konu. He was ready to compete with this restless boy. He jabbed his finger at Mo Kona and declared that the entire academy was watching him. Mo-zhan was unhappy because she hoped that her brother would punish Lin Feng today. Mo Kon put his hand on his sister's shoulder and began to comfort her. He promised that he would deal with Lin Feng fairly in 4 months. Lin Shen walked over to her brother and took his hand, showing her excitement. The girl asked why he reacted to Mo's provocations. Kona. Lin Feng only smiled in response. Bing Ming sneaked up to Ling Feng and punched him. The girl was annoyed that Lin Feng had agreed to compete with Mo Konom. The teacher reminded Lin Feng that he was a student of the alchemy department and should not be doing this. Ling Feng raised his head and happily muttered that he still wanted to deal with this family, so he didn't refuse Mo's offer. Kona. The guy noted that he had 4 months to prepare. Lin Feng did not forget to ask the teacher about the Sunshi stone. He wondered if Bing Ming was able to use the golden stone to restore her Dantian energy. Bing Ming showed Ling Feng that she had regained her energy. Lin Feng and Lin Shen looked at the teacher with admiration. Lin Feng was satisfied that all 3 of them now possessed golden energy. Lin Feng, Lin Shen, and Bing Mig continued to stand in the courtyard of the academy and talk about developing their abilities. 20 days have passed. A strong explosion occurred in the courtyard of the Faculty of Alchemy. Lin Feng stood in front of his alchemy furnace and coughed. He blew up his furnace again while making pills. Lin Feng wanted to cook 10 pills at once, but the furnace could not withstand such a load. The boy took out 5 pills from the oven, which he managed to save, and looked at them carefully. Feng's face looked satisfied, so his eyes were almost closed. The boy had managed to prepare 20 heaven-level pills in a short time, so he hoped that his skill would improve quickly. Bing Ming suddenly found herself behind Ling Feng and looked displeased at the mess her student had made. Lin Feng did not expect to see the teacher so early, so he turned to her with frightened eyes. Bing Ming reached out and asked Ling Feng to hand over all the pills he had prepared. Ling Feng pretended that he did not understand what was being said. The boy scratched the back of his head with his hand and asked the teacher what she wanted from him. The girl got angry and took out her sword. A moment later, the sword was already at Ling Feng's throat. Lin Feng covered his eyes and took out 1 heaven-level pill to show the teacher. The boy said that he had only managed to make one pill before she arrived. Bing-ming took the pill from the student's hands and held it up high in front of her eyes to assess its quality. The girl was satisfied with Lin Feng's work because the pill was of the highest quality. Bing-ming did not remove the sword from her student's throat, showing her sternness. She said that she saw all his pills, so he should give all 5. The teacher decided to get a second sword so that Lin Feng would be obedient. Therefore, after a couple of seconds, 2 swords were already placed at Lin Feng's throat. The boy was shocked by Bing-ming's cruelty. Bin-ming reminded her student that 6 months had already passed since he passed the academy certification. Time passed quickly. Bin-ming said she had one piece of news for him. The teacher informed that tomorrow there will be another attestation at the Linyu Academy, so he will be accepting new students tomorrow on behalf of the entire alchemy faculty. The boy said he couldn't do it, but Bing-ming hit him. The day of certification at Lina Academy has come. Boys and girls from all over the country came here to show their skills and try to get into the academy. The girl Chi-yun raised her eyes and gazed at Mount Lin with admiration. She did not regret coming here for the attestation. The other boy, Ao Ding, turned to the girl and spoke. He said that Linyu Academy has become the most prestigious in the last 6 months because its students won all the competitions. Lin Meng's boyfriend spoke enthusiastically about Lin Feng's success. According to this guy, Lin Feng is the true god of alchemy and martial arts. Qi-yun began to tell that all her family members used to study at Mo's school Yunzong, but now she specifically came to Linyu Academy to study alchemy. The girl was full of emotions. The dean of the academy went out to the entrance and announced that those young people who want to enter the faculty of alchemy must pass the test on Mount Linyu. After this testing, the selection will be conducted by Lin Feng. Lin Feng, Lin Shen, and Goldie were walking through the academy courtyard. Chi-yun saw this trio and was incredibly happy that she was able to see them with her own eyes. 2 men who had been tricked by Lin Feng 6 months ago suddenly appeared in the courtyard of the academy. The guy took money from the men and disappeared. This time, they were still angry with him, but they weren't going to attack. The 2 elders who had been tricked by Lin Feng frowned and remembered how Lin Feng had treated them. Elder Ji twirled his mustache and concluded that it was more profitable to be friends with Lin Feng now that he had a high status in the Lin Academy. The elder was sure that it was better not to cross the path of this boy. The dean went out to the inductees and began his speech. The man explained in detail what must be done to enter the academy. Entrants must show their talent by climbing to the maximum height. All the entrants shouted loudly, demonstrating their readiness to show their skills. 2 hours later, all the entrants were on the stairs leading to Mount Lina. The entrants were in different parts of the stairs. Someone passed by on their knees, someone fell, and someone rested.
2 men watched the entrance and actively cheered for their children. They were sure that their children would become students of the Lin Academy today because they had almost reached the 30th rank.
The dean of the academy satisfactorily followed all the entrants who showed very decent results. The dean believed that with students like these, Linyu Academy would surpass Mo's school in a couple of years Junzong. The unknown boy looked at the Lina Academy entrants and sneered at them. In his opinion, in 2 hours at least, one person should have walked 50 steps. A tall boy with blonde hair and wearing a black robe appeared in the courtyard of the academy. A huge leopard was walking with him. The boy clearly had evil intentions towards the academy and its inductees, as his eyes were filled with hatred. When the dean heard the boy's haughty voice, he turned his head sharply and looked at the unexpected guest. The dean knew this young man because he immediately announced his name. Judging by the dean's look, he was not happy to see the boy. The young man approached the dean of Linyu Academy. As it turned out, Wu Yue was once a student at the academy, but he treated the teachers badly, so the dean kicked him out of the academy. Dean glared at Wu Yue. Wu Yue laughed out loud when the dean asked why he had come here. The boy boasted that he was currently studying at the Ying Tsong Academy, and he was not interested in Linyu Academy at all. Dean frowned at his former student. Deep down, the dean was surprised that Wu Yue was accepted into the Ying Tsong Academy. Wu Yu acted aggressively, so it seemed that he was about to commit a massacre. The boy grabbed the stick that held the hanger above the dean's chair and began to shake it. One of the elders came out to Wu Yue, showing him his disdain. The elder said that once Wu Yue had severely damaged his brother, so it was time for payback. Wu Yue was furious at the elder's words. He shouted that no one had the right to talk to a great martial artist like that. The boy called his beast to him and ordered him to tear the elder to pieces. The leopard listened to the owner's will, sped up, opened its mouth, and rushed towards the elder. Wu Yue stood aside and calmly admired this scene. The leopard steadily approached the elder, who did nothing to protect himself, but only covered himself with his hands. The man suspected that the leopard was a level 4 expert, so he could not compete with him. The leopard attacked the elder and bit his hand. The elder winced and screamed in pain. The leopard bit him on the arm and blood poured out in a stream. The man could not gather his strength and fight the beast. The dean was enraged by what he saw. He could not stand and calmly watch the leopard Wu Yue mercilessly rips the academy elder to pieces. The dean shouted loudly and ordered Wu Yue immediately stop. Wu Yu did not obey the academy director, but simply behaved defiantly. The boy said that he is the best student of Yingsong Academy, so he wants to share his experience. The dean could not control his emotions. His face was terribly angry. The dean understood that he could not engage in battle with this brazen bastard, so they are from different generations. Wu Yu leaned over to his tame leopard Barsik and ordered him to destroy anyone who dared to approach his master. Leopard listened carefully to the boy. A second later, Wu Yue jumped in the air and flew towards the stairs where the entrants were being certified. The boy shouted that he came here to test his strength. Wu Yu landed on the stairs next to one of the ushers. It was clear that he was going to do something bad now. Wu Yu kicked the guy on the stairs. The unfortunate young man instantly flew down from a powerful blow. Then Wu Yue flew up to the other boy and, with a stoic expression on his face, planned to take him down as well. Wu Yu swung and punched the next entrant. The guy flew off the step. Wu Yu threw all the entrants off the stairs, climbed to the top of Lin Mountain and raised his hands to the sky, showing off his strength. Dean looked up and glared at Wu Yue, who was comforted on the top of the mountain. The thought appeared in the dean's head that this impudent young man had come here specifically to disrupt the certification at the academy. The elders who witnessed the entrants falling from the stairs could not bear this humiliation. Wu's actions Yue. The boy wondered why this strange boy was copying him. Lin Feng threw all the entrants 6 months ago during the certification in the same way. Lin Feng pointed a finger at the leopard that had come with Wu Yue, then ordered Goldie to tear him to pieces. Goldie was ready to pounce on the leopard. His eyes lit up, his paws clenched. Goldie began to transform into a huge golden lion. The leopard noticed that the lion was going to attack him, so he began to prepare for a fight. When Goldie approached, the leopard was already in an irritated state. He stood on his hind legs, growled loudly, and showed his powerful paws. Goldie was not afraid of the leopard and hit him hard on the face with his paw. Leopard could not stand after such a blow. Goldie looked relaxed and no longer attacked the leopard as he timidly looked in the direction of the lion and held his paw to the sore spot. It was clear that the leopard would not dare to attack again. But after a minute, the leopard jumped up again, its eyes burning with aggression. The leopard dared to attack the golden lion a second time. Goldie was unperturbed and calm in appearance because he was not afraid of the leopard. The leopard rushed at Goldie, but soon received a paw in response. Goldie delivered one blow after another, not giving the leopard a chance to regain his strength. After the fight with Goldie the lion, the leopard was terribly frightened and badly beaten. He could no longer overcome his enemy, but just meekly endured all the blows. Later, Goldie jumped on top of Barsik the leopard and began to crush him with his body. Goldie was ruthless and wasn't about to stop. The girl who came to the academy for certification watched the fight between Goldie the lion and Barsik the leopard and was shocked by what she saw. She could not imagine that such a powerful leopard could be defeated. The dean of Linyu Academy was satisfied with Goldie's work. His face relaxed and he allowed himself to smile. The director believed that Goldie the lion took an example from his master, so he achieved such results. The students of Lena Academy waved their hands and rejoiced at Goldie's success. The disciples were amazed at the strength and power of the golden lion, which simply tore the leopard apart. Wu Yu looked down from the mountain and saw that his leopard had been mutilated by a golden lion. It turns out that Goldie is a 6th-level martial artist. The boy was very interested in this animal, so he wanted to take it for himself. Goldie looked up and cast his gaze on Wu Yue. The lion growled fiercely, showing his hatred for the boy. Lin Shen approached Goldie and began to comfort him. The girl stroked the lion's mane so that he would stop growling. After a couple of seconds, Ling Shen's caress and tenderness paid off, so Goldie calmed down. After a couple of seconds, the huge golden lion became small and gentle again. He walked over to Ling Shen and began to lick her hand. Wu Yu saw Ling Shen and thought that he wanted to take not only the golden lion with him, but also this beautiful girl. Wu's eyes, the Yue, were brash and brash. The elders of the academy talked among themselves. They laughed and cheered at Wu's behavior Yue, who wished to take away the most precious thing from Lin Feng. The two elders assumed that Lin Feng would finish off Wu Yue for such behavior. Lin Feng walked through the courtyard and the crowd of students. He was already approaching Wu Yue. Feng's face was full of hatred towards the opponent. The boy heard that Wu Yue was going to take his sister away, so he was ready to destroy this brat. Wu Yue looked down at Lin Feng, who was approaching him. The boy was sure that Lin Feng was still too young and would not be able to do anything to him. Lin Feng sat and defiantly watched the enemy's actions. Wu Yue offered to climb to the top of the Lin Mountain and engage in battle there. Wu Yu climbed the 66th step and stopped because he was very tired. The boy could not breathe because his heart was beating with incredible force. The boy rested on the 66th step and raised his hands, thinking that he had become a record holder. The guy said that he climbed very high and no one could come close to his record. Lin Feng sat at the foot of the mountain and thought that Wu Yue was out of his mind. Lin Feng raised his head and declared to Wu Yue that this record has long been broken, so he has nothing to be proud of. Wu Yue did not believe Lin Feng's words. He looked at Lin Feng with an incredulous look. Wu Yu pointed his hand towards the top of Lin Mountain, urging Lin Feng to show his abilities and climb there immediately. Wu Yue couldn't even imagine that Lin Feng was telling the truth. The elders of the academy laughed, holding their bellies. They called Wu Yue is a fool who doesn't understand who Lin Feng is. The dean of the academy covered his eyes and mentally begged Lin Feng to teach the vile Wu a lesson Yue. Lin Feng stood on the first step and was about to climb the mountain. Everyone present also carefully watched Lin Feng's actions. Lin Feng did a small exercise, stretched his muscles, and smiled slyly. The boy wanted to show Wu as soon as possible Yue masterclass on mountain climbing. Golden energy flashed around Lin Feng's body. Lin Feng sped up and ran up the stairs, picking up speed. Lin Feng jumped from one step to the next at breakneck speed. Lin Feng raced up the stairs, climbing higher and higher. A few seconds later, Lin Feng already met Wu Yue, who was incredibly shocked by the boy's appearance. Lin Feng glared at Wu with an angry look Yue. Lin Feng stopped and stood facing Wu Yue, who was clearly afraid of him. Lin Feng informed Wu in a quiet and balanced voice, Yue, that the highest step was already reached by him 6 months ago. Lin Feng suddenly grabbed his opponent's arm and twisted it upwards. Now, Wu Yue was in a dangerous position because Lin Feng could easily throw him off the mountain. Lin Feng leaned towards Wu Yue, then whispered a threat in his ear. Lin Feng did not bother with Wu for long. Yue untwisted him by the arm and threw him away from the stairs. Wu Yue flew down and landed on a rock. The guy hit his head hard. Wu Yue did not lose consciousness from such a strong blow, but raised his head to utter threats. His face was bruised, blood dripped from his nose and mouth. He promised that he would return and take revenge for such humiliation. A couple of seconds passed after Wu landed Yue on the stone. Lin Feng came down from the mountain to look at his opponent's mutilated body. Wu Yu turned his head and asked Lin Feng who he was. Lin Feng looked at his opponent indifferently. Lin Feng decided to finish off Wu Yue. The boy approached the beaten Wu Yue, then struck him with an incredible force. From such a blow, a rock fell under Wu's head. Yue arched, and a new portion of blood gushed from his head. Lin Feng kept his fist clenched and stared at his opponent. Wu Yue was conscious and turned his head towards Lin Feng. The boy began to threaten, angrily looking at Lin Feng. Wu Yue vowed revenge. Lin Feng decided to strike another blow till Wu Yue stopped threatening him. The boy reminded his opponent that it was the threats against his sister that made him beat Wu so badly. Wu's face Yue was completely covered in blood. The boy begged Lin Feng not to beat him again, otherwise he would complain to Ying Chong. Lin Feng approached Wu Yue, grabbed his robe, and looked him straight in the eyes. Lin Feng remembered that Wu Yue is a representative of the Ying Chong school, so it is necessary to study hard and finish off the competitor. Lin Feng punched his opponent several more times and threw his body away. Wu Yu lay in a semi-conscious state. There was blood on his face, his eyes were cloudy, and he was foaming at the mouth. The boy still tried to squeeze out some moans and pleas. The elders laughed at Wu Yue, who was embarrassed in front of everyone present. The elders assumed that Wu's face was now Yue, but he doesn't need to blame anyone because he himself provoked Lin Feng. Dean was pleased with Lin Feng. The man noticed that Lin Feng's physical form had improved. The girl who came to pass the certification at the academy looked at Lin Feng with loving eyes. She was stunned by the strength of the boy who was her role model. The girl was glad that she chose this academy for her studies. Lin Shen winked at her brother. The girl was proud of her brother, who once again demonstrated his inhuman abilities. Goldie the lion was sitting on a leopard and brushing its fur. Lin Feng grabbed Wu Yue, grabbed his leg and dragged him along the ground. The guy was satisfied with his work. Now in his collection was a victory over the student of the academy Ying Chong. Wu Yue's body above his head and threw him high into the air. While Wu Yue was flying in the sky, Lin Feng was watching his flight. A minute later, Wu Yue crashed to the ground from a great height. A sharp pain spread throughout his body, so the boy screamed. Goldie sat next to Wu Yue was watching him. Wu Yue raised his upper body and glared at Goldie and Lin Feng. The boy's face was bloody and suffering. Wu Yue promised to return and teach everyone who shamed him. When Lin Feng heard another round of threats from Wu Yue, then ordered Goldie to immediately destroy the restless boy. Goldie licked himself greedily and began to devour Wu with his eyes Yue, preparing to attack. Wu Yu didn't wait for Goldie to attack, so he quickly got up and ran out of Linu Academy's courtyard. The elders made obscene gestures after the boy, making fun of him. The dean of the academy now became calm and balanced. He announced that the problem was with Wu Yue is resolved, so the certification can be carried out, but it must be started again. 4 hours later, Lin Feng ran up to the alchemy office. The boy shouted and called the teacher Bin Ming. He needed her immediate help. Lin Feng was chased by a bunch of young girls. They adored Lin Feng, so they wanted to enter the faculty of alchemy, but the boy was annoyed by such attention from girls. Bing Ming did not respond to Lin Feng's shouts and continued to read a book on her lounger. The girl shouted that all the authority to recruit newbies had been transferred to him, so he had to deal with the girls himself. Lin Feng closed his eyes and tried to calm down. The boy did not know how to choose the best students from this crowd. Lin Feng finally came up with a tactic for selecting students for the alchemy faculty. He offered the girls to copy the recipes from his notebook, and in 3 days there will be an alchemy certification where each candidate will show their abilities. Lin Feng came to teacher Bing Ming's office and sat down on her couch with a tired look. The teacher noticed that he was very popular with the girls, but Lin Feng didn't like it. One of the girls approached Lin Feng, holding a dark blue book in her hands. The girl looked lovingly into the boy's eyes and asked him to help her with advice. The girl asked Lin Feng a question about the properties of some plants used in alchemy. The boy opened the book and showed where the necessary information could be found. The girl was fascinated by Lin Feng. She kept her eyes on him. Lin Feng looked confused. The girl asked him to show her how to mix different plants while making pills, but he looked at the girl for a long time and could not properly answer. The girl was admiring Lin Feng, holding a book in her hands. Lin Feng found himself among the entrants who kept asking him questions. The boy could not think normally in such a tense environment. He felt his brain gradually begin to boil. Lin Feng could not bear the tension that arose in his body during the conversation with the recruits. So he gave a loud cry of annoyance. Lin Feng rushed to run away from the ushers. They shouted after him for a long time, but he didn't care. He managed to shout to them that he would be back in 2 weeks. Bingming watched Lin Feng the entire time he was talking to the academy recruits. When Lin Feng couldn't stand it and ran away, the teacher laughed loudly. The girl understood that it is difficult for him to be in a company where only girls. Lin Feng once again came to the deep forest to restore his strength and improve his abilities. The boy was walking through the forest and thinking about his physical form. Appeared among the grass. It was not a person. The creature screamed, and Lin Feng covered himself with his hands in surprise to protect himself. Lin Feng opened his eyes and saw a giant bird with green feathers approaching him. Lin Feng stood up and began to look at the unknown creature. Feng's eyes were shocked and frightened. The boy recognized this strange creature as a rare bird named Chin Pen. The bird approached Lin Feng, opening its beak wide. It seemed that the bird wanted to attack Lin Feng. Lin Feng watched the bird's actions in fear. He thought that Chin Pen will now send him to the other world. The bird really attacked Lin Feng. Rank Pen went down to the boy and painfully pecked him on the arm. Blood ran from the boy's hand, although he tried to cover himself. When Lin Feng opened his eyes, he saw a large wound on his upper arm. The boy was angry because the bird was only a third-level martial artist and he was unable to defend himself against it. Lin Feng really wanted to fast the bird, and his eyes betrayed this desire. The boy picked up the stick that was lying at his feet and focused his gaze on the bird. The bird was flying high in the sky, and Lin Feng gathered his strength and jumped high to reach the bird. The boy rose to such a height that he was higher than the bird. The boy plucked up courage and gave the bird a dragon strike. Incredible energy was released from Lin Feng's hands and flew towards the bird. Lin Feng quickly lowered himself to the ground and waited for the bird to hit the ground. The bird continued its flight and was not going to fall. Lin Feng's punch had no effect on him. Lin Feng became even more angry when he saw that his punch did not cause the bird to fall to the ground with a stone. The boy asked the bird to come down to the ground to compete fairly. The bird did not respond to Lin Feng's calls. Rank Peng looked haughtily at Lin Feng and continued his flight. After a couple of minutes, the bird Chin Peng landed on the grass just as Lin Feng wanted. Now there must be a battle between them. Lin Feng confidently looked at the bird and dreamed of taming it. The boy did not doubt his abilities and has no fear. Lin Feng began to use his spiritual energy. His eyes lit up. A stream of energy swirled around his head. Lin Feng formed a powerful energy vortex that was supposed to tame the Qing bird pen. Lin Feng struck a powerful blow with his spiritual energy. The bird could not avoid this blow. A second later, the bird was lying on the ground, unable to move its paws. Although the bird was lying on the ground and not moving, it did not lose consciousness, but looked at Lin Feng. Lin Feng walked over to the bird and placed a stick on its head. Lin Feng gave him a condition. Either he would submit to Lin Feng or he would die. The bird raised its head and opened its beak. He was dissatisfied with Lin Feng's threats. A moment later, Lin Feng saw the Qing bird before his eyes. Pen disappeared. Rank Peng became a little bird and chirped sweetly to Lin Feng. Chip Pen walked up to the boy and joyfully hugged his leg. The boy watched the bird's behavior suspiciously. Lin Feng looked at the bird gently and thought that animals are very good at pretending to be cute. Lin Feng decided that he would name his new pet Xiao Rank. Lin Feng took his bird in his arms and began to examine it carefully. The boy reflected that this bird has extraordinary capabilities, but if it is well cared for, it will become the best helper. Lin Feng stared at Xiaoqin to ask if there were any good places to train in the area. Bird Xiaoqin listened to Lin Feng with wide eyes. Bird. Xiaoqin flew off Lin Feng's hand and moved onto the boy's shoulder to show him the best places to train. Lin Feng was surprised by the docility of the bird. Bird Xiaoqin was a master of martial arts, but he followed all the boy's instructions. After some time, Lin Feng stood at the entrance of the high cave. It was here that the bird Xiao had brought him Qin, who was sitting on the boy's shoulder. Lin Feng did not dare to enter the cave for a long time because it was dark. Lin Feng put his hands on his waist and stared intently into the cave. The boy felt that the atmosphere of the other world reigned in the cave, so he did not dare to enter. But Lin Feng believed that this cave should be examined anyway. Xiao Bird from his shoulder Qin sat him on a stone and ordered to wait for him here. Lin Feng planned to leave the bird near the cave and enter the dangerous cave. Appeared at the entrance to the cave. Lin Feng immediately reacted to her appearance by turning his head. A tall girl stood at the entrance to the cave. She was also a student at Lai Nu Academy, and her name was Doug Yue. The girl warned Lin Feng that the restricted area in the cave was incredibly dangerous. Lin Feng thanked the girl for the warning, looking sincerely into her eyes. Doug Yue approached Lin Feng and stood facing him. The girl said that there is a warrior spirit and a dangerous beast in the cave, which has already killed countless brave people. She asked him not to do anything stupid. Lin Feng bowed before Doug Yue and thanked him profusely for the advice. Lin Feng turned around, waved at the girl and walked away from the cave. The girl covered her eyes with pleasure. She was glad that she was able to save Lin Feng, who, due to his naivety, could have ended up in a dangerous situation. Lin Feng pretended to leave the cave, but he actually hid behind a tree not far from that place. He was waiting for the girl to go away from here to examine the cave. Soon, Doug Yue left the cave. Lin Feng looked out from behind the tree and looked at the cave entrance once more. The boy thought that there was something valuable in the cave, so he needed to explore it. When Lin Feng entered the cave, a human skeleton immediately caught his eye. The boy was not afraid, but only surprised. Lin Feng realized that Sister Dig Yue spoke the truth, because it was clear that many people died in this cave. There were human remains and abandoned weapons. Lin Feng walked further, deep into the cave. The further he went, the more he felt the atmosphere of death. The boy was alert as he was waiting for the attack of the beast that lives in this cave. Lin stepped on some line, after which the whole ground under the boy's feet lit up with red light. Lin Feng frowned and looked at the ground carefully. It was clear that something had happened here. Lin Feng lowered himself to the ground and began to look at the ground. Lin Feng was very angry. He concluded that he had violated the boundary, which was marked by a line on the ground. Lin Feng looked up to see that some strange and terrifying creature had awakened and was charging towards him. The boy's eyes were filled with fear. His mouth was open in fright. Lin Feng tried to escape from here as quickly as possible. He saw an animal that was a mixture of a lion and a dragon. Therefore, there was no time to hesitate. One must save one's life. Lin Feng did not have time to escape. From behind the rock, a giant creature was approaching him, which was burning with fire. Lin Feng thought that such a monster could strike fear into all living things. Lin Feng examined the beast. The boy reflected that this creature did not have much intelligence, but was cruel and evil. Lin Feng was standing in front of the beast and could not escape anywhere. The boy understood that he had no chance of defeating such a huge monster, but there was no other way out. Lin Feng shouted at the monster that he was ready to compete with him. The beast opened its mouth and breathed fire at Lin Feng. The boy stood still and looked at the animal's mouth. Feng's feet came off the ground. The boy used his energy to rise into the air. Lin Feng jumped into the air and landed on the same level as the dragon's mouth. The boy gathered his strength and rushed at the dragon to hit him. Lin Feng released the energy of his hands and directed them towards the beast. The dragon walked in circles and growled angrily. He was preparing to attack Lin Feng. Lin Feng was building up energy around his body and wanted to deliver a surprise strike. Lin Feng did not expect that his energy would not be able to damage the dragon. The boy crouched down and with a confused expression on his face thought about his winning tactics. As it turned out, the dragon was not affected by Lin Feng's blows. The dragon glared at the boy. Lin Feng was surprised that his power did not affect the dragon. The boy's face expressed confusion and anxiety. Lin Feng realized that the dragon possessed a unique technique. The dragon opened its mouth wide and a huge ball of fire flew out. Lin Feng stared at the fireball and did not know how to respond to this technique. The fireball flew towards Lin Feng and knocked him off his feet. The boy screamed loudly because the blow was powerful and a great pain pierced his whole body. He could not resist the power of the fireball. Lin Feng's body was engulfed in flames. The boy could not control his movements. Lin Feng flew a short distance before falling to the ground. The fire around his body continued to burn. Lin Feng raised his head and shrunk from the heat. The boy's whole body was on fire, so the boy was afraid that he would not be able to put it out. It was said that the power of fire is so strong that it cannot be stopped. The dragon's eyes were glowing and its mouth was open again. Lin Feng was able to rise from the ground. He raised his head and looked at the dragon who looked invincible. The guy realized that it is impossible to defeat the monster with ordinary techniques, so it is necessary to change the tactics. Lin Feng screamed as his body was on fire. The clothes were partially burnt. Lin Feng was full of determination and was not going to give up. Lin Feng flew up to the dragon and lunged at it with his fists. The boy was about to punch the master. The dragon also flew at Lin Feng to attack with new power. Lin Feng's fist landed on the dragon's head. Crazy energy hit the dragon's forehead. A terrible explosion occurred from the blow of Lin Feng. The light radiation blinded the boy. Lin Feng landed on the ground and stared at the falling dragon. The guy was satisfied with his work. Lin Feng became worried because his hand was still burning and it was impossible to put out the fire. The guy thought that the fire had already entered the body, so it was impossible to stop it. Lin Feng was sitting on the ground while his body was burning in flames. The boy thought that stopping a terrible beast is much easier than fire. It will probably take a long time to get rid of it. A long tunnel appeared before Lin Feng's gaze. The boy was afraid to go into a deeper tunnel because there must be more dangerous animals. Lin Feng decided that he should quickly explore the cave and find the treasure because it is very dangerous here. If Lin Feng were to walk on it for a long time, he might get into a bad situation. The cave began to rise sharply upwards. Lin Feng climbed the stone steps to find something valuable. After a long search, Lin Feng found a valuable item in the cave. It was an ancient sword. The boy bent down to the sword and began to examine it carefully. Lin Feng thought that this sword must possess divine properties.
Lin Feng touched the sword to test its strength.
As soon as Lin Feng touched the sword, it immediately crumbled. Only small grains of sand rose into the air. Lin Feng was shocked at this turn of events. Lin Feng was very upset when the sword crumbled before his eyes. The boy hoped that this sword would become a good find for him, but such misfortune happened. Lin Feng felt a slight pain. He raised his hand and saw that his index finger was cut. A small amount of blood flowed from the finger. Lin Feng looked at his finger and tried to stop the bleeding. But after a moment, fragments of unknown origin flew at him. The boy stood motionless, not understanding what was happening. Lin Feng covered his face with his hands, but it didn't help. All the debris fell into his hands and blood poured onto the ground. Lin Feng let out a loud cry of pain. All the debris fell into Lin Feng's hands. The boy was lying on the ground and could not move his upper limbs. Lin Feng sat on his knees and tried to pull the debris out of his hands. The veins on the boy's hands lit up with yellow fire. Lin Feng watched with horror on his face as the energy of the fragments spread through his veins. The guy was scared and did not know how to stop this process. Lin Feng fell to the ground and could not move. He realized that his body could not fight the effects of the debris, so his body would be completely poisoned. The boy thought that death was inevitable. Lin Feng was lying on the ground and could feel how heavy the debris was. Lin Feng was waiting for his death. The debris was too heavy and dangerous for Lin Feng's body. They were literally destroying his body and draining him of energy. The boy's body was burning from the outside and the inside. The boy was in hellish pain. Lin Feng thought that these fragments were really good weapons that could destroy the most powerful person. Lin Feng felt that another being was inside his body. Lin Feng was in a terrible state because his body was weakened and damaged. First the fire, then the debris caused severe damage to the boy. A good idea came to the boy's head. He decided that he should use his abilities to absorb the fire and then use the fire to overcome the effects of the debris. This idea gave Lin Feng hope. Lin Feng rose slightly from the ground and tried to stand on his feet. Lin Feng gritted his teeth and raised his body with concentration. Lin Feng sat down in the lotus position and began to concentrate his attention on meditation. The fire continued to burn around the boy's body. Lin Feng was in a lot of pain, but he had to endure this ordeal. The boy screamed and squeezed his eyes shut as pain shot through his body. 5 days have passed. The sun brightly illuminated the high cave. Bird Xiaoqin sat on a branch and dreamed of a delicious meal. Suddenly, he heard Lin Feng's voice. The bird turned its head and looked for Lin Feng with its eyes. Bird Xiaoqin chirped happily and jumped on the branch. He was glad to see his master safe and sound. Lin Feng jumped out of the bushes and happily stretched out his hands towards his bird. The boy took the bird in his arms and praised him for not running away. Xiaoqin sat on Lin Feng's arm and listened to him. The owner said that it was thanks to Xiaoqin he found a dangerous, forbidden place that allowed him to gain good experience. Lin Feng showed Xiaoqin your palm. In the center of the hand was an energy clot that twisted into a spiral. It was this power that Lin Feng was able to gain after defeating the dragon in the cave. Lin Feng showed another hand that had been cut by debris. Lin Feng showed the bird how he could use the power of the shards. The boy opened his palm and released several fragments from it. Although the fragments were small, their power was extraordinary. Lin Feng demonstrated impacting with the force of debris on a large rock. After the impact, part of the rock flew into pieces. Bird Xiaoqin opened his beak when he saw Lin Feng strike. Lin Feng noticed that his bird was scared, so he wanted to do something nice for it. Lin Feng suggested to Xiaoqin took the pills that the boy had brought with him. Xiaoqin became happy when he saw the flask of pills. Lin Feng sat down next to his bird and spoke to it. Lin Feng didn't want to attract much attention with this bird, so he asked Xiaoqin to stay in the remote forest. The boy promised the bird that he would pick him up at the right time. The Xiaoqin picked up the 2 pill flasks and chirped in response to Lin Feng's words. Lin Feng was standing next to a tree and relaxed, looking somewhere in the distance. The boy understood that he had to return home and to the academy. Teacher Bing Ming lay with her eyes closed on the deck chair in her office and thought about Lin Feng. The girl was worried about him because he did not return to the academy for a long time. There was no news from the boy. Someone entered Bing Ming's office and the girl immediately thought that it was Lin Feng who had returned. Bing Ming was already thinking about how to punish Lin Feng for his behavior. A tall guy in nice clothes appeared in Bing Ming's office. He confidently headed towards Bing Ming. The boy greeted the girl and reminded that they had not seen each other for a long time. When Bing Ming returned and saw the guest, she immediately frowned and asked him why he had come. As it turned out, Bing Ming knew her unexpected guest. The boy looked at teacher Bing Ming with a serious look. Su Tzu-ju walked over to Bing Ming and reached out to her face to caress her cheek. It was obvious that this guy once had a good relationship with Bing Ming. But Bing Ming kept staring at him with a cruel look. Bing Ming did not want to see Su Tzu-ju shouted at him. In an angry voice, the girl asked him to leave her office and not to touch her anymore. Su Tzu-ju looked grimly at the girl's face and was not going to leave her office. Bing Ming couldn't stand the brazen behavior, so she jumped up from the sunbed and shouted at the boy once more. She noted that this is not the Yaocong Academy, so there is no need to behave insolently. Bing Ming's face was angry. Su Tzu-ju raised his head haughtily and declared that he was going to take Bing Ming from here back to Yaocong Academy. The boy was sure that no one would stand in his way. Bingming could not hear Suji's words, Ju, who crossed all the limits of what was allowed and was going to forcibly take her to another academy. The girl clenched her fists, closed her eyes because the flow of emotions was tearing her heart to pieces. Lin Shen and another Linu Academy student heard teacher Bingming's screams and ran to help. The girls burst into the office and saw an angry Bingming and an unknown boy. Lin Shen ran up to Suji. Shu asked him why he insulted teacher Bingming. The girl was angry and was ready to fight with the scoundrel. The boy turned to Lin Shen and said his name. His face showed only calmness. He was not ready to fight with the girls. Su Tzu-ju looked carefully at the girls. He really liked Ling Shen. Bin Ming covered the girls with her hands and ordered Suzy do not look at girls, but talk only with her. Su Tzu-ju could no longer bear Bing Ming's cries. Anger and aggression appeared in the boy's eyes. He was unhappy with Bing Ming's behavior and her attitude towards him. The boy decided to teach Bin Ming a lesson, so he punched her in the face. The ringing sound of a slap echoed through the office. Bin Ming fell to the floor from the sudden impact. Her student immediately ran up to her, wanting to help the teacher up. Su Tzu-ju carefully watched Bing Ming, who was shocked by his behavior. The boy believed that he had done nothing wrong, so he had an indifferent grimace on his face. Lin Shen ran to Bing Ming and covered her with her body. The girl shouted at Su Tzu-ju so that he would not even think of getting closer to the teacher. Lin Shen's eyes were determined and she was ready to tear the scoundrel to pieces. Su Tzu-ju was furious when he heard the insulting words from Ling Shen's mouth. He began to approach the girl to punish her for her audacity. The boy walked up to Ling Shen and swung to hit her in the face. Su Tzu-ju slapped Ling Shen's face so hard that she couldn't hold back and fell down. A second later, the boy dealt a hard blow to the second student, Bin Ming. Lin Shen, Bing Ming and the girl from the alchemy department were lying on the floor, while Suzy was Ju stood in front of them with his hands behind his back. He felt like a hero. Suddenly, the dean of Linu Academy entered Bin Ming's office. He saw the girls and teacher Bin Ming lying beaten on the floor, and some unknown guy standing over them and mocking them. The boy defiantly looked at the dean and told that he is the grandson of the elder of the Yaozong Academy, so he can punish anyone who disrespects him. Su Tzu-ju stood in front of the dean and proudly talked about his high status. The dean sullenly devoured the young man with his eyes. The students of the academy ran to the alchemy office, hearing screams from there. They opened the door and saw Su Tzu-ju, who brazenly talked to the dean of the academy. The students eavesdropped on the conversation with enthusiasm. When the dean heard about Yaozong Academy, he frowned even more. Su Tzu-ju noticed how the dean of Linu Academy was confused right in front of him and gave a mean smile. Zi said Ju got stuck into the conversation. The girl got up from the ground and told the dean that the boy first molested teacher Bing Ming and then got angry and hit her. Su Tzu-ju was angry with Ling Shen, who told the whole truth about him. He turned to the girl, pierced her with a fierce look, and raised his hand again to slap her. Su Tzu-ju turned around and was already heading towards Ling Shen with his hand raised. Lin Feng entered the gate and saw that there was some kind of carnage going on in Bing Ming's office. The boy was determinedly walking towards the unknown boy who was going to hit his sister. Lin Feng looked angry and had already clenched his fists.